never mind the propagation. You always 5 and 9 over here, Bill. Beautiful signals, the verticals, the two verticals over salt water. It's just amazing. I've been listening to you for a while. I know there is some books you have to do and all the story about the university there. Beautiful. Yeah, it is almost 20 minutes to start fasting. So I have to be quick to go and eat something before we start fasting for tomorrow, Bill. How is everything there with you? It is hot here, almost 40 Celsius during the day, drops down to 30, 32 during the night, Bill. W1ZY, 871 AM.
All right, Alpha 71 Alpha Mike, W1ZY. I'm glad to hear that you have 20 minutes to eat there, and I won't keep too much of your time. And those temperatures sound pretty good to me. I know it's probably hard for you, but still, it's still quite chilly here, Saif. It's overcast and it's chilly. We did have a couple days of some nice temperatures. Maybe you can, I'm making a recording now, if you would like, if you would like to say hello to the chairman, and then maybe I can send him an email before he comes over tomorrow, and you can say hello to him and perhaps tell him what you think about the experiments that we've been running over here, whether you think they're worthy of inspection by the physics department. Again, his name is Leonard Saif, H.I. If you would be so kind. Alpha 71 Alpha Mike, W1 said what?
Yeah, Roger. What do you want me to record and send it to you by email, Roger?
No, I'm making the recording right now, Saif, over.
Okay, then should I start now? Tell me when, should I start now?
You may if you will. His name is Leonard, over.
Okay, so W1ZY, 871 AM, Bill. It's always nice to hear you, sir, with the two vertical over salt water. They're really amazing, and they're beating big Yagis, I think, Bill, over.
Thank you, and can you describe who you are and where you are, Saif, over?
Yeah, Roger. I'm Saif from the state of Qatar on the Arabian Gulf, Middle East, and I'm using a Flex radio, the 6600, and I'm using the Yagi with the 3-element monoband Yagi from JK antennas. But your two verticals over the salt water are amazing. They're doing like the Yagi, Bill. This is Alpha 71 Alpha Mike. Back to you, Bill. W1ZY.
All right, thank you, Saif. I appreciate that. Those are very kind words, and appreciate those nice sentiments. And we'll combine that with, we'll put that into our presentation tomorrow. We're going to meet at the restaurant and come over here around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, my local time. And then he's going to take a look at the apparatus and the antennas, and I'm going to show him some things on the computer to try to see if the university will assist me this summer in writing the book. And also, there's some things at the university that could be improved upon with regard to their engineering department with ham radio. They don't really pay too much attention to it, so we have some things to look at. But we're excited about it, and then of course after that a few more days, and then we shut down the experimental station so that the restaurant can have the marsh back. It gets very busy here. And we want to clear out all of the antennas. It looks like a NATO listening post, HI. And of course, there's the lightning potential, which I don't want to deal with. Hey, good morning to you, and a hell of a signal coming in your 5.9. You're peaking over the 9 up to 5 dB. Alpha 71 Alpha Mike in Qatar, W1 said what?
Roger, Bill. Yeah, all understood. Good. Well, good to hear that, and I'm so happy that I'm participating in something could help your experiment there. And thank you for all the time, really. We really enjoyed talking to you, Bill. I have to run now for eating, but it's always a pleasure. I just want to say to you hello and tell you your signal is always amazing over this side, Bill. Thanks, and we'll speak to you soon, hopefully. W1ZY, 871 AM. All the best.
All right, 5 to 10 over. 73, Zama Salam, and enjoy your day. Alpha 71 Alpha Mike, W1 said what?
Thank you, Belmar.
Muslim. Is there a Lima Sierra? Oh, hey, it's a Charles. Stand by, Europe. I got to turn the antenna to the west. Alpha 4 Lima Sugar, W1 ZY.
Okay, W1 ZY, A4X. How's it going, Bill?
Pretty good. You're coming up here quite nicely. I might have some RF in my audio. Let me know if I do. Over.
Okay, no, your audio's fine. There's no RF at all.
Okay, good. I have some on my monitoring here. So I'm sorry I didn't get back to you on that email, but we've been running around here. What's the update, Charles? Over.
So I've been working on it, and I talked to a guy in the local club the last time we were there recently, and he said that my lengths were too long, and I needed to shorten it. So we got the right number, and it shortened it. And right now it has 8 radials on it, and the center element, which is unchanged and tuned to resonance. But the R is still at 25 or so off. The radials are like about 16 foot 8 inches.
Let's say that again.
The radials are 16 foot 8 inches, and I believe the center element is, well, I'm not sure the exact length of that. I need to go out and measure it because I've tuned it a lot.
Okay, but what is do you have an estimate on how long the center element is?
Well, yeah, we made it 17, or we made it maybe 19 feet, because it was supposed to be 17 and a half, so I leased that over from there. I'm not really sure. I can't give you an estimate.
Okay, very good. Well, that's an accurate relation. All right. It's important to know how long it is, obviously, but yeah, I don't know why it's so low. I don't know why. I would think that it would be even higher if it's because there's not many radials. But the whole thing that you're trying to do with the elevated radials, the elevated counterpoise wires, it's very tricky. Because the whole thing has to resonate, and the length of the wires and the number of the wires is going to affect the resonance, and it can really throw it off. It can really get tricky. There's a long article by Rudy Severns about that relationship between the number of elevated counterpoise wires and the resonance curve, and it's pretty wild the way it works. But it should generally be above that to 25. But I'm glad there's somebody there that is giving you some advisement on that, and I think it's really important to get those measurements pretty much locked away, and hopefully the thing will come to resonance. But I don't have any ability to take a look at it in my mind right now because we're really busy. We're going to shut down the station here on the weekend, so I'm not focusing on this project right now, Charles. Alpha 4 Lima Sugar, W1 ZY.
Okay, W1 ZY, 411. Okay, QSL. Alright, bump the knob. So, do you know why, at least why my coax is causing it to really go wacko?
Why your coax is causing it to go wacko?
The readings in the shack are really off.
That's because the readings at the base are off, and the coax will, the length of the coax will transform the feed point impedance and the reactive component as you go down the transmission line. If you get a perfect 1/2 wavelength transmission line, it'll reflect the impedance and the reactance that you see at the feed point. But if you start going anywhere between, anywhere off of that, it transforms it. It will change all of those readings, and things will get really wacky depending upon how long of the coax you have on the antenna. Charles, over.
Okay, yeah, it's 100 feet, so definitely over a halfway.
Yeah, and it's going to be really wacky. That's why it's important to get the thing to resonate at the feed point. And once you get that set, you can put if you get it locked down perfect, it won't vary that much. Especially the reactive component. But if there's any kind of a weird thing going on at the feed point, the coax is going to make it go really wacky, depending on how long it is. And a lot of people, the longer the coax, if you get a really long piece of coax, it'll mitigate it. It'll make it look like it's perfect. But that's just a trick that the coax plays on you if it's really, really long. But I hope that you're out there taking a really good look at that. And did you pull the balun out of there? That balun that you're using over?
No, I have not.
Are you thinking about doing it?
Sure.
Okay. And how long? Can you remember how long the person at the radio club told you to cut the center element?
No. I was supposed to cut the radios to the right length and then tune the center element to resonance. And I cut the radios and put those back up, and the center element is already at the right place for resonance.
Oh, so you're seeing 0 reactance and 25 ohms?
Pretty much, yes. It varies every time I do it, but not by too much. So like about 25, maybe 25 and a half.
All right, and is there any place where you're sweeping it where it comes out to about 36 ohms?
I would have to go out there and get a reading again, but I didn't look because the reactance would have been off.
Right, that's correct. It would be off. But all right, let me, at some point, maybe through email, I want to get back on the air. We'll try to figure that out. But I don't know why you're getting these readings. But if you're telling me that somebody told you to change the length of the radials and so forth, and maybe send me an email with the exact measurements that you're using to make sure that that's correct. You got to be really precise with those lengths. Like when you tell me that you don't know what they are, you don't have it written down, then that would be an indication that you need to improve your record keeping on the project, Charles. To give it to your friend because you're an extra class ham. AA4LS W1 said what?
Okay, W1ZY AA4LS. I know that the radios are 16.6 feet long, and I cut them to 16.8.
Okay, they're 16.6 long, and you cut them to 16.8 so that you could have 2 inches to trim?
No, sorry, it's 16 foot 8 inches, and it was 16.6 feet metric.
Oh, okay, right, that's the same length. Okay, cool. And we just don't know how long the other one is. All right, I'll look at I'll get the calculator out, and I'll take a quick look at that length. And you have 8 of them, and see what that's doing. Do you know what they were before the person at the club advised you to change their length?
Yes, they were about 17 and a half.
Okay, 17 and a half. So you cut them down a lot, about a foot. All right. We'll try to play with that and see what the length should be of the vertical monopole with those elevated counterpoise. But I would keep. I had to do it myself when I did it. Got to keep at it and try to find. And you're saying that right now you have resonance, the lowest reactance, when you measure it at the feed point with a really short piece of coax on the MFJ is 25 ohms with at the lowest reactive number, over?
It is, yeah.
And what's that frequency?
I don't know the exact frequency, but it's around 14050 or so.
Oh, okay. So it's pretty close to where you want it. All right, let's try to figure that out. I would take that balun off. We don't know what's. I know you think it's a ferrite unit and such, but I would take that off. Don't need it yet. The balun can go on later, but you do need it for your structure. But I would disconnect the wires from that balun and tap into it with the meter right onto the wire going up, and then the ring that you have for the radials, and take the measurement from there after disconnecting the wires that go to the balun, over.
Okay, sure, I can do that.
Yep, because we don't know what's in there. I know you're saying it's ferrite, but we should just keep it simple. Anyway, it is receiving nicely, isn't it?
It does okay. I mean, it's not terrific. I mean, I'd have to do some checks, but pretty much since I inverted L, it beats it a little bit for noise, but no, it receives okay.
Okay, cool. And all right, so we'll try to keep you have something more for you maybe tomorrow. If you hear me on tomorrow with this chairman, this visitor I have coming in, I have somebody coming in tomorrow to inspect this operation. Definitely give me a buzz. If we get on the air with him on, if I can get him to get on the air, it'd be nice to hear from people. It'd be good to hear from you. All right. Oh, by the way, I looked at your one of your sisters. I was looking around and I found photographs of your location and off your QRZ page, checking out the other hands. And your sister with her blog and her photographs, they're pretty good. They're really impressive with photographs and all of her writing and so forth. And I was also able to see some photographs of that location that you're at, which is a very nice location, very hilly. But a nice location, Charles. Alpha 4 Lima Sugar, W1 ZY.
W1 ZY, A4 Alice. All right. Sure. So all right. I can get you a reading with the Balun off tomorrow. Is there anything else you'd like me to do?
Yeah. Give me the length of the vertical that you have. How long is the vertical element right now, and any photographs. If you have any photographs, take a snapshot of what the feed point looks like, and whether you have the ends of the counterpoise wires insulated. If you have any insulators on the ends of those wires, over.
I do not have any insulators on the ends of those wires. They just connect right to the line in the perimeter.
And you're using a Mason line?
No, I'm using some line that we have for antennas. It's the cord that they use on the making blinds.
The cords they use on making blinds?
Yeah, like the window blind.
Oh, so it's non-conducting, is that right?
It is non-conducting, yes.
All right, well, anyway, any photographs and such, and then the measurements of of that vertical radiator. Anyway, let me turn back to Europe, but yeah, if you could email me that stuff, that would be really helpful. Over.
All right, I will do that. So what time would you be on the air tomorrow?
He's coming by here at 4 p.m., and we're going to have a beer at the restaurant that he's coming in to check out the shack. And there won't be too much European propagation, so I might turn the antennas to the west. So you'll probably hear us on at around 4:30 or something like that, maybe 4:30 to 5.
All right. Well, I guess I'll see you then, and I'll get that information for you and email it over.
Alrighty, great. You're 20-25 over. Just a huge signal, over.
Okay. You're almost 20 over here.
All right. 73s, Charles. Alpha 4 Lima Sugar, W1 ZY.
W1 ZY, A4LS. See you later. 73.
73. Looking at Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ looking into Europe, calling CQ to, I guess, the Middle East and the Northeast. To my northeast, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by. Who is the station calling again?
904 Quebec Alpha.
904 Quebec Alpha, you're 5859 into Rhode Island. Good evening, over.
Good afternoon. We had a very hot week there, but nice to hear you there. Have a pleasant one. Over.
All right, you too. And are you? How's the propagation for you tonight? Over.
Propagation is good. I heard my next station was talking that Javier was having a nice one. Over.
Yeah, he's got a good signal, a good antenna down there. All right, Noel. Thank you for the call. Again, you're 5859, and I'm beaming to the northeast, so not a bad, or to the east, so not a bad signal coming out. Always good to hear you. We have many QSOs with you, Noel. A huge number. 9 Zulu 4 Quebec Alpha, W1 ZY. 73s, W1 ZY. 123, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Tuning ourselves in on one of those SDR receivers. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 ZY. Checking out propagation out to the east. W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 ZY. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Checking out propagation to the east, standing by. I'm hearing a couple stations in there, but they're in the noise. W1 Zulu Yankee, standing by. Is that George Zero Hotel United Hotel? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. You're 5 at 9.
All right, the station calling, the Alpha Kilo or whatever, standby. The station that wants a signal report, standby. George Zero Hotel United Hotel, you're 59, you have a very good signal, but the audio is kind of clipped or something. There's a very sparse audio. My name is Bill, and I'm in Rhode Island on the east coast of the United States. George Zero Hotel United Hotel, Jeff, go ahead, W1, said what? All right, thank you for that report. Jeff, your audio has no bass, it has no low frequencies, it has no midtones, and it only has very high frequencies, and those sound like they're being clipped. So I think that you need to take a look at your audio, at the microphone you're using, and so forth, because the audio is, you have a very good signal, S9, but the audio, there's nothing there, except for very high frequencies, and those sound like they're being clipped. George Zero Hotel United Hotel, W1 said what? All right, there's something wrong with hopefully the microphone, but adjusting the equalizer isn't doing anything. There's something fundamentally wrong. Maybe it sounds like it's a battery in a microphone that's not providing enough energy, or a condenser mic that has a weak battery in it or something. That's not necessarily what it is, but that's what it sounds like to me. Anyway, 73s and a good signal nonetheless. I mean, signal strength-wise, a 59. G0HUH, W1 said what? 73s. The station that's looking for an audio report, the Alpha Kilo or something, some kind of a station that was calling before that's standing by, go ahead, over. He's not there. CQ, 9 Alpha 2 Charlie Delta, go ahead, over.
Good evening. Signal 45 by 9 plus 10 dB, all of 9 in Zagreb, Croatia, Navy, Ontario, November. W1ZY, 982 CD.
All right, 9 Alpha 2 Charlie Delta, W1ZY. Good to hear you, Con. You're 58, 59, 5859. The propagation isn't as good as it could be, or that we would like it to be, but you're coming through 5859. And good to hear you again. Many contacts with you. Not good conditions tonight, I don't think. 9 Alpha 2 Charlie Delta, W1 said what?
Yes, USL, running to 100 watts and Super. Thank you very much. 73, good luck, good DX. Bye-bye.
73, thank you. CQ, W1ZY.
Victor Echo 1, Charlie Mike Delta.
Victor Echo 1, Charlie Mike Delta, W1ZY. Very nice signal. Let me take a look at the meter. We'll see how you're doing tonight, Corey, over.
Well, I'm going to tell you there, Bill, absolutely insane. This band has been crazy all evening there, and you were 5 and 40 over here.
Incredible. I got you about 10 dB over. Let me check the front to back just to see what the angle is. Stand by. This is looking away from you, looking away, Corey, away, back towards you, over.
Well, from a 5 and a 7 to a 5 and a 40, some difference.
Incredible. So how have you been up there, Corey, over?
Pretty good, Bill. Not too bad, but he made a few contacts on there earlier, but the band does seem like the stations were there and then they were gone as fast as they came, but nice here today, Bill. It's a bit on the damn side, a little bit of rain this evening. Nice, better than shoveling snow.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it warming up there?
Well, I think it was 20 Fahrenheit or something today there, I think.
All right, that's very nice. That's a lot warmer than it was down here. We've got overcast skies and it's kind of chilly. And we had a couple of days of beautiful days, but we went right back to this overcast thing, which is, I guess, is good. I can't complain. It's a protracted spring. All of the trees are waking up slowly, which is good. And I suspect in the fall they'll show a lot of color. Because they usually do that when they have a good protracted spring season, wet, cold, with slowly increasing temperatures. But yeah, it's propagation. I think it's kind of mediocre. I mean, we're working Europeans, but we not hearing a big, loud, signals coming through. There's been some Victor kilos coming through, which have been fairly decent signals, and then Middle East coming in as well. But could be better. So we'll hang in here as far as the DX is concerned to Corey. Victor Echo 1, Charlie Mike Delta, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Yeah, very good, Bill. Beautiful copy of you, buddy. I can't miss you. I just can't. I passed and I got to come back because I know the needle is off the church. Who it is. So you got to for that. But anyway, it's all nice. But anyway, buddy, you have a good evening there. And 73 Steel News, you guys take care, and some good DX there for you there, Bill, for sure. EE1 CMD.
All right, thank you, Corey, and all the best. We talk to you in the next few days, we hope. 73s, this is W1 Zulu Yankee. The Golf 0 Lima Lima. George 0 Hotel Lima Lima, is that correct? And your name is Ron, Radio Oscar November, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. You're 58, Ron, 5 and 8 into Rhode Island, and my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima Lima, over. All right, difficult copy, Ron. I think I heard you saying that you had antenna problems or something. But my noise level and the QSB are too prevalent to carry on a detailed technical conversation outside of exchanging the usual information, HI. Back out to you, George 0 Hotel Lima Lima, W1 said what? 73's Ron again, difficult copy. There's some other signals start coming up here. 73's, W1ZY, standing by. Thing here coming in on the frequency. But God knows what that thing is. Let's hope it continues to go down in frequency. It looks like it's coming back. It's amazing. I'm watching it on one of those SDR receivers in Europe. And that thing is an awful looking. Who would even put a thing like that up in the air? W1 Zulu Yankee with the awful signal moving down the band. Anyway. Victor Echo 1 Radio Yankee, you're about 5758 into Rhode Island. It's good to hear you, and my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima, over.
My name is Tim. Interesting process going there, Bill.
V1RY, W1ZY, very good. I think you're running a vertical, Stanley. It's difficult to copy you. Your audio has a predominance of bass and limited mid-range and high-end. So it's difficult to be able to dial down my passband onto you. The low frequencies really don't provide much articulation. But it's good to hear you coming in again. You're 57, 58, and there's some sort of a signal, a noisy signal that's throwing some junk on the frequency. Although it is now progressing down the band like a huge, God knows what that thing is. It's really incredible. Hey, 73 Stan, I hope that you take a look at your audio to get it a little bit more full-bodied, more high frequencies and midtones in it. Victor Echo 1 Radio Yankee, W1ZY. All right, Victor Echo 1, Radio Yankee 73, thank you again, W1ZY 73. CQ looking out towards the east, W1ZY in gray line calling CQ looking possibly down into Victor United. Victor United, W1ZY, standing by. Is that Sugar Victor 3, Sugar Oscar United? Negative. Sugar Victor 3, and what's the rest? Sugar, Florida, Japan, is that correct? Oh, very good. You're about a 57, 58, a very nice signal coming through, but there's some sort of interference on the frequency. My name is Bill. and I'm located in Rhode Island, Radio Italy, on the east coast of the U.S. Sugar Victor 3, Sugar Fox Japan, W1 ZY.
Thank you very much for the report, Bill. This is the first call.
How high above the ground is it, Athanas? How high up is it? All right. Is this your first contact with the United States on 40 meters? Over. Incredible. Well, my compliments. What is your name? Over. Okay, Nasos, N-A-S-O-S, and Nasos, good to hear you. Again, my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima, and Bravo, India, Lima, Lima, and I'm located in Rhode Island, Radio Italy, the smallest state in the U.S., and again, good signal from you. It's quite a good signal. I'm running about 500 watts, and we have two verticals phased to your direction. Sugar Victor 3, Sugar Fox Japan in Patras, W1 ZY. Okay, thank you, and 100 watts, a beautiful signal. Thank you so much. Sugar Victor 3, Sugar Fox Japan, W1 ZY. Good morning, coming up. CQ, W1, Zanzibar, Yokohama.
Kilo Romeo 2, which...
My God, what's happened here? So anyway, but yeah, no the deal. So that certainly wants to relay a bit of other stuff. I'm not sure whether I'll do it for him or not yet. Just the amount of hours that I have to put into it, I don't really want to spend that sort of money on it. It's a shame because they are very, very nice radio. Yeah, okay. Well, I might let you carry on. I think you're probably in the middle of what you're doing, so I'll let you carry on. Your audio sounds great. Certainly sounds nice and punchy. And you're over a 9. I'm just wondering, so are you driving the amplifier? I mean, I guess you're not barefoot, are you, over?
Sorry, I had the processor off. No, I'm running I actually increased my transmit power to a kilowatt. Bob, over.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, well, that's what I thought. Sound like a local, but absolutely built. In fact, when I'm looking at the band up, there's not too much. Well, you can't see it, of course. You've got no scope on that one, but there's not too much on the band other than a few stations I've seen, but certainly no big crowd, over.
Oh, really? It's really popping over here with like the South Americans and stuff. They're really making a presence, and it's really hopping here. I haven't really tuned around, but we're just I'm just completely distracted by this thing. I'm trying to get myself set up. But you got a hell of a good signal. You're really pounding in here. I'm making a recording, and just incredible. And no QSB, on this long pass, Bob, if you make it, you make it. And there's no, little fading and all that stuff. One or two hops, and one of them's, getting absorbed. Delay or absorption or something. There's none of that on this stuff. And, of course, very low takeoff angle over here, obviously, and I think that really helps out with the general journey. Let me flip change my face just out of curiosity, Bob. Stand by. I'm looking away from you right now. We're now looking away, looking back at you. Over.
Well, you're over the 9, probably 10 over 9 looking at me, but when you reverse it, you're down to sort of about a 6, really. Copyable, but about a 6, so big difference, over.
All right, I apologize to keep doing that, but I want to try to find out where the angle is, like where that funnel is on the reverse. And I do believe it's predominantly done on the lower stuff, like what we're doing right now. But I took an oscilloscope and I've set the ALC. I'm going to try to hit the. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, the ALC. I got the mic gain now. I'm inputting my audio. I have this 830 all modded, and I was doing it before, but I went back in and I cleaned up some stuff, and I recalibrated the ALC and the speech processor. They have those steps in the service manual for a higher voltage level. It's about 20 microvolts to millivolts to maybe 50 millivolts on the processor. When I put it through the processor box, when I did it, and I have things, I have little isolation transformers and pots to adjust the level, and I think I got it. But I'm not used to having the mic gain, Bob, turned all the way up to like 8 out of 10, which is where it has to be set to do this. And then I got the speech processor thing going, and it's hardly ticking. I'm not using a lot. I can turn it up. This is about, I guess, 8 dB, where they tell you to put it sometimes. And I'll turn it down. I'll turn it down a little bit. But, playing around, I punch the processor out. 1, 2, 3. I don't know if that's doing anything. I think I can turn up my own processor up on it a little bit more. Without getting too distorted. And not run that processor and try to make it a little cleaner, I guess. But anyway, these are the things that I've been horsing around with, and ALC deflection was the big issue. So I'm really happy with it, at least getting it running. I think I'm going to go back in and set it a little differently and try to get it a little peppier, so I don't have to turn the mic gain up that high. But that's one of the things, I guess when you take out that first stage, that transistor in the first stage, and go right into basically the mic gain potentiometer, and it's kind of complicated in the 830, that you're going to have to crank it up more, because I'm losing. Actually, you know what? I have a pad between this processor. I think I could adjust that to get more audio into the rig without having to crank the mic gain up that high. But anyway. I'm obsessed with it. I just worked on it for about 3 hours, actually 4 hours, and 6 things along the way to make it possible to do it. Let me punch the audio back in, the evil speech processor, the evil RF speech processor, and turn mine down a little bit. Anyway, we're playing around and appreciate it, and we're just making a long transmission to fill out and to let you hear the propagation, Bob. Just incredible. Your signal's like held up all throughout the conversation. Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan, W1 said what?
Yeah,
of course.
I think the processing in, the reach processor in is certainly beneficial to you. I think it backs it out if it's a bit thin otherwise. I would certainly expect if you remove that first transistor, you haven't got the gain there. So, hence, like you say, the mic gain needs to be up. Although if you have got a pad in the line, now I had to do that with my ICOM too. Now I had a 40 dB pad to get. I had in the line. I used a tube preamp, an ARP audio research technology, a tube preamp. And then I had a dynamic sort of processor in the line as well. That was all valve 2. And then to get that into the Pro 3, you couldn't just put it straight in, although it does have a line. I needed to pad it up. So if I couldn't get enough gain, I couldn't have the settings on the mic preamp and the tube leveling amplifier high enough to get up to sort of some sweet spot. I couldn't get that up enough, so hence the pads certainly required that. But yeah, it's good to play around with. I was certainly obsessed with audio with the Pro 3, and this radio seems to work very well. I do monitor it on the scope actually. I'm looking now at at the drive signal audio wise, and then what's coming out of the amplifier as well. So it seems to be a nice triangular. Yeah, nice. No flat top in there at all. I don't think. I think it's pretty good. But yeah, I know what you mean.
And then, of course, you have to monitor another receiver so you can hear what's going on, because the monitor circuit, certainly on the Pro 3, is certainly not a true indication of what's going to air. And I guess I'm certainly sure that's what you're doing as well. But anyway, look, it's a lot of fun, and you can get really involved in it. There's no doubt about that. My antenna is at 210. I just tried bringing it up to 250 degrees, which is normally where I work for a long time. No, absolutely not. You're strongest at 210, so I guess that's interesting. Interesting propagation. And I did find that with Chuck in Indiana as well, and Frank. They were stronger at 210, which is not normally what I see. So there we go. But no, signal's holding up very well. There's no doubt about that. So, yeah, very good propagation. All right, well, I might let you carry on and do what you're doing, and I'll have a look. I don't know whether you're going to post that audio. It'd be interesting to have a look. You did record the other day when we spoke, so I might go and have a look at that. I think you said it takes a couple of days before that comes up on the site, so I might have a look at that one. But beautiful signal from me, always sounding good here anyway. W1ZY, VK6KJ.
All right, VK6KJ, W1ZY, beautiful transmission, and you're just sounding just terrific. It's excellent to hear you coming in so well. And we also have on frequency one of my vertical mentors, Victor Echo 9 Zulu Yankee, who will pass it over to, if you're still here, Mac. Over.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. I hope you're copying me, Bob. You're only 5'5" with me. Name is Mac. Mike Alpha Charlie. Mike Alpha Charlie Mac. My location, New Brunswick. Call sign Victor Echo 9. Zulu, sorry, linear amplifier will help. It's Victor Echo 9 Zulu Yankee. Victor Echo 9 Zulu Yankee. Name is Mac. Mike Alpha Charlie. You're 5'6" with me, Bob. 5'6" with me in New Brunswick. VK6KJ, VE9 Zulu Yankee.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, okay, very good. Victor Echo 9 Zulu Yankee. This is VK6KJ. Just give me my report again. You're certainly nowhere near the signal that Bill is, but you are readable for me. What was my report, over?
Yeah, you're 5'6" to 7 with me. 5'6" to 7. I'm using a four square, and I'm directing it southeast. Your best signal is coming from southeast, Bob. Name is Mac here from B9 Zulu Yankee.
Roger, okay, well thank you, 5657. Well, you're about the same, 56, 57. But my noise level is at 7, so it makes a bit of a struggle. But I did get all of that transmission. Name is Bob. My name is Bob, and I think you said Mikey is the name. Is that right, over?
Yeah, QSL, very good indeed, Bob. Thanks very much indeed. I do appreciate the report, and you're absolutely fantastic signal with Bill there, and of course he's got this great phased array, but I think I've got to do some adjustments on this four square. But great talking to you. Thanks very much indeed for taking time out. I'll pass it around to you, Bill. W1ZY, V9ZY, standing by.
All right, Victor Echo 9 Zulu Yankee, and Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan, W1ZY. Beautiful, and you're really loud up here, down here. Mac, looking northeast, you're 20, 25 over. Just fantastic. Coming in into my humble abode, HI. And yeah, we're right on the ocean, Mac. We moved our location. I don't know if I told you that, but it really did a number on the reception and so forth, signals and so forth. But it's just very nice propagation here tonight, from what I can tell. I just went into Gray Line about 15 minutes ago and have been working on the rig, doing some stuff. So I'm kind of disoriented here. Back out to you, Bob. Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan and VE9ZY, W1ZY.
Break over. Yeah, Roger Bill, W1ZY, Victor Echo 9 Zulu Yankee. This is VK6KJ. South coast of Western Australia. Yeah, very good. Well, yeah, it's great to Mac anyway. As I say, nowhere near those your signal strength, but it's certainly in there. So I'm going to bring up these QRZ codes. Okay, well, very good. Well, I might carry on, Bill. Let you do what you're doing, and I guess you're a bit after 8. I'm 21 minutes past 8 here in the morning, so I guess we're the 12 hours, so very good. Enjoy playing around with that radio. I'm sure you'll get it all organized. Yeah, that's interesting. Let's shift that one. I've got some older radios here that I intend playing with at some stage. They're all operating, but I've got 751 alpha boxes, mainly ICOM stuff. I've got one EA2 piece of equipment, FT726, which is VHF, UHF, of course, satellite sort of older radio. But I do have a Swan 350. So at some stage I must get that happening. But it's just time allowing. I'm still working. I don't get the time really. I do have a few days off. I've taken I think a break over Easter from my business. Let the boys carry on and do it while I'm out and away and enjoying myself. Okay, I'll put it back to you, Bill. I'll let you carry on, but great to work you again, and always good signal. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. W1ZY, VE9 Yankee. This is VK6KJ.
Beautiful transmission and beautiful recording, and we'll post it up on the internet. I think there's a breaker here. Do you want to say hello to Bob, the breaking station? Over.
No, actually, you, Bill. How's it going there? I just want my quick radio check. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee from MI5 AFK, over.
Incredible. Hey, Harper. I'm on the 8:30 tonight. I got it working. I did some more mods. You're about 15 over 9, over.
Yeah, I'm actually messing around different antennas here. If you give me a quick check on the way again here. This is antenna 1 here, Bill. Antenna 1, antenna 1, antenna 1. I'm going to switch back over to antenna 2. Just hold on a second. That's me, antenna 2, antenna 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's antenna 2, antenna 2, antenna 2. I'll go back to antenna 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over.
I don't see any difference at all. They're both about 5, 10 over on that transmission. Harper, over.
Okay, no problem. Well, this one here is a double bazooka, 40-meter double bazooka. The antenna 2 is the full-size vertical antenna, Bill. Earlier on tonight, the double bazooka was better than the vertical. But the thing is, the night goes on, the vertical starts coming back in again, over.
Yeah, go to the vertical right now.
Okay, there's me on the vertical antenna there now, Bill. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mary had a little lamb, over.
Yeah, they're both the same. You're back up to 15, and both of them are at parity. But it's the angle. And of course, who's receiving, what the receiving antenna is. They're both comparable to me, Harper, Robert.
Yeah, no problem at all. Super job there, Bella, for sure. No, Bella, come here, the VK. There's some guy, I don't know on your side, there's somebody having a carrier on the frequency. So I'm not hearing the VK. I'm not sure if he'll be hearing me. Bella, you have a busy channel. Thanks very much for the report. And I'll let you carry on there, over.
All right, I appreciate that, Harper, and we'll catch up with you maybe later tonight. Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan, W1ZY 73 spot.
Yeah, Roger, Bill. Yeah, sounding good. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll talk soon. VK6KJ signing, thank you.
You're checking out at 5:59, 5 over, just throughout the entire conversation, Bob. 73s, W1 said what?
73, thanks, Bob.
You're the same.
See you later.
Thanks very much indeed for that, Bill.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah, I was amazed. I'm going to do something with this. What I'm going to do is put the rotatory dipole up for 40 and just find out exactly where my nulls are.
Yeah, you're sharpening up your lobes, so sometimes it's not parked right, maybe, over.
Yeah, that's right. There's something not quite right, but I have to have something to reference it to.
That's true. Can I flip mine on you?
Yeah, sure.
All right, this is away, looking southwest, away from you, Mac, and then up towards you, over.
Yeah, you're about 27 dB.
All right, excellent. I appreciate that, and that's what I'm seeing on you. And I won't get into the story on what I did, but I used the MFJ analyzer and spent about 3 hours doing a bunch of math equations to do something. It was really fascinating. Anyway, you're sounding very nice and very loud down here, Mac. VE9 Zulu Yankee, W1 said what?
Yeah, well, I just love that as well. I just love getting into the nitty-gritty of it. It's not just enough for trial and error. There really has to be a reason for all these things happening. But you know, any experiment is no good without a reference, and that's what I'm missing. So I'm going to the rotatory dipole up about 60 feet here, and on the tower, and then use that to really map out where these lobes are actually going on the foursquare. I think there's a little bit of steering needs to be done, or physical movements of elements. Who knows? Only time will tell. At least the summertime will, Bill, from V9ZY.
Well, I'm sure you'll do it in a very expeditious manner, Mac. Over.
Yeah, well, at least the thing about it is I can't work without mapping out things, what I'm going to do, all the steps I'm going to take to achieve what I've got. And I usually work backwards from the goal I need to achieve and the steps backwards to how I'm going to get there. So I'm a little bit pedantic about these things, but probably not as pedantic as you are. Your page is just absolutely excellent, and I refer everybody to it from V9ZY.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And if you recall, in the beginning I wasn't very pedantic. I was just storing up radials on one lug, etc. Until you very nicely showed me the ropes. So I appreciate all of the teaching that you gave to me, and I obviously became obsessed with it. Over.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes, but you're really way ahead there. You got so much practical experience. The practical experience you have is just absolutely superb, and it's a great reservoir for people to dip into. You know, it's okay, people say, oh, well, I modeled this on the computer, and it's kind of, oh, yeah. But, you know, what you model and what you actually get. And, of course, I've got the worst of it here, being on sand, basically. I should really have these antennas elevated and use tuned radials. And that's maybe the route I'll be going. And just have 4 tuned radials on each antenna. It's looking more and more like that is where it's going to be. But without measurements and without really empirically looking at this, it's silly to start messing around from V9ZY.
Roger, understood. And I hope you know Rudy Severance came out with an article kind of backtracking on that whole thing about the 4 radials, Mac. Did you read that?
No, I haven't read that. What's he say? What's the conclusion?
15. You need 15. Over.
Elevated radials.
Roger.
Wackadoodle. Yeah, basically, is that to get a full 360 direction radiation?
I think it's got to do with the current distribution, getting the balance in the current balance amongst the 4 radials. I do have a copy of the article, and I can email it to you if you're interested, but it's rather lengthy, and there's a lot of graphs in it and so forth. But he does say that was a little, according to his second look at it and so forth, he has a lot of graphs, that you need to get to about 15.
Well, there's a little anecdote for you. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was operating, and the SWR was going up and down and up and down and up and down. And I noticed that the wind was blowing outside, and it seemed to coincide with gusts of wind. So I suspected something was going wrong with the antenna. So when it went down, the one that I usually use as 0 input, 0 degrees, one of the I've got them mounted on posts, and the top attachment had broken, and it was scurrying around. Now, it was enough just to move the antenna probably 10 degrees to significantly influence the SWR. And so the SWR is going up to 3 to 1 with very little movement to the antenna. So this four square is very, very tightly coupled. As you know, I've got 72 buried radials under each one, and then I buried the whole lot with a whole lot of chicken wire on top and some iron ore. So there's a fair bit of it does work. The thing about it is I've got very, very close coupling, and I'm just wondering whether or not my lobes are a little bit too narrow from B9ZY.
I think that your lobes might need to be, they might be a little bit too narrow for almost, in other words, there might be a Mac over.
Well, I've got two ways of fixing it. One is to detune the hybrid transformers a little. And just measure the difference on the scope there. But as I say, without a reference antenna, it's kind of, I hate doing things trial and error. Trial and error is not the way to go. You've really got to say, what are you measuring and what are you measuring against? What is your benchmark? So I'm going to get that rotary dipole up, linear loaded, and let's see what that brings, because that would be a really good, I probably can rotate it with you and probably get some reference points on it from B9ZY.
All right, well, I'll be here for that, Mac HI. always up for that. And it'll be interesting to see what you do when you get that thing reoriented or do whatever it is that you're going to be doing to it. And we'll all be able to, I'm going to be very interested in seeing what happens when you do that. Do you have any comments on my moving over to this location in the marsh with regard to the performance of the antennas over?
Yes, from my point of view, you really are fantastically strong. You're about 30/9 with me. You're always 20/9, but you certainly makes a difference, absolute difference to me. So I think that there is a difference, but we have to do some proper measurements with tone control, with tones, and but probably when I've got the rotatory dipole up, that might be a very good yardstick for measuring, especially at different times of day when the salt covers the radials. Bill from B9ZY.
All right, I would really like to do that. I do have a function generator, so I can put it into the rig and generate tones if that's what you're referring to. And I've noticed about 20 dB. I mean, I used to go down to the water in the car and set up a portable vertical and such. And this place here is crazy, and it definitely is. It's good for the verticals, but I put up a little beverage just to see, and I knew it wouldn't work, and it didn't work. Everything was strong on it, Mac. It didn't differentiate with the lower angle signals, and including the static, and it didn't sound like a beverage. I have a little loop I put out. It's a horizontal loop. It's not too big. I just strung it up. It's about to 12-15 feet above the ground, but I use it when I'm repairing other receivers on a little test bench. It's just something I stick into the receiver to get a signal in, and sometimes I listen to it on the monitor receiver. It hears okay, but it's not like the verticals. But I really want to. I'm doing this experiment with the skin effect of the 1 to 3 inches, getting all of the radios under the water 1 to 3 inches when the tide comes in and out. And I've got 2 recordings so far of that going down at gray line. One is going to not my gray line, but ZL gray line coming into the evening for them, and then another one was into Europe. And I don't know if it makes a difference or not, but I'm just trying to grab as much of that non-scientific documentation as I possibly can. But that's the last thing that I'm doing here as far as trying to document some kind of horsing around with these things. I did the thing earlier, I think I told you, where I took the ground radials and put I had ground rods and then ground radials and put a relay and it would A and B back and forth between the two, and it had a second reference antenna up on the deck, and that was quite interesting. The lower angle was really pronounced to the DX stations with the radials. The ground rods, it was about 1 to 3 S units weaker with just the ground rods. So stateside said it was the same no matter what. So it's all really fascinating, and at some point I'll just dump all the data onto you, and you can figure out what's going on, Mac. Over.
That would be great. I'd really like to go through that, most certainly. But, the 40 meters, when we're dealing with frequency, 50% of it is ground wave, and the rest is going to be reflected. So it doesn't really matter what people within 1,500 miles of you say really about it. It's not going to help too much about it. But your best check is halfway around the world, as you tried to do. But that's absolutely great. Anyway, I got a phone call coming in here from UK, somebody who wants to contact me. So anyway, Bill, many thanks for letting me in. We'll talk to you later. And as I say, I'll be getting this dipole up as soon as all this bloody snow is gone, and see if I can improve this Foursquare. Great talking to you, Bill. Talk to you later from B9ZY.
All right, very good, Mike. And I just emailed you that Rudy Severin's article for your night reading, Mr. President. 73's VE9 Zulu Yankee W1 said what?
Oh, many thanks. Appreciate that, Bill. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Golf 1 India, Baker, Sugar, Bill.
Oh, good evening, Wayne. George 1 India Bravo Sugar W1 said why. Good to hear you. Let me look at the estimator. I'm using different audio, and I haven't set myself up properly. I just did a big mod to the 830, so I apologize if it's rough sounding. G1 IBS W1 said what?
Yeah, okay there, Bill, no problem. You're 10 over 9. I was speaking to Mac about 15 minutes ago. Your technology between you two is unbelievable with the antennas in the water. The only water I got is a bloody swimming pool. That's no good. But the way you two are listening to you, very, very interesting with the antennas in the salt water. It's surprising, isn't it, how well it works? You know, you could have a beam up at 50 feet, 60 feet, but probably won't work as good as what you got there, Bill. Bill, I'll put it back to you. I wonder if you can give me a good friend of mine a call. He just lives around the corner, and see if you can pull him out. He's altering his antennas. He hasn't got a lot of power because he's a new station. Probably only running about 10 watts, I think, or whatever. Anyway, back to you, Bill, if you get me okay still. W1ZY, Golf 1 India Baker Sugar.
All right, Golf 1 India Bravo Sugar, W1ZY, not a problem. You're coming in about 5, 9 plus 5 over, so there's no problem to copy you. And regarding your comment about, let me turn this off. Oh, the 1, 2. Hey, maybe I should turn it down. Your comment about the verticals and the beams and stuff like that, is that the big thing is angle, takeoff angle, Wayne. And if you get the takeoff angle way down into the single digits, then even if you have an omnidirectional antenna, it's going to be very nice for the longer haul stuff. And gain is very nice and everything, but the takeoff angle is really the predominant thing to achieve, which is why people with the horizontal antennas will stack them higher and higher, not just the gain, but also to get the takeoff down, which is like I think that's the only way you can really do it if you're inland. My situation is a unique one, and it's if you use a vertical, it's a perfect match. A good organic method, Wayne, which is why it's so simple. And old. This is the way they used to do it in the beginning before World War II, mostly. Okay, well, who's your friend? And let me see if I can hear him. G1 IBS W1ZY.
Yeah, okay there, Bill, no problem. You're still 10 over 9 here. My friend, he's just around the corner from me. His call sign, Mike 7 Foxtrot Alpha Bravo. M7 Fox Alpha Bravo. His name's Frank.
Foxtrot Radio Alpha November Kilo. Will you give him a call, Bill, and see if you can contact him? Go ahead. Frank, can you hear me? M7FAB W1ZY. I can dig you out. I can hear you in there, but it's a very difficult copy. I don't know what you're running, but it's a difficult copy. But I can tell that you're in there, Frank. Over. Yeah, I got you tuned in, Frank. You have too much bass in your audio, or let me put it this way, not enough high frequencies, which is where a lot of information is conveyed, a lot of articulation in the high frequencies, and that's what the issue is with me copying you, so I have to zero in on your lower end. And but I do have you dialed in. I would say that you're probably a 4 by a 6, a 4 by 6. The 4 meaning that I can copy everything you're saying, but I have to concentrate very hard to do so. And I'm estimating the signal strength because it's at or below my noise, below my noise level. But I would definitely, if you give me a signal report, we can have a confirmed contact, Frank. Over.
Yeah, roger that, Bill. You're 5 and 8 to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't turn the mic down. You'd have to take a look at the impedance match between the microphone and the rig, and then also, if that's not kosher, if that's okay, then check out other things. The radio's alignment, or maybe there's an equalizer menu in it, or something. I don't know. But thanks for the 58, and I'll put you in my log, Frank. That's a good contact, and there's no problem to hear you. I would say you're probably about a 5, 6. If you had the audio, the higher ends in your signal, not a problem. Mike 7, Fox Alpha Bravo, W1ZY. All right, 73s, and thank you for the contact. Standing by.
Yeah, just give him a call before you go. G1 IBS, M7FAB. M7FAB, you're 5 and 6 with me. I can copy you fine. And nice to hear you again, Wayne, from B9ZY.
Sorry, I'm jumping in here. Frank's talking to Bill. You're calling me, Mac. What's going on? B9ZY. I was on the bed, and I scanned up and down the band. I heard Bill, W1ZY, talking to you. First off, I struggled to hear you, Mac, but you're 5 and 9 plus now. I'll put it back to you, Mac. B9ZY in the group. Golf 1 India Baker Sugar. Are you getting Frank any better now? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting, it's about 5 and 6. I'm just receiving a little bit better than Bill is. And but I agree with Bill. It's a very basic signal. It needs to put some treble boost into that, and it'll come up tremendously. But anyway, Frank, give us a transmission. MZFAB V9ZY.
Can you hear Mac, Frank? He can't hear you, Mac.
Yeah, some noise is coming. Anyway, give him my best wishes. Thanks, Bill. Sorry to jump in there. I'm going to go low rim frequency and put out a call. Talk to you later, boys, from B9ZY. Bye-bye, Bill.
See you later, Mac. Thank you so much.
Bill, what do you recommend? What radio is it, Frank? Do you know that, Bill?
I have to dial my passband back in. Say that again, Frank?
You get that, Bill?
Can you relay that, Wayne?
ST91
Okay. Come in. Sorry, Frank, I didn't get it. I don't know why they get problems. You're going to be strong with me, so it's awkward. It's the A2FT 991A, Bill, go ahead.
Oh, I don't know the rig. Frank, is there a menu in it? A equalizing menu in that rig, Frank? Over.
Can't hear you, Frank. He's asking if there's a memory on it. I tell you what, it's hard tonight. We'll catch it another night. There's only something like the mic gain, etc. I think I know what they're going on about, but it's awkward for me because I'm right on the doorstep. So you're in stock. It can only be something simple like the mic gain, the processor. If it's got a processor, I don't know. I don't know the radio.
Wayne, what does he sound like to you? Do you think he sounds muffled?
Yeah, but he's on the doorstep. He's on the doorstep, Bill. He's less than half a mile away. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what does he sound like to you? Does he sound like he's distorted?
Not distorted. A little, not muffled, but because we're so close, you know, it's so powerful. It's awkward to say. Go ahead.
All righty, very good. Well, we hope to hear him with a better antenna and with the radio tweaked up would be very nice. I've done a major thing to the rig tonight. I've been clipping wires and modifying it, and I don't have the equalizer set up properly, I don't think. But is this audio sounding different to you than normal, Wayne? Over.
No, it's actually the same, Bill. Superb. Can't fault it. It's always the same. You always, when the conditions are right, obviously. You're 10 over 9. The audio quality is superb. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I got this thing. I think dialed in pretty good. I got more of the processor going on in it than I did before. I set it up for line level and did some alignment, changing the alignment on the ALC. On the ALC and the speech processors are balanced, and I tried to get that in. Anyway, I'm going to make some adjustments to it tomorrow, maybe, and try to tweak it some more. But I appreciate it. Hey, great conditions. Tonight we had a very nice long conversation with Bob, VK6KJ. In a long path and just a beautiful signal about 10 over 9 on peaks and 5.9 plus 5 throughout the conversation. So there's some great propagation tonight here from my QTH at least out towards your way, Wayne. And by the way, I talked to your father. Your father went into your room, Wayne, and he went on the radio, and I think I have a recording of it. And he sounded just like you. George 1, India, Bravo, Sugar, W1, said what?
I went out to pick Ella up the other evening. She's, like I said to you, she's got a job over at Brooklyn in Weybridge, which is a very posh area. She's working at Marks and Spencer's, where Mercedes World is, and when you come over here, I'll take you there, like I said to you before. And, yeah, the dad come out, G4 Zulu Victory United. I was surprised. You got a recording of him? Go ahead.
I think I do. I do believe I do. Over.
Let's hear it.
Oh, I can't play that back, and I have to get I have to post the recordings, but I'll try to figure out which one it is. You can ask your father what night it is, and you can look up on the archive and find it. Over.
Yeah, it was Friday. No, it was Thursday. I'm a bit puzzled because it's bank holiday here. It was Friday. I went to pick Ella up. He was round here. Because we got the call sign together, 1984, and I said, look, I'm going to pick Ella up. He said, I'm going to go and have a listen on the radio. Well, when I come back, I realised he'd been out here because he scribbled call signs down. So I was a bit surprised. I said, did you speak to anyone? And his words were, a couple. That's all he said, Bill. Oh, he was running a pile up. He was having a good time. He was. He said he's going to get back into radio, Wayne. Over.
He's too tight to buy a new radio, Phil.
Well, he was having a good time, and he sounded pretty good on the radio. And so that was fun. He sounded just like you. He sounded just like you, Wayne. Over.
You want to hear my voice? My boy won't come on the radio. He's 21. But if I'm on the phone and I put the phone down, someone calls back and they say, obviously that's you, Wayne, but when I was his age, well, he's 21 now, my boy, Scott, and when I was 21, we looked exactly the same. He's got no interest in amateur radio. He's only got one interest in life now.
Women.
And money.
And money. Well, you know, good for him. That's a good combination. He'll go far and enjoy himself. Wayne H. Incredible. Trying to pick myself up here. I got to get some more drive into. I don't know about. Yeah, I guess I got to get some more drive into this radio to try to get this thing peaked up a little bit more. Without going too crazy. Anyway, you're coming through very nicely here into the Salt Marsh tonight, and we'll put out some more calls and see what the heck is going on. But good to talk to you for a while, as opposed to the more harried conversations. George 1, India, Bravo, Sugar, W1, said what?
Yeah, okay, no problem. You're still 10 over 9 here. Frank's going. Say goodbye to Frank. I went to think of the better. They're not the best tonight. Hopefully you're getting some more time. Frank's got to go. I'm going to sign off, but just say goodbye to Frank, Phil. N7FAB. Go ahead.
73 Frank, and try to get the antenna up higher. That'll help even more than the audio equalizing. Over. '73s.
Give me a call tomorrow, Frank. I believe it, Bill. You're still loud in WA.
Yep.
Come around in the afternoon, pop round, just have a little look up here.
Stand by, Bob.
Okay, you can use this full size one. I'll take it down.
Stand by, Bob.
Okay, Frank. Give us a call tomorrow. Bill, I'm going to say 7:30 to you also. I must go indoors. I'm taking the dog out early in the morning, about 7, 8, between 7 and 8, to the junior waters. I don't know if you know where it is. It's a big lake, 5 miles around there. I take the dog around there quite often. When I was boxing, I used to run round there. I've got a job to walk round there now. Go ahead.
Well, very good, and I hope that goes well. Over.
Okay, I'll take 7-3 to you. You'll probably be around tomorrow evening. I'll give you a call. Mac's always around. Lovely talking to you guys out there. It's always a pleasure. W1ZY from London. All the very best. And I'll catch you shortly, Bill. Golf 1 India Baker Sugar.
73's Big Signal, and VK6 Kilo Japan, W1ZY, over.
Yeah, still loud. W1ZY, VK6KJ. Not a bit, probably 5 and 8, 58, but absolute still Q5, Bill, over.
Yeah, you're 5'8", 5'9". There's no problems to copy you. You're coming through quite nicely, over.
Yeah, Roger. That's interesting. I just got to have some breakfast, and I just tuned back up just to see if you were still there. Yeah, doing good. Well, I got 5 minutes to 9 here. I would not normally hear long past, but well, I can't see any other long past stations. So there we go. All right, let you carry on, but just thought I'd let you know, still getting into the south coast of Western Australia, over.
All right, I appreciate that. That's incredible. Just fantastic to be able to make. Just incredible. Hey, 73s, and all the best from Rhode Island to you out there, Bob. Just fantastic. Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan, W1 said what?
Roger, 73 to you from the south coast of Western Australia. They call it the Rainbow Coast, so there we go. 73 still. Talk again soon. Bye-bye.
58, 59, 73, W1Z1. CQ calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ, checking propagation out to the east, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Well, that's a little bit too much, huh? W1ZY. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello CQDX, checking propagation out to the east, calling CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by. Is that G3ODO? QRZ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by.
Papa 6 Alpha Echo. 8 Papa 6 Alpha Echo, over.
Frequencies in use.
Frequencies in use.
The 8 Papa 6 Alpha Echo, W1ZY. Good evening. You're about a 5 and 8. 58 in Rhode Island, and my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. 8 Papa 6 Alpha Echo, W1 Zulu Yankee. Go ahead, over.
W1 that way from Barbados. 8 Papa 6 Alpha Echo. A pleasant good evening to you. Hope you had a good Easter today. My name is Danny, W-Nancy, Nancy, India, Sierra. I'm here located in
Very good, Denny. Somebody's starting up. Let me flip it. I did flip it to the west. Well, it's good to hear you coming through. Again, my name is Bill, and I'm in Rhode Island, Radio Italy. I'm running about a kilowatt into 2 verticals, and they're phased to the southwest right now. And we're very happy to make a contact with you tonight, Danny. And we hope that you've enjoyed a good Easter weekend. 8 Papa 6 Alpha Echo, W1ZY.
Very good, sir. Very good. Thank you very much, Bill. We hope you and your family did have a nice day. And that's perfect. I wonder what it's about. I know you were suffering out for the station, but I couldn't have coming back there to you. So Bill, have a good day. All the best coming. W1 said, right? Always easy. 73, Bill.
Alrighty, very good. And you're 59 on the peaks. It's a good signal coming through. 5 by 9 on the peaks. 73's W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. 73. 73, CQ. Let me turn back to the east. CQ, calling CQDX, looking to the east. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Calling CQ, hello, CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, CQ. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, checking out propagation out to the east. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by. CQDX, calling CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQDX, standing by. Checking propagation out into the east from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello, CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQDX. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQ, hello, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, checking out propagation into the east from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1ZY, steady by.
Hotel 6 Lima Papa.
Delta Hotel 6 Lima Papa, W1 Zulu Yankee. Good to hear you coming through. Very loud signal. You're 59 plus. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. And a very nice signal coming through into Rhode Island tonight. Incredible. Delta Hotel 6 Lima Papa, W1ZY.
Roger. Good evening, Bill. Delta Hotel 6 Lima Papa returning. Yes, the stereo signal is as usual, also 500 plus in South Germany. I'm located around 40 kilometers south from Munich. We had a QSO yesterday, and I'm used to their Windom antenna dipole. And this afternoon I built a vertical antenna. This one has around 9 meters now. Is mounted on a tin roof with 80 square meters around. And a coil in the middle, over. Power here output is at around 100 watts, over.
Yeah, well, that's incredible. It's 59 here into Rhode Island, and it sounds very nice.
Yeah, it's very basic equipment here. A transceiver is a little Yaesu, Foxtrot Tango 817, and a little 100 watts amplifier, that's all.
Yeah, it's incredible, because I would think that you were running, I thought that you might be running a lot of power, because the signal is so strong, and there's very little QSB. But yeah, the vertical, and did you enjoy making the vertical today, Peter, over?
Roger, for sure. We have a nice weather this afternoon, almost nice sunshine, very hot. I walk barefoot on the tin roof, and my feet's going very hot. It was a crap to build this vertical, but I enjoy when I see how it works now, over.
No, you're a lucky man to be able to do that. Incredible. And I hope that you have many more days burning your feet on the roof, Peter. A fantastic thing to be able to do. We're not there yet here. We still have it's still cold and kind of chilly
but we're looking forward to some warmer weather coming up here. We know it's going to come, but the last few days has been rainy. Es regnet, and there was a storm that went by and so forth. So we're happy to have some nice sunshine at the end of the day today. The afternoon was a little sunny, so we're very happy for that. Yeah, your antenna's working really well, and it's coming through very nicely here into Rhode Island, Peter. I think it's working very nicely, and congratulations on spending the day doing making a new type of antenna for your station. Delta Hotel 6 Lima Papa W1 said what?
Roger, Delta Hotel 6 Lima Papa returning. Yeah, if you look at my QZ.com page, there are some pictures from the QTH where I'm now inside, where my ship inside is. I understand it's the last year, and this winter we have much snow. And last week was the first time with some nice weather when I can put antennas here. The next 2-3 days we expect the same weather, and at the end of the week temperature wants to go down. I have built much more antennas here. I have much more ideas, so we'll see what I can do. This vertical here is resonant at around 8.5 megahertz. I want to bring it a little bit down and that increase the signal, I hope so. Over?
Yeah, I think so. That always, in my experience, that always brings the signal right up. The antenna pops in when you get the resonance correct. It'll pop in very nicely. So I think that's going to work very nicely for you. But right now it's working beautifully. I can't imagine what it'll be like when you get it set up with a better resonance, Peter. It's working very nicely. It's very loud. And again, you sound like you're running high power. So you have a very good location, and that antenna is working nicely, and it's in a local environment. It's very good for it, from what I can hear. Delta Hotel 6 Lima Papa W1 said what?
Roger, Delta 6 Lima Papa returning. Yes, I built some antennas for 80 meters, and I got very good results. With around 4 meters long antenna for 80 meters, my first contact was to Brasilia. 5 and 7 in San Jose, okay. I wish you a nice evening, Bill. I think yes, you are my reference station for testing antennas here for the next time. Bill, thank you for the nice contact. I am a little bit in the background here. And I wish you 73 from Bavaria. Bye-bye, my friend. Delta 6 Lima Papa, will signing off.
All right, 73s and a great signal coming through here into Rhode Island. Just a beautiful copy. All the best from Rhode Island, Delta Hotel 6 Lima Papa, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Thank you, Bill. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Choose. Is there a station calling there? I can't, I don't know if I can copy it or not. W1 Zulu Yankee. Again, please. Yeah, I can't. You're in the noise. Where are you? Are you stateside? Yeah, you're way in my noise level. Unfortunately, I can't pull you out. Over. Yeah, again, I cannot copy you, unfortunately. I'm trying to dial the TS-830 in, but I just can't pull you out. Over.
I can relay for you, Bill. He's got a question for you, K9RM.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he wanted to know how many windings you have on your coil at the bottom of the antenna there.
0. I think he's talking about the other guy, Chuck. Over.
Oh. Did you copy that there, APE, over? Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, Bill's running verticals, but he doesn't have the coil there, so... Anyway, yeah, it was VA3, APE was calling you there, asking the question there, Bill. Anyway, happy belated Easter to you, and yeah, I've been listening to you for a while. Enjoy listening there. Anyway, carry on. W1ZY, K9RM.
Hey, make a transmission, Chuck. I was looking east. Make a transmission, Chuck. I was looking east, over.
Yeah, well, I was hearing you fine. You were about 10 over 9. Now you're, you're better over 20 over 9 now.
Yeah, you're 40 over, Chuck, over.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, you're solid. You're 20 over 9 right now, so still good direct path. But was interesting earlier was as your signal was you were getting that null in the back. You went almost down to nothing. It had a really hollowy sound there, and your signal sort of worked its way back to S9 plus a little bit. But anyhow, it's sounding good, and I'm just enjoying while I'm doing some other stuff in the shack. I've been listening to you, I don't know, probably an hour. I don't know. It's been a while. I think I tuned in when you were working the VE9ZY, and you guys were talking, antennas and all that kind of stuff. And then so I've been listening all along. I talked to Bob VK6KJ there earlier myself, and he was doing really good propagation. So anyways, hope everything's well, and sound like you're having really good results with the antennas there. It's working great. W1ZY, K9RM.
Yeah, thanks to you, Chuck. I mean, you always helping me out with all of the requests and the front to backs and all the other stuff that goes along with that. HI. Yeah, and I'm doing some stuff here with the 830. I did a double bypass surgery on it with this relay. I got 2 relays in it now. And I took out the first stage of the mic amplifier. I'm going right into those little buffers that go into the balance modulator, I think it is. And I gotta go. I want to give it some more audio. I got to turn I have it almost set perfectly, but I want to raise the audio level on it a little bit. I think I used I used my test signal was too great for the little box, or take some pads out or something. I can pop the lid on the thing and turn the screwdriver on a trimmer I have in there to get the audio up, but I would have to realign the speech processor. Anyway, I've been having fun doing that, and I'm happy to see the rig not doing its fault anymore, which was the main reason I went in. Anyway, you're sounding great, and you're really loud. And we'll turn back to the east, but always a pleasure, Chuck. K9RM, W1ZY.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're up to 30 over at the moment here, and man, your audio's excellent. I wouldn't crank more audio in there. To me, I wouldn't, but of course, it's really loud and it's clear. So, anyway, but I'm sure you're gonna always want to try to tweak it a little bit more. That's no problem. But it sounds really good. I like to me, the balance on what you have, audio-wise, is a good balance of high and low frequency, and really awesome signal here too. You're very strong. Just real quick, let me switch to my west antenna. I noticed some pretty good directivity on you there at the moment. See if you see a much difference. That's on the west antenna there. Holy my static crashes are blasting in about 10 over 9 here on the west antenna. Anyway, that's west. And I'm back on the east antenna right now, so I think we got a first hop right now. Signals are peaking there. Go ahead.
About 43 dB, Chuck, over.
Yeah, very good. Interesting. Yeah, I think we're getting the first hop because your signal actually came up. I've been listening to you for a while, and I know you were beaming the other way, but you actually almost disappeared there for a little while and then came back around. So it's kind of weird how the band seems to get really long and then it shortens up again. Anyway, I've been hearing the DX pretty good. Certainly not like you're hearing them, but I'm hearing them pretty good. Copying everybody you're working there. So anyway, a lot of fun just listening to you, Bill, and hearing all the things you're doing with the antennas. It's really amazing. So anyway, congratulations there, and anyway, I'll listen by. I'll let you put out some more calls. I think you're you probably, you may not get too many stations only because they may be all sleeping. I think everybody's sleeping over there, Bill. Maybe you'll wake a few people up. You'll do like I did when I was at my parents' house and I was radiating enough signal. I was coming in through the bathroom sink drain pipe there. Anyway, we'll listen by W1ZY K9RM.
All right, K9RM, W1ZY, beautiful. And that sounds like an interesting feat to pull off. I'm sure that's incredible. I had a 101 science project, electronics thing, that I actually built it myself on a piece of plexiglass, and I put little spring terminals in it and put little components. And I built a relay that would buzz, and then it would take like a 9-volt battery and step it up to AC. And I put one little thin wire on the toilet seat, and I put the other wire into the tank. And one of my sisters went in to go to the bathroom, and boy, she screamed and yelled, Chuck, over.
Yeah, man. I remember doing things like that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that's back in my old younger devious days there, Bill. There. Anyhow, yeah, I heard somebody talking when you were talking there, Bill. Anyway, the station that was talking there, doubling with Bill. Go ahead. This is Bill's frequency. I just wanted to jump in there quick to help him out with a relay. So I'm not going to really hang in here. But anyway, the station that was talking there, go ahead. Okay, hang on. Yeah, okay, hold on a second. There's two stations. Okay, the VE3 and there was a V8. The VA3, okay, on the that was a station I relayed for you, Bill. He was interested, I think, in your book there. What was you said the book about, or you were talking about Bill's book on the static, you said, over? Okay, you was on a static bleed choke. Okay, and there was another station that's still doubling with you there. So the other station, stand by a second. Now, Bill, he was talking about your, I think he was making comments. He was interested in your static bleed choke there.
Yeah, a piece of PVC and some enameled wire, or you can pay $45 to get one from Array Solutions. Over.
Okay, he wants to know how many windings you put on that there, Bill.
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter as long as I don't know. About maybe 4 or 5 inches worth. The more, the safer you are on 40 meters. Over.
He's asking if it was really helpful.
Yeah, it is. It takes out certain types of static buildup, especially when it's like raining or snowing. Over.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no problem. And there's a VE3 station that came in there. Go ahead. Yeah, VE3FJN. This is K9RM. Name's Chuck, and I'm talking to Bill W1ZY. It was actually his frequency here, so go ahead there, over. Yeah, okay. What's your name there? Go ahead. Okay, Colin, no problem. You're good. 10 over 9 near Indianapolis. My name's Chuck, and okay, I'm not hearing Bill too well. No, so Skip's probably just long enough. He's skipping over you there. He's got a very low angle radiating antenna. So VE3FJN. I'll say good evening. I'm gonna let you take it back there, Bill. I didn't mean to take it over, but anyway. Glad I was able to relay that, and And yeah, if you need any antenna tests or whatever, just let me know. I'll be glad to do it at any time. Anyway, W1ZY K9RM.
All right, K9RM, W1ZY, looking back to the east. Appreciate it, Chuck. And what are you doing? Are you cleaning up the shack tonight? What's your activity?
No, well, no. I did clean up the shack, but not tonight. I did yesterday. No, I'm actually here on the computer, and I was just trying to get caught up on a few emails and some texts and stuff. For the, I was just reaching out now and then to some family members and stuff. So just kind of getting caught up on trying to be sociable a little bit here. Go ahead.
Oh, very good. Awesome. Alrighty, 73s, and it's good to know that you're there, Chuck. It's always a pleasure, and good to know that you're hanging out, listening on the frequency as another set of big ears. K9RM, W1ZY.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm always just curious to see what I can hear, with the measly 3-element antenna here. So anyway, nothing special, but. Yeah, your antenna's working great, so really interesting, and I was going to listen west and talk to some people west there tonight, but the noise level's like 10 over 9. I don't know if you're hearing it out there, but there's a lot of static out west tonight. Anyway, I'll listen by for a little bit more, and I'm going to head off to bed here. Hope you have a good evening there, Bill. W1ZY, K9RM.
Clean. Okay, I was listening to the west, and I hear some, but not bad. It's below S9. There's somebody from the east calling. Go ahead, over.
Good evening. Sierra Papa 5, Indian Nancy Queen.
Hey, Sugar Papa 5, Indian Nancy, Quebec, W1 Zulu Yankee. Good to hear you coming through. And Dzień dobry. You're 59, 5 and 9, and always a good signal. Sugar Papa 5, India, Norway, Quebec, W1ZY.
W1ZY, SP5INQ. Hello. Good evening, sir. Thanks so much for answer. 5-9 as usual. Zenek, New York. So we have one more holiday. One day more holiday tomorrow. The Monday is a free in Poland. W1ZY, SP5INQ.
Very good. SP5INQ, W1ZY. You're coming through very nicely, Zenek. You're 59. You're peaking a little bit over. So it's good to hear you coming through so nicely. I think we have some nice propagation here tonight, especially out towards you in Eastern Europe. We're actually jacked up our power to a kilowatt to try to get the tubes. We're running 1 kilowatt tonight, Zenek, and it's overcast day, rainy and overcast. And we hope to have some sun tomorrow. Sugar Papa 5, India, Norway, Quebec, W1ZY.
W1ZY, SP5INQ. That was sunny to the late afternoon, and in the evening we get some rain with thunderstorm, and finally get 4 millimeters per square meter in the water. Best wishes. 73, see you next day. W1ZY, SP5INQ.
73s, do widzenia.
Hi, do widzenia.
Yesterday.
QRZ. The India, Canada, over.
Michael, United X-ray 9, India, Canada. Good evening, Mr. Dave. Over.
Hey, good morning. United X-ray 9, India, Canada, W1ZY. Good to hear you coming through. You're about a 58 to 59 into Rhode Island, and good to hear you. Always a good signal coming through. United X-ray 9, India, Charlie, W1ZY.
Good evening, 5-9, 10 over 9, ticket signal. US Vegas today, US my thunders are there, so open email today. Thank you, goodbye.
All right, Pasiba, and thank you for the report. United X-ray 9, India, Charlie, W1ZY, do widzenia.
Okay, thank you. All power, 45 on the bow,
Victor 5-4. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
59 Oleg, 23 dB over, just very nice. 73s, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama.
Okay, very good copy. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
73. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ. Hello, CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island, getting used to new settings. Calling CQ. Hello, CQ. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island, calling CQDX. Standing by.
W1 Zulu Yankee from Victor Oscar 1 November Charlie.
Victor Oscar 1 November Charlie, W1ZY. Good evening. A big signal. You're 59, about 15 dB over into Rhode Island, and my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, over.
Yeah, okay, Bill. Very fine. Good copy. Name here is Barry. Bravo Alpha Romeo Yankee Barry, and my QTH is Newfoundland. Located on the eastern coast of Newfoundland, dear Bill. Nice thing up. You're 5'9 plus 20 in the clear. No problem at all. Go ahead.
Beautiful, Barry. And how's your weather up there? Are the plants, are the flowers coming up, and is it getting warm up there, or is it still snow covered?
Still on the cool side there, Bill. Temperature now, well, right now it's 9 degrees Celsius, plus 9 degrees, so it is warming up. We do not have no snow on this part of the island. I live on the eastern coast. There is still a little snow on the northern peninsula, on the northern coast of Newfoundland. That's toward Labrador. Those guys still have some snow. But we haven't had much snow this year at all, really. I just had the snow blower once a year, so it hasn't been too bad, you know. But it is warming up there, Bill. It's been, today has been mixed, I guess. It's been mostly sunny, and then it clouded over, and we had some showers. So just typical spring weather for Newfoundland. Go ahead.
Yep, absolutely, and that's good news. I'm glad you didn't say it was like, 80 degrees or something like that. That would be kind of upsetting because we don't want to hear these types of temperatures right now. But yeah, great signal coming into Rhode Island, southern Rhode Island. We're running about 1 kilowatt, and the antenna is 2 verticals. We're right on the ocean, and the rig's a TS-830S. We just keep on repairing Barry HI. VO1 November Charlie, W1ZY.
W1ZY. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if we worked before, Bill. I used to talk to a station there who was running 2 vertical antennas on 40, and had them out in a swampy area. I don't know if that's yourself or not. Go ahead.
I wouldn't call it a swamp there, Barry, over.
No, there was another station on there I used to talk to quite regularly there a while back. He used to try and make a nice few contacts in the Euro, Yeah, the band is open there tonight, I must say. We're also receiving stations from the UK as well, equally strong like yourself there, Bill. Age here, I'm 61 years old. I'm retired. I retired there about 4 years ago. I work with the government of Newfoundland and Labrador, so after 31 years with those guys, I have my time in, so I retired, so we do have a bit of time to play radio now. My equipment, right now I'm just working off the ICOM 7410 antenna. I have a wire antenna. I'm using a wire antenna. I'm using off-center fed dipole at about 45 feet, I guess. No amplifier running here right now. I'm just running about 75 watt, dear Bill. W1ZY, Victor Oscar 1, November Charlie.
All right, Victor Oscar 1, November Charlie, W1ZY. You're 20 over 9 right now. Just a fantastic signal coming through.
And so you're really pounding in down here tonight, Barry. Just a fantastic. I wouldn't ever been able to guess that you were running 100 watts. So very nice propagation coming through tonight. And we been working on the radio this afternoon and did a bunch of repairs or mending. We have a bad relay in it. We got one coming on the way, but it's taking a while, so we did essentially double bypass surgery on this thing. I put another double pole relay in there and then kind of wired it to take over the contacts that are failing on the original relay. And then did some work on the audio inside of it and rerouted some audio, bypassing the first stage of the rig's transistor and just going right, jumping past that using an external processor box, a homemade box. And I'm still not used to it. I have I think I need to go. I did some alignment, but I need to go back in and make one more adjustment to give it a little bit more audio, so I don't have to have the knobs up so high. And then I think that might be working out. But dark here, again, we're in the middle of the marsh, not a swamp, a marsh, tidal salt marsh, and we're coming up onto high tide. So the radials are getting submerged right now. I think the tide's going to be at the maximum. It's going to be a big one, too. It's going to be almost 4 feet. At 10:30, I think it is. So about an hour from now. I've got some bean soup in the crock pot that I put on warm. It's reheating some soup. And I have a couple of hot dogs in there, which I think are going to be pretty much ready at this point. Slow-cooked hot dogs for dinner tonight, Barry. VO1, November Charlie, W1, ZY.
Okay, there, Bill. W1, Z-Boy. Okay, and the hot dogs, very fine. Yeah, it's about 11 p.m. here now, local time and that. So we're about to call it quits, I guess. Run the move pretty well all day today. Yeah, okay, very fine. Nice sounding station indeed. Yeah, I received my license back in 1982. And, of course, never had much money back then for amateur radio gear. And we picked up an HW101, and we used the HW101 for quite a few years. And we also had a little QRP rig, that's the HW8. I guess you guys can remember that one. And that. So anyhow, we worked that for maybe 2 or 3 years, and then we went ahead. We did save up enough money then to go ahead and buy an ICOM. So we bought an ICOM 745, and I've been using ICOM, I guess, ever since, Bill. But I still like the old tube radios. I still like the old HW101s and that. And matter of fact, I just sold my SP200 there a couple of days ago, and that. So there it is. I guess we're getting spoiled, Bill. Solid state, I do have it spoiled right now, But anyhow, it's still fun to use the older rigs and to fool around with them there. And I tell you, as you know, when you walk into a ham shack and you smell the old tubes there, half the old rigs, and that it's different, It's nicer, right? Solid state is nice, but the hands-on is a lot better, Bill. Okay, Bill, very fine. Anyhow, I'm going to take off here now. I'm going to call it a night, I guess. Matter of fact, I haven't been on 40 meters very much at all. I do work a little bit of 20 and 80, and I did have the opportunity of working 160, something I haven't done for quite a long while. I used to work 160 back first when I got my license, and I never worked again for years. So this winter past, I put up a long wire antenna, and anyhow, I had a great bit of fun on 160. So I think next year and that we're going to spend a bit more time on 160 as well. Anyhow, sir, I wish you all the best, and I wish you a good night, and easy on the hot dogs. There, Bill. W1ZY from Victor Oscar 1, November Charlie.
Orange VO1 NC W1ZY. Beautiful transmission, Barry. And again, you're very loud here into my TTH tonight.
and during your transmission, we put you on the house speakers, and we're able to recover a bowl of this soup, which is looking good, and even got one of the hot dogs in the bun. They're they're from Coney Island, so they're good ones. But I understand we don't want to eat too many of them. Hey, 73s, and all the best, and we hope to hear you again with that huge signal of yours coming in down the coast here. VO1 November Charlie, W1 said what?
Yeah, W1 Zad Boy, VO1 NC. Okay, Bill, very fine. Your audio is also great as well. It's almost broadcast quality audio. Very nice. No QRM and no QSB on your signal whatsoever. You're solid. You're just solid there. No problem. Okay, Bill, look forward to talking to you again sometime. Enjoy your hot dog and talk later. Victor Oscar 1, November Charlie Clear. 73.
73s.
W1ZY from November 3 Hotel Echo.
November 3 Hotel Echo, W1ZY. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello. My name's Dave. Diamonds are very expensive, and I'm in Cincinnati. And I heard the other day that you're an antenna experimenter par excellence. Is that true?
Wow, I don't know who was saying that. I don't think it's true. I just got some good people helping me out and teaching me, my friend over.
Yeah, his name is Dave. Diamonds are very expensive, Dave. Well, I'm operating a remote. I've got an old AT&T microwave set up here that was scrapped years ago, and bought it for a song 3 years ago, and finally get it on the air. And now I'm ready to experiment with antennas. And I heard you say you're an experimenter. I wonder what you've done with high rotary antennas. Over.
High rotary antennas?
Yeah, ones that turn.
Oh, nothing at all. Over.
Oh, rat. I'm sorry to hear that. I got some ideas about antennas that I've been looking to discuss with various people, and that's why I gave you a shout.
I'm a Marconi man, Dave. Vertical antennas, over.
Okay. I didn't catch that, although when I heard you say it, when you live in the salt marsh, yeah, I understand why you got verticals.
It's a very organic fit. The surroundings and then the verticals themselves are perfectly set up for it. But yeah, let me flip them on you. I did flip them on you to turn over to you. But yeah, they're pretty. They work pretty well, and they require some. I have to go off and get some seagrass that is floated onto the radials. The last 2 days we had a lot of wind and rain. And the place is flooding. It floods twice a day, but right now it's like a new moon or something, so it's very high floods. They're about 4 feet. The high tide's coming up to about an hour, and it's a big one. It's about 4 feet. So a lot of debris gets attached to the radial system. I have them elevated about 1.5 feet or 2 feet above the floor of the marsh to try to get them all to go underwater at the same time when the tide comes in and leaves. But yeah, they're fun, and it's fun to tune them and to learn from them, Dave. November 3 Hotel Echo, W1 said what?
Okay. Do you use beverages there at all?
I tried, but the conductivity's too high for the beverages, over.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I had a friend in Brumpkin years ago, about 50 years ago. He had probably the only dry ground there. We strung about 1,000-foot beverages, took us full of wire and walked it down. I tell you what, 80 meters sounded like 20 meters on a contest weekend that evening. It's amazing.
Yes, beverages I've had at a previous QTH. I had some beverages out, and they are just incredible. They are much different than what I'm listening to right now, which is on the transmitting antennas. And you can never tell. Some nights they work incredibly well, and other nights it's marginal. It changes. Make aware of that element of the propagation of what's going on any given night, being able to switch around to different types of antennas.
that are sensitive to different things. So I do miss them having some kind of a receive antenna. But it is what it is, Dave. N3HEW1 said what?
Yeah, W1ZY from N3HE. How about receiving loops, small loops? You ever tried that?
No, I haven't. The area here has got pretty good reception. The only time I get into trouble is when there's static buildup on the antennas. There's nothing around me right now. There's a lot of cottages, but they're all shut down. And there's a restaurant next door. But no real problem hearing things so far, Dave, over.
Yeah, I'm just curious about that. I have the site I've got has a 120-foot tower. And man, the precipitatic the other night was just terrible. The precipitatic was thin overnight. It went on for hours. I don't, other than taking the antennas down, I don't know what to do about that.
I totally understand and agree with that. Last night was really bad. It was going for a while, and then it would stop, and then it would start up again. We had some wind and some rain coming in. I thought there were bleed chokes on the towers, on the antennas that take out some of it, like a static charge in the air will get off the antennas much more quickly with the chokes. But it doesn't take all of it out, or something is flowing through it or something. There's also some sort of a line noise. I think it's across the other side of the marsh to the northeast, which is like 10 over 9. It comes on. It sounds like I don't know, it might be a pole insulator or somebody welding or something. And it's really devastating. But you get some pretty good, nice, very low angle stuff coming in here with these DX signals and such. They're pretty loud. And we don't have too many people around with the consumer devices, with the little parasitic switching supplies, Dave, and all that stuff. That's really, it really kills it with the verticals. They just really suck all that stuff in. So we'll see what happens as the season continues and people start arriving here for the summer. N3HEW1 said what?
Yeah, W1ZY from N3HE. It's funny. I have an intermittent buzzing, welding type sound. Just what you described. It peaks and then it goes away and then it comes back. Is that what yours does?
Yeah, it just starts up and it sounds like it's some sort of atmospheric, like a discharge on the antennas, and then just stops, and then sometimes it comes back.
You know, I'm beginning to think the Chinese have got a large satellite up there that nobody's talking about that does that. Honest to goodness, I am.
I don't know. I've asked people, I said, can you hear that? And they're like, no. And when I flip to the southwest, it totally disappears. So I think, well, maybe it's something to do with my my switching or something like that. Maybe I'm generating it in a relay or something. But I switched the cables around. That's not it. But it's somewhere to the northeast of me, and it's just it's been here ever since I got here.
Does it have a fairly whoop 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 type fade to it?
No, it sounds like a static, like a line noise.
Well, what I meant was that it down here, what you're describing, it's the same thing that I'm thinking it is. It varies. It varies. In other words, it's soft, loud, soft, loud, soft, loud, like that.
No, this is like 10 over 9. Just like it's just it's devastating.
It will be replaced with the Yankee, yes, one of these days, when the weather gets a little more copacetic. And I'll be interested to see how directional it is. Right now, I just got the dipole sitting up there. It's the included angle in the inverted V is about 50 degrees, which means it hears just about as well anywhere as it does in its, quote, favorite directions, unquote, over.
Well, very good. We had a very safe antenna to have up there. In terms of if the winds are really high, they have a good survival rate. Hey, the band's taking a huge shift here, so I'll say 73s and before the bottom falls out. But good to talk to you and good to meet you, Dave, here in Rhode Island. November 3 Hotel Echo W1 said what?
Very good, Bill. Thank you very much for taking a break from DXing and to talk to me about it. I'm sure we'll hear each other on the band. I can't wait to get that Yankee up. Believe it or not, I can have power. I can stack two of them. Not rotate both of them. At least I can stack two of them, and I'll be loud in one direction anyway. Wish you well. Best regards, and see you in the pileup. What can I say? Down the timeline. W1ZY, this is N3. Happy ending. Talk to you later, Bill.
Alrighty, 73's Dave. All the best. W1ZY.
W1ZY, W0 Papa Kilowatt Zulu.
W0 Papa Kilo Zulu, W1ZY. Good evening, over.
Good evening, Bill. I'm curious on that noise. I think you're operating an older rig, judging by the frequency you're on. But I wonder if you've ever looked at that noise with the spectrum scope, because I have that here, and it's 20 kCY. It comes up several places on all bands. It shifts around. Like you say, it sounds like a line noise. But if you look at it on the scope, it's got about a, I don't know, 8 to 10 kc.
Okay, let me come back in,
to the right-hand side, then it dips into a little nose, and then it comes to about a 2 or 3 kc sharper peak on the up frequency end of it. So I'm just wondering if you ever look at it like that.
I don't have a spectrum scope, Harry, but I scanned it with the receiver. I've dialed it, and it's broad. It's up on other bands. It's on 80 meters. It's even up on 20 meters. It sounds like it's a salt-covered, insulator on a pole or something. But I don't think that's what it is, because when I flip to the southwest, I cannot hear it. It's gone. So I don't know. Maybe something in my installation or something. I think that Dave wants to get back in. W0PKZ with N3HE, W1ZY.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Bill. W0PKZ, this is N3HE. Happy ending to Cincinnati. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I wonder if you, I bought one of those little expert SDR2 radios that as soon as I get a good enough antenna, I want to connect it up to it and start looking at that noise. I'm dying to do that. But is that what you're doing to look at it? Something like that? It's a little. The thing I'm talking about is a little SDR radio. Over.
Well, I've got a 7610 here, and it's got the spectrum scope, and I had a Sunday morning schedule this morning, and it was right on frequency. It'll take a jump. It's 20 kCY wide. And every now and then it'll take a jump and change frequencies, and sometimes it'll completely go away. And it seemed to have appeared here a couple of months ago. I didn't notice it before that, but I've got it on virtually all bands. I haven't looked at the spacing. Right now it's up at about 7250 or so, but this morning it was on 7208. And kind of wandering back and forth a little bit. So I've looked at it extensively on the spectrum scope here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that information. I have a remote site with an antenna 120 feet high, and man, I hear that a lot of the time. It was on almost all last week. What am I trying to say? Not continuously, but just what you said, comes and goes. And I didn't have, at that time, I still need a better antenna. I'm running a remote station here. My actual transmitter is the K3, just 100 watts. The actual station is about 25 miles from where I am, and what I need to do is get out to the remote site and start looking at that signal, and I can maybe give another corner on it. You said you don't have one of those little radios. This thing plugs into the back of my computer. So I don't want to let you out. W1ZY, your turn. N3HE.
I'm eating dinner. Over to you, Harry.
Over to you, W0PKZ.
Over to you, Harry. I'm eating dinner.
Okay. Name is Hank. My grandfather was Harry, but that's okay. Well, the thing is, I've got a noise chaser here. I've got a 135 megahertz AM receiver with a 3-element beam, and I started chasing it down in cold weather. And being cold, and I'm a warm-blooded mammal, I didn't follow it through very much. But from what I could tell, by the way, I also have a solar array here, and I eliminated that. But as far as I could tell, it was coming from some direction in the possibly northwest direction. But no, I don't have, other than the 7610, I don't have a plug-in SDR receiver or anything like that. I've got a 7300 and a couple of 7610s. It shows up on all of them, on all bands, and most of the time. So anyway, I'll do more tracking now that the weather's warming up and so forth. But I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one experiencing it, because I thought it might have been locally generated. N3HE, W0PKZ.
Yeah, W0PKZ from N3HE. Thank you, Hank. I wrote the wrong thing down on my logbook here. I just got this little receiver. It plugs into a USB port, and it's very small. It's the size of a thumb drive, and man, it is sensitive. I have about a 30-foot wire on it now, and even with the terrible noise I've got down in this urban location here, I can hear all sorts of things all over the place. But now that since you, thanks for saying something about that. Just like you said, thank you for saying something about it. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm going nuts or not. And one of my conspiracy theories is that the Chinese have got a big satellite or a group of them up there, and they're messing with they're messing with our minds. I don't know how far we want to go down that road. What do you think? Over.
Okay. So I've got a time-wave ANC4 here, and it got so bad that I took my 5BTV vertical and hooked it up to the ANC4 as a noise antenna, and it still isn't a good enough antenna to take it completely out. I can take it from an S9 sometimes down to an S1, and other times I can only bring it down to about an S5. But it's totally aggravating. It does wander, and like I said, it's 22 kcs wide, something like that. But the structure of it is always consistent. There's always a broad peak to the right-hand side, about maybe 8 to 10 kc wide, and there's always a narrow peak on the left-hand side of it with a spike in that peak, and that's the one. That's the portion of it that generates the most disturbance. I can't really tune that out. So if you take a pencil and start at the right, and maybe draw a 1/4 of an inch peak for about an inch and a half, then drop it down to about an 1/8 of an inch for about a 1/4 of an inch, and then peak it up to
maybe about 3/8 of an inch, or about 3/8 of an inch and drop it down again. If you can visualize that, that's about the waveform that I'm getting here. But as I said, it roams not completely up and down the band, but it roams up and down the band maybe 25, 30 kc, but it's on all bands in different spots. So I've got to plot how far apart the interference is on every band because it shows up in several places. So anyway, conditions are getting a little rough here. I'm sorry about that. I'm glad somebody else is seeing it because I've heard other people talk about it, but I haven't heard anybody that's really looked at it on the scope and watched it as I have. So it's 3AT with WXY 0 per kilowatt fluid.
Now, hold on a second. I got to retune this thing. There we go. Much more better. Okay, W0 PKX and W1XY. 10-3AG here. I'm thinking about this noise. You're describing what I can hear. I've heard with my own ears. It's high on one side and low on the other. Right now, I don't.
Echo 5 Victoria. Thanks for taking my call, Lewis. Name here's Jan, Julie Alpha November. I got you good.
Interested in it, what typical has it also, so I took them both at the same time and passed both of them there. QSL. They get the animation comes out here.
I did not get Sherman. I'm sorry. Nancy King.
Yeah, Hank, my name is Dave. Diamonds are very expensive. Dave, over.
Okay. That's as bad as my PK's phonetic standards, kangaroos, and zebras. But whatever works. Okay, Dave, well, it's been a pleasure. And I operate all bands when they're open, and even operate a lot of them when they're not open. There's always somebody around. So I hang out down at the floor under 40 and below 3800 on 75 and down around 1.86 on 160 and so forth. So I'm usually around. So maybe we'll hook up with you again. I'm going to get the frequency back to Bill here. My apologies, Bill. N3HEW0 PKZ.
Okay, very good, Hank. Yeah, I I got tagged with that Diamonds Are Very Expensive by a ZS6 about 60 or 61 years ago. I was just a kid, and he says, oh, another one of those Diamonds Are Very Expensive guys. I loved it. Well, anyway, good evening to you. I'm gonna hit the hay pretty shortly because 6 o'clock comes early in the morning. If you don't, 7th Street, I'm gonna get an antenna up of some kind for this little receiver and see what I can hear. W0PKX and W0PKZ and W1ZY. This has been 3HE. Really clear, and I'm out of here. Bye.
Okay, Dave, take care. Thanks for the info on the noise, and good luck. Like I said, it seems to be coming from the north-northwest, but I'm going to do some more looking. W0PKZ, relinquishing the frequency to Whiskey 1, Yokohama. Sorry, Bill.
Not a problem, and always a pleasure, Hank. Not a problem. And we are looking forward to more photographs. Over.
Oh, okay, Bill. Yeah, I couldn't resist because I talked to a lot of people about this noise. They don't know what I'm talking about, and you seem to be experiencing about the same thing. So I guess the next step is to see if your frequency width of the noise is about the same as mine. And I started to think it's a little bit less than 20 kc wide, but I can pick it up about any time of day, anytime I want to. So good luck. And I'm sorry, it seems to settle in, ironically, on the frequency that you want to operate at any given time. And I know it's just coincidence because I've tracked it a lot, but it just seems to do that. So 73's Bill, will talk to you again sometime when you're not doing propagation work. And you're doing a good job here. Interesting reading. W1ZY, W0PKZ.
All right, thank you so much. And, you know, the noise that is affecting me is broad. In other words, there's some kind of a local line noise that I'm talking about. There is another noise which sounds like a switching power supply that kind of drifts slowly over the frequency and such. It's really obnoxious. I've heard it a couple times. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Hank. Over.
It sounds like it. Excuse me. That's the first thing I look for because it appeared a few months ago when I hadn't changed any equipment. But this will waver around, not waver, but it'll shift around the same frequency for a while, then it'll totally zip off and go somewhere else. And but it's in several places at the same time on any given band. So it's generating multiple instances of itself. But that sounds like the one that I'm talking about more than your line noise there, Bill.
Yeah, that thing's obnoxious. I've heard it a couple times, and I kind of hang on the frequency, but if it sticks around too long, I will go and am spray. I'll get out out of its way. No reason to keep around it. All right, 73s. We'll turn back over to the east and see what's happening. Probably nothing, but we'll give it a shot anyway. 73s, and always a pleasure. Whiskey 0, Papa Kilo Zulu, W1ZY.
Okay, Bill, happy Easter, and have fun. We'll catch you later. W0PKZ, QS1.
73. Looking out towards the east, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY calling CQ, CQDX, checking out propagation to the east into Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island calling CQ. Hello, CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island calling CQDX. CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island calling CQDX. Standing by. CQ, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, CQ, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, calling CQDX, standing by. Checking propagation out to Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, calling CQDX, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQDX from Rhode Island, checking out propagation to the east from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island, standing by. CQ, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, calling CQ, hello, CQDX. Looking into Europe, into Russia, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1ZY, standing by. CQ, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, CQ, CQDX, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello, CQDX, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Check your propagation out into Europe. From W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. In Rhode Island. Check your propagation out into Europe. From W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, calling CQDX, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, and Rhode Island, calling CQDX, standing by. Propagation out into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQDX, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, Whiskey 1, Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, W1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama.
W1 Zulu Yankee. Checking propagation out into Europe. From W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. Yankee 5, Radio Alpha Bravo, W1 Zulu Yankee. Thank you for the call. We run at 57, 5 by 7. My name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Good to hear you coming through. Yankee 5, Radio Alpha Bravo, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
You faded out into the noise, but go ahead again. Oh, Venezuela. Wait a second. I'm beaming the wrong way. Stand by.
Said why, over.
Okay, QSL. My name is Antonio from Caracas, Venezuela.
Yeah, you're 59 plus about 5. 59 plus about 5, Antonio, over.
Okay, thank you. 5 by 9 for you. I stay in Caracas, Venezuela. You in Rhode Island?
That is correct, over. It's the smallest state in the United States. The smallest state in the United States. It's near Massachusetts and Connecticut. Up in New England, the eastern coast of the U.S. Antonio, over.
Okay. Thank you for your information. 73 and thanks for the contact.
We're 10 dB over, 59 plus 10. Just a beautiful signal. 73, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQ South America. Standing by. CQ calling CQ South America, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. Turning back to the east.
W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 ZY, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQDX. Checking propagation out to the east. From W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Checking out propagation to the east from Rhode Island. Checking propagation to Russia, Middle East. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Calling CQDX. CQDX into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Checking propagation out into the east towards Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by.
Uniform Yankee 3, Lima Alpha. Uniform Yankee 3, Lima Alpha calling out.
United Yankee 3, Lima Alpha from W1 Zulu Yankee. Good to hear you coming through. You're about a 5758. 5758. My name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima Lima. Good signal. United Yankee 3, Lima Alpha, W1 Zulu Yankee. Over.
W1 Zulu Yankee, uniform Yankee 3, Lima Alpha. Good evening, dear Bill.
Thank you very much for 934.
And Airport Trail, Highway 8 for 2555 by line 59, nice front signal. My name is Nick, and I November, Italy, Charlie, Kilo. November, Italy, Charlie, Kilo, Nick. And my location is east part of Ukraine, east of Ukraine. Whiskey 1 for uniform Yankee 3, Lima Alpha. Did you copy me, Bill?
Yeah, you're 59 plus a... I guess I was looking at the wrong switch here. 59 plus 5, just beautiful copy on you. And my compliments on the signal, just a beautiful signal. I'm running about 1 kilowatt. And my antenna is 2 verticals, and we're right on the ocean next to, on the south coast of Rhode Island. A beautiful signal, Nick. United Yankee 3, Lima Alpha, W1 Z1.
W1 Zulu Yankee, US 3, Lima Alpha. Yes, Roger, Bill. Thanks a lot for information about your working condition, and thank you for your report. And congratulations, your 1 kilowatt on your antenna. Fine business job on 14 meters band. I have simple equipment, a Drycom transceiver and a linear amplifier running about 400 whiskey, and Kenneth dipole inverse of V, dipole inverse of V, power 15 meters, 15 meters, top on Jerusalem and third block of flat. It's approximately 45 meters above the ground level. So, nice to meet you, dear Bill. Thank you very much for the cue, Paul. Hope to meet you soon, and all the way back. Good luck, my DDX and 73 from Ukraine. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, uniform Yankee 3, Lima Alpha.
Right, beautiful signal coming through, and the antenna is fantastic. It's just a beautiful copy. 73s, and I hope you had a good Easter. 73s, United Yankee 3, Lima Alpha, W1 Z1.
Yes, Roger, dear Bill. Happy holidays to you. Thank you. 73.
73. QRZ, CQ, W1 Z1. CQDX, W1, Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. I hear a station in there, but in the noise. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island. Checking propagation out into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling C2DX. Standing by. Lima Delta, Lima Delta. I got a number 6, Lima Delta. Number 6, Lima Delta, but no more copy. Again, please, W1 Zulu Yankee, over. Thank you for the 58, and again, difficult copy. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima Lima, QTH is Rhode Island, Radio Italy. Good to hear you coming through, but I need to get your call sign. United Kilo 6, Lima Delta, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
Lima Delta from action. Radio number 6, Lima Delta. Radio 6,
Radio 6, Lima Delta. Radio 6, Lima Delta. Very good. Good to hear you. You're about a 5 and 6. 56. 5 by 6. Radio 6 Lima Delta, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
Thank you very much, man, for the 4583.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for the 5x8. It's good to hear you coming through, and we're very happy to make the contact. 73s and Basiba from Rhode Island. Radio 6 Lima Delta, W1 Zulu Yankee, 73. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, checking out propagation, checking out a new transmitter setting, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee. Checking out propagation into Europe and Russia, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. Is that Romania?
No, negative.
What is your call sign, please?
Is one old friend.
An old friend. Very good. I didn't do it, and I'm sorry that you married her. Over?
No. It is station from Europe, but you forget.
I can't imagine who this is, and we hope to find out. Over. Is that 9 Alpha 2, November, Quebec? 9 Alpha 2, November, Quebec. 9 Alpha 3, November, Quebec. That's a interesting call sign, and I don't remember. So we're very happy to make the contact, and it's good to hear you coming through. 9 Alpha 3, November, Quebec. W1 Zulu Yankee, over. Good to hear you. It's been a long time, I believe. You're about a 56 to 58, 56 to 58. So difficult copy sometimes, but most of the time I can understand you. I can get your words. So very happy to hear you coming through. And we are in Rhode Island, Radio Italy, and we're very happy to hear you coming through. 9 Alpha 3, November, Quebec, W1 Zulu Yankee.
QSL Bill, no need to explain what is your QTH. I know it's Rhode Island, and you are very strong.
between 9 Alpha 2, November, Quebec, W1 Zulu Yankee. Very good to hear you coming through. And very nice temperatures. Very nice temperatures coming through into the summertime. No spring, just summertime in HI. Incredible. And over here it's cold, and we had rain 2 days, high winds and rain. But hopefully tomorrow will be a little better. We always hope for a better day tomorrow when we get the bad weather. 73s from Rhode Island, and we look forward to more QSOs from you. Bono. We hope to hear you again with more QSOs. 9 Alpha 2, November, Quebec, W1 Zulu Yankee, over. Alpha 3, November, Quebec. I got it, Bono. Over. 73 Bono, and thank you again for the contact. All the best from Rhode Island. 9 Alpha 3, November, Quebec. W1 Zulu Yankee is 73. Check your propagation into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, and Rhode Island. Check your propagation to Europe. Standing by. CQDX, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, and Rhode Island. Check your propagation out into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, looking for Russia, Eastern Europe, Middle East, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Check the propagation into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, in Rhode Island, calling CQDX. Standing by. Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Check the propagation out into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Checking out propagation to Europe, to Russia, and other places. To the east, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. CQDX, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. in Rhode Island. Checking out propagation to Europe, Russia, and Middle East. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. In Rhode Island, calling CQDX, Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by.
Uniform Bravo for Foxtrot Echo Romeo.
Uniform Bravo 4, Fox Echo Radio. W1 Zulu Yankee, Pasiba, 58, 5 and 8 in Rhode Island. Radio Italy, Rhode Island. My name is Bill, Bravo India Lima Lima. Good signal. United Bravo 4, Fox Echo Radio. W1 Zulu Yankee.
Okay, Roger, QSL. Uniform 5 by 5, 5 by 6, 5 by 6, with signal. My name Alexander, my name. QSL, over.
Roger, Alexander. Roger. My name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. And my QTH is Rhode Island. You're 58. Beautiful copy. What time do you have? What is your time? What time is it, Alexander? Over.
Okay, Bill, I sent some information. My QTH is 200 kilometers to west of CT10 in Russia. 200 kilometers west of CT10 in Russia.
Roger. Is it 4 o'clock? Is it 4 o'clock in the morning, Alexander? Over.
I understand you. Sorry, I understand you. Over.
Roger. Quebec Tango Radio. Quebec Tango Radio. Quebec Tango Radio. Alexander, over. Okay, never mind. What time? What is the time, HI? 73s. We're running 1 kilowatt, 2 verticals. 1 kilowatt, 2 verticals on the ocean. United Bravo 4, Fox Echo Radio, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
QTR 5 and 310 minutes, 310 minutes, I'm using amplifier 200 watts on and antenna vertical delta loop for its band. Whiskey 1 is Zulu Yankee, it is United Bravo 4, Foxtrot Echo Romeo. I can tell you, over.
Roger, United Bravo 4, Fox Echo Radio, W1ZY, beautiful with the 250 watts and the Delta Loop, vertical Delta Loop, beautiful copy. And it is a very nice signal coming through. My congratulations to you, Alexander. Pasiba for the QSO, and good to hear you coming through. United Bravo 4, Fox Echo Radio, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
Okay, Bill. Thank you very much for answering yourself. Good luck, Mini DX 73, bye-bye.
73s, thank you. W1 Zulu Yankee, 73s. Checking propagation into Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. CQDX, calling CQDX Europe.
W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. In Rhode Island, calling CQDX. CQ, calling CQ Europe. CQ Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. In Rhode Island, calling CQDX. CQ Russia. CQDX Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Shipping propagation into Russia. W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. Lima Zulu 1, Victor Sugar. Lima Zulu 1, Victor Sugar. W1 Zulu Yankee. Go ahead, over.
My name is Val Victor Alpha Lima. Microphone back to you.
Val, a beautiful signal coming in. You're 59, a 5x9 into Rhode Island, and my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. A beautiful copy on you. Lima Zulu 1. Hi, I can't find it on my paper. Lima Zulu 1, Victor Lima, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
My call, this is Lima Zulu 1, Victor Sierra. Lima Zulu 1, Victor Sierra, over. I wrote it on the paper and I couldn't find it. But beautiful to hear you coming through. I'm running about 1 kilowatt.
Two verticals right on the ocean, and you're 59. A beautiful copy coming through for me tonight. Lima Zulu 1, Victor Sugar, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Roger, two verticals and 100, 1, 2. Equipment is Commute Radio, TS 480, 100 watts, and my antenna is End-Fit Half-Wave Echo Foxtrot Hotel Whiskey Antenna. Over.
It's working beautifully. The 100 watts is very good. Very good copy. 59. And a beautiful copy here tonight. I'm very surprised that you are running 100 watts. It sounds like many hundreds of watts. 73s, good morning, and thank you for the call. It's good to hear you coming through. Lima Zulu 1, Victor Sugar, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
Okay, thank you for nice words. Nice to meet you on 40 meter band. Your signal report is 5 and 9, but there is a small QS paper, and you're fading to 5 and 8, 5 and 7, but your signal is stable and readable. Once again, nice to meet you, Bill. Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee, this is Lima Zulu 1, Victor Sugar, 73s.
73s, Val, thank you for that report. All the best from Rhode Island. This is W1 Zulu Yankee. Good morning.
Delta Lima 1, November Kilo Sierra.
Roger, hello. Today, 5 and 7. Take your job and not so strong as yesterday, but 57, Roger.
Roger, you're 59, 5x9, over.
Oh, yes, now getting very good. 5-9 also, it's getting stronger. Perhaps propagation is changing, not sure.
Perhaps my signal report made you change your signal report, over.
No. Always really signal report without preamplifier, and it's always it's a really report, Roger.
I will give you 3 Deutsche Marks for 59 plus 5, Stefan, over.
Okay, very good, yes. 3 Deutsche Marks, long time ago. Now we are playing with the euro, Roger.
Oh, I had the old Deutsche Marks in my bag. I wanted to get rid of them. Hey, how are you, and how was the Thanksgiving, over?
Yes, it was a great Easter time for me. So beautiful couple of days. Temperature 22 degrees, blue sky, sun was shining, and more than 200 kilometers with my bicycle in the last 3 days.
Oh, you put it on the back of your BMW and drove with it, over?
5 and 5.
Oh, beautiful. I'm glad to hear that you have such beautiful temperatures. That's someone just told me that from Europe, that there's beautiful temperatures right now in Germany and in, I forgot where else, someplace else in Europe. So my compliments to you guys.
Over here, it's very kind of cold. It's about maybe 10, 12 degrees, rainy for the last 2 days. But we're hoping for some sunshine coming in soon, Stefan. And again, my compliments on your signal, as always. Delta Lima 1, November Kilo Sierra, W1 Zebra.
Thank you so much for another interesting show. Thank you.
Okay, have a good week, and we talk to you again, Stefan. W1 Zebra. Choose.
QRZ, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Uniform Tango to India Sierra.
United Tango 3, United Tango 3, India Sierra. Is that correct? Thank you for the 59. I have 5758. 5758. My name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Over. Thank you. Спасибо, Yuri. Спасибо, Yuri. До свидания. Have a good week. United Tango 3, India Sugar, W1 Zulu Yankee, 73. CQDX, looking into Europe, from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, calling CQDX Europe, CQ Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQDX Europe. Anybody?
Yankee Oscar 7, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning, Petri. Yankee Oscar 7, Mike Papa Delta. Let me look at your signal, over.
Excellent, Robert. 5959, Mr. Bill, Roger.
Roger, Roger. And you are 58. 5 and 8 this morning, and good to hear you, over.
Yeah, thank you for 5859 for your pleasure. 73, good luck with the X, Mr. Bill. Good luck.
Multimask. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island, calling CQ Europe, CQ Eastern Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Anybody? CQDX, calling CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Anybody? Second publication into Europe from W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island, calling CQ Eastern Europe, CQ Russia, CQ Eastern Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQDX. CQ Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. With the propagation into Europe. From W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Checking propagation into Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by.
Radio Alpha 3, Radio Golf Yankee.
Radio Alpha 3, Radio Golf Yankee. W1 Zulu Yankee. Good morning. You're 57. 5 by 7 in Rhode Island. Over. Radio Alpha 3, Radio Golf Yankee, W1 Zulu Yankee, 57, 57, 5 by 7, over. Alexi, thank you for the 55. Thank you for the 55. Good to hear you this morning. All the best in Dos Vidania. Radio Alpha 3, Radio Golf Yankee, W1 Zulu Yankee, over. Dos Vidania. QRZ. Radio Norway, the radio something, again, Norway Alpha. Radio 1 November Alpha, W1 Zulu Yankee. Good morning, you're 5758, over.
From North Europe to Rhode Island, W1 Zulu Yankee, Radio 1,
Thank you. 5 and 8. 73's Pasiba. CQ W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ Russia, calling CQ Russia, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Absolutely nothing down here.
QRZ. The Whiskey 2. One more time, once again, over. Is that Radio Alpha 2 Delta Yankee? Radio Alpha 2 Delta Yankee, over. Radio Whiskey 2 Delta something, 3 by 5, 3 by 5, 35, over. One more time. I have you in now. I have you dialed in. What is your call sign, over? Operator fatigue. I just got you dialed in. This is W1 Zulu Yankee, standing by. CQ Russia, calling CQ Russia, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. QRZ at W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ
CQ calling CQ Russia. I hear stations in there, but nobody gives their call sign long enough for me to be able to dial it in on a 40-year-old radio. This is W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, 35.
Beautiful. That's the way that we used to do it 40 years ago. Ocean Nancy 4 Uniform Yankee. Thank you for giving your call sign many times. You're 5859 5859 in Rhode Island, and my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Over. Oscar Nancy 4 United Yankee. Go ahead. Over.
And my GPS is Waterloo in Belgium. And the power is 150 watts in vertical antenna. So which one do you Yankee of Calvert for Uniform Yankee?
Frequencies in use. Oscar Nancy 4 United Yankee, W1ZY. Very good, Andre. And thank you for listening for my signal. Again, you're 5758 5758 in Rhode Island. And my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. And good to hear you coming through. Your 150 watts in the vertical is a good copy for me. Good copy. We're running about 1 kilowatt. We have 2 verticals, and they are on the ocean front, right on the Atlantic Ocean in Rhode Island. Back to you, Andre. Oscar Nancy 4 United Yankee, W1 Zulu Yankee. Over.
Okay, W1 Zulu Yankee, Oscar 4 Uniform Yankee. Okay, Bill, thank you for the report, and no problem from this side. The weather here is abnormally warm because we have 23 degrees during the day. So it's abnormal for us. 23 degrees centigrade actually.
Very good. What was the temperature, Andre? What temperature was that again? What was the temperature that you said?
23 degrees centigrade temperature. 23 degrees centigrade and blue sky. It's a nice for the moment.
Incredible. 23. Outstanding. You guys are, I guess, lucky. I guess you're lucky. Oh, my God. Alrighty, 73s, and enjoy the beautiful temperatures, and I hope it doesn't get any warmer as the summer progresses. Great signal, Andre. Congratulations. Oscar Nancy 4 United Yankee, W1 Zulu Yankee. Good morning.
Thank you very much, and always good night, but good morning, my friend, and I hope meet you again because it's very nice here too. Thank you, Bill. Good luck on the band, and see you later.
Beautiful signal, 5 and 7 to 8, incredible. 73s, we talk to you soon. W1 said what? Is there some sort of an Alpha Tango, Alpha Sierra station? Alpha Sierra Oscar. Alpha 73, Alpha Sugar Oscar, you're 3 by 5. 3 by 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 by 5. Over. For the report, and I hope to hear you with better conditions, HI. Oh, my God. 73s and Pasiba, Radio X-Ray 3, Alpha Sugar Oscar, W1 Zulu Yankee. Good morning. Radio X-Ray 7, Alpha Sugar Oscar, Radio X-Ray 7, Alpha Sugar Oscar, QSL, and Pasiba, over. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQDX. CQDX calling CQ, checking propagation out into Russia. CQ Russia. CQ former Soviet Union. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Steady by. CQDX calling CQ Russia. CQ Russia, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee calling CQ Russia. Standing by. I hear a station calling, or actually two of them calling, but in the noise, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Checking propagation out into Russia. Calling Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. CQ calling CQ Russia. CQ DX Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ. Let me change my frequency here slightly. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee. Checking propagation into Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQ. CQ Russia. CQ Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQ. Hello, CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Checking Russia and Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. In Rhode Island, calling CQ into Russia, CQ Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQDX, standing by. QRZ. United Alpha 9, Charlie, Oscar, Henry, is that correct? United Alpha 9, Charlie, Alpha, Whiskey, W1 Zulu Yankee, you're about a 5 and 6, about a 56, 5 by 6 in Rhode Island, and I'm going to...
United Alpha 9, Charlie Alpha Whiskey, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Okay, United Alpha 9, Charlie Alpha Whiskey, W1ZY, difficult copy. Difficult copy, about a 3 by 6, 3 by 7. 3 by 6, 3 by 7. So maybe no good propagation. Thank you for the call, United Alpha 9, Charlie Alpha Whiskey, W1 Zulu Yankee, over. 73s, W1 Zulu Yankee, calling CQ Russia. CQDX calling CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, Whiskey 1
Zulu Yankee, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ, hello CQ Russia, looking into Russia, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, checking propagation into Russia, and into Europe, but mostly Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, calling CQDX, checking propagation into Russia. Standing by.
United America Delta. Repeat, London 94 United America Delta. Over.
Lima United 4, November, Lima United 4, United Alpha Delta from W1 Zulu Yankee, very loud signal. You're 59 plus 10, 59 plus 10 in Rhode Island. And my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. A beautiful signal coming through. Lima United 4, United Alpha Delta, W1 said what?
Okay, good evening, Bill. My name is Alberto. Very good signal for South America at this moment. So beautiful. Thank you for my report. My report is 5 by 9. Very good copy in this moment. Please, por favor, quisiera hacer una prueba de antena 1, antena 2. ¿Posible, verdad?
Okay, yes, CC, go ahead. Over.
Okay, muchas gracias. Thank you. En this moment estoy con la antena número 2. Antena 2. Antena 2 in this moment. Please a moment. En this moment estoy con antena 1. Antena 1 in this moment. Please, repeat my report. En este momento, en this moment, estoy con antena 1. Diferencia, please, over.
Can you give me antenna number 2? Antenna 2 again, over.
Antena, in this moment, antena 1. In this moment, antenna 1. Antena 1, please.
59 plus 10, 59 plus 10. Antena 2, por favor.
In this moment, please, Bill, estoy con antena 2. This moment, antena 2, this moment. ¿Cuál es Bill?
QSL, 59 más 5, 59 más 5, 2, antena 2, cambio.
Ok, QSL, muchas gracias. 59 más 5, antena 2, ¿el antena 1, QSL?
59 más 10, 59 más 10, over.
Ok, 5 by 9, 10. Did we overnight,
QSL, over.
Ok, bien, muchas gracias. Muy gentil, excuse me. Bueno, estoy con la antena 2, que es un dipole rígido, de aluminio. Un dipole rígido, antena 2. 1 5 please. 1 5 meters de altura. Y antena 1 es una Hertz. Antena Hertz Zeppelin, doble extendida.
Okay, beautiful. Very nice copy. Both antennas are good. Both antennas bueno. Antenna 1, antenna 2, bueno. Beautiful. Buena. And I like antenna number 1. Antenna number 1 is good for me. My antenna had two verticals and 1 kilowatt, 1 kW. Beautiful signal, my friend, just beautiful. Lima United 4, United Alpha Delta, Whiskey 1, Zeta Y, cambio.
Okay, then thank you. Especially very good copy in this moment. Okay. My power is 5 kilowatts. 1.5 kilowatts in this moment. Muchas gracias, Bill. Thank you very much for contact. 73, my friend. Greeting to your family. 73, over.
Okay, gracias. Your nombre again, over.
My name is Alberto. Alberto is my name, QSL.
Okay, Alberto, gracias. Y antena 1, antena 2, bueno. Echai. 73, gracias por contacto, Alberto. Lima United 4, United Alpha Delta, Whiskey 1, Zebra Yankee, buenas noches.
Okay, thank you. Muchas gracias a ti, Bill. 73,
Gracias. Secu, Sudamérica, Whiskey 1, Zebra Yankee. QZ. Guatemala. Secu Sudamérica, Whiskey 1, Zeta Y, Whiskey 1, Zebra Yankee, cambio. Charlie Alpha 3, Charlie Lima Foxtrot, ¿cuándo? Whiskey 1, Zebra Yankee, Whiskey 1, Zebra Yankee, cambio. Whiskey 1, Zebra Yankee, Whiskey 1, Zebra Yucatan, cambio. Negativo, Whiskey 1, Zebra, Zanzibar, Whiskey 1, Zebra, Yankee, cambio. Zebra, the last letter in the alphabet. The last letter, Zebra, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, MNOPQRSTUVWXYZ. Cambio.
Libra Yucatán.
Zapata, Whiskey Uno, Zapata, Yucatan, Zapata, Yucatan, over.
Uno, Zulu, Yankee,
QSL, cambio.
Tu señal, 5 for you. Charlie Alpha 3, Fox, South America, Chile.
Yeah, 59, muy fuerte signal, 59 más 5. Mi nombre es Bill, Bravo, India, Lima. Bravo, India, Lima. 59 más 5, bueno, fuerte signal. Charlie Alpha 3, Charlie Lima Fox, Whiskey 1, Zebra, Yankee, cambio. CQ, South America, CQ, Sudamérica, Whiskey 1, Zebra, Yankee, cambio. QZ, Sudamérica, Whiskey 1, Zebra, Yankee, cambio. Nancy, Whiskey 1, Zebra, Yankee, cambio. Whiskey 1, Zapata, Yucatan, Whiskey 1, Zebra, Yankee, cambio. No copy, QR Nancy. Unfortunately, W1ZY, Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee, standing by. Tango Golf 1. Oh my God, Tango Golf, Quartet. Tango Golf 4 November Zulu. Tango Golf 4 November Zulu, over. Tango Golf 4, Tango Golf 4, November Golf. Tango Golf 4, November Golf. Kuwasari? Tango Golf 4, Juliet Golf for Kuwasali? Okay. Okay, I got it. Tango Golf 4, Tango Golf 4, November Golf, 58, Nancy. 58, QRN. Mi nombre es Bill, Bravo, India, Lima. Bravo, India, Lima. Tango Golf 4, November Golf, W1, Zebra, Yankee, cambio.
Tango Golf 4 Juliet Golf. Tango Golf 4 Juliet Golf. QSM?
Will you come along clear this evening? I'm in Hart, Michigan, over.
Say that again?
I'm in Hart, Michigan.
I'm in QSL with South America.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be right back in 4 seconds.
Roger. Tango Golf 4 Juliet Golf. Tango Golf 4 Juliet Golf. 5-8, mi amigo. 5-8, mi nombre es Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Mi nombre es Bill. 5-8, over. Tango, November, Juliet Golf. Tango Golf 4, Tango, November, Juliet Golf. QSL?
You still got a copy? This is Bravo 8, Romeo, X-Ray Golf.
KB8 Radio X-Ray Golf, you're interfering with communication. Please QRT.
Yeah, got you in there. You're in South America. Whereabouts are you?
You are interfering with communication. Please QRT. Okay. Tango Golf 4, November, Juliet Golf. Tango Golf 4, November, Juliet Golf. 5-8, mi amigo. Over. Okay, you're a good operator. Gracias for repito. Gracias. Mi nombre es Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Tango Golf 4. November Juliet Golf. I better repeat it right. W1 Zulu Yankee. Whiskey Uno Zebra Yankee. Gracias.
I just hollered at
Okay, Jorge, gracias por contacto, Jorge, H.I. That was a good one. That was excellent. 73, gracias por contact. Tango Golf 4, November, Juliet Golf, W1 Zulu Yankee, gracias por contact. 73. Secu Sudamerica, Whiskey Uno, Zebra Yankee. QRZ South America, W1 Zulu Yankee.
November radio.
The November radio.
Roger, this is Charlie Echo 3, November radio. Repeat. Charlie Echo 3, November radio.
QSL, good signal. There's a lot of Q and Nancy here, but you're coming beautifully. You're 59, 5x9. And my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Charlie Echo 3, November Radio, W1 Zulu Yankee. Over.
Roger, W1 Zulu Yankee. This is Charlie Echo 3, November Radio. Morning to you. Thank you very much. And we can copy here about your 59. We said 9. My name is Carlos, like Charlie Alpha Radio. Sierra. This here is Santiago.
QSL Carlos, and it's good to hear you coming through. It's very interesting conditions, very noisy, but good signals coming from South America. We're very happy to hear you coming through.
We're running about 1 kilowatt, 1 kW, and the antenna is two verticals, beaming down to you. Microphone to you, Charlie Echo, hang on, Charlie Echo 3 November Radio, W1 Z1.
Roger, W1 Z1, November Radio 35 Kilo, International KW, and we're on here about 20 watts. And an old Dreamland line, we owned it. And this is really a nice long and clear. Nice from one area. The body is absolutely dead here. The only thing you can read is your case, the one you want to why. Find Bill, repeat really nice email. W1 3 November.
All right, Charlie Echo 3 November Radio, W1 Zulu Yankee. Thank you for the nice report, Carlos. And you're also a very good signal coming up here tonight. Good copy. And again, we have a lot of static. There's a lot of static here tonight, but we're very happy to hear you coming through so nicely. And we are looking forward to a quieter evenings, hopefully, a quieter conditions. A lot of QR Nancy for me. A lot of QR Nancy looking to the west. So we're very happy that you're coming through. 73s, Carlos, and gracias por contact, Carlos. Charlie Echo 3, November Radio, W1 Z1.
You find Bill, W1 Z1, 3 November Radio. I'm running about 800 watts, Bill. 800 watts at present time. I would like to check, this is just on my speech processor, and this is a receiver report. Now I'm running with processor and tell me Bill.
All right, too much, Carlos, but it's good. It gives you really good punch, but it's too much. Try to turn it down, I guess. Over. Keep going. More down. Still more. It's a distortion, over.
With a nice signal and what's the place? W1.
Okay, I think you changed frequency, but I think your audio is perfect right now. It's very good for the conditions. 73s, and have a good week. Charlie Echo 2, Charlie Echo 3 November Radio, W1 set by 73. CQ South America, W1 set by. Whiskey 1 Zebra Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. I hear some stations, but a lot of static. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQ South America. Standing by. Is there an Echo Radio Pacific? Is it Charlie X-Ray 2 Kilo Alpha X-Ray? Is that right?
got too much static here, unfortunately. It's just really killing me. I don't think I can pull that through. This is W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, looking into South America, standing by. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. We're going to turn back to the east. CQ calling CQ to the east, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1ZY calling CQ, looking into Europe, looking into Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY calling CQ Russia, CQ Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQ Russia. W1 Zanzibar. Let me turn down this. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY. Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQ Russia. CQDX Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island. Checking propagation into Russia, Europe, anywhere. But South America, very noisy. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island. Linking CQ Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY, Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island. Calling CQDX. CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island, calling CQ Europe, CQ Russia, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQ Russia, CQ Eastern Europe. From W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, CQ Russia, CQ Eastern Europe. From W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, standing by. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, in Rhode Island, calling CQDX. CQ, calling CQDX. Checking propagation into Europe. From W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Checking propagation into Europe. Calling CQDX. CQ Europe,
CQDX Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island. Checking propagation into Europe, Eastern Europe, and everywhere else. W1 Zulu Yankee. Steady by. W1 Yankee, calling CQ, hello Europe, hello Eastern Europe, and Russia, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, calling CQ, hello CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, and Rhode Island, checking propagation to Eastern Europe, calling CQ, Eastern Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island, checking out propagation into Eastern Europe. From W1 Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, hello CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Checking propagation into Europe, into Russia, Eastern Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by.
The station with the Charlie. Radio Yankee 3 Charlie. Radio November 5. Radio November 5. Radio November 3, United Charlie. Radio November 3, United Charlie. Is that correct? Radio November 2, Victor Charlie. 3 by 5. 3 by 5. Over. Well, thank you. Negative. I can't copy. But thank you so much for trying. 73, Vidania, CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQ, Russia, steady by. Delta Tango X-ray, Delta Tango X-ray.
9 Alpha 6, number 9 Alpha 6, Delta Tango X-ray. Here it is, station.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. You're 57, 58, 9 Alpha 6, Delta Tango X-ray. W1 Zulu Yankee. Ivan, you're about a 57, a 5 by 7, Ivan, over. All right, very good, Ivan. And my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima. Beautiful to hear you. Very good station. How much power? What is your power, Ivan? Over.
10 watt power, momental 10 watt. My antenna, ground play antenna for 40 meters, 10 meters of ground. ground plane for 10 meters of ground, QSL.
QSL, you are 5 and 8. You are 58, 5 by 8. Beautiful signal coming through. 5 by 8, and my compliments on the 10 watts in the ground plane. Just beautiful signal coming through. I'm running 1 kilowatt, believe it or not, and two verticals beaming north east, right on the ocean. Beautiful signal coming through, Ivan. 9 Alpha 6 Delta Tango X-ray W1 Zulu Yankee. Goodbye, good morning, W1ZY calling C2DX, standing by. Zulu Sugar 1, Charlie Queen, you're 5-7 on that short transmission. My name is Bill, and I'm in Rhode Island, over.
Sierra 1, Charlie, Quebec, W1 Zulu Yankee. Corey, you're 57. 5 by 7, 57. Very nice signal coming through. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima. We're running about 500 watts. The antenna is two verticals. Zulu Sierra 1, Charlie, Quebec, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
Also 500 watts on this one, basic speed, and here I have a little bit my side goes, no problem hearing you.
All right, very good, Corey. Do you have daylight? Is it daylight for you yet, Corey? Do you have daylight yet, over? All right, Roger. Very, very good. Well, you're coming through, and that's what counts. HI, incredible. Hey, 73s, and thank you for the call. It's nice to work South Africa at this time. Zulu Sierra 1, Charlie, Quebec, W1 Zulu Yankee. All right, and my call sign is Zulu Yankee, Zanzibar, Yokohama. 73s, thank you, Corey. ZS1, Charlie, Quebec, W1, ZY, 73. CQDX,
W1, Zanzibar, Yokohama. CQDX. Calling CQDX, W1 Zulu Yankee, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, in Rhode Island. Calling CQ, hello CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQ, CQDX, looking into Eastern Europe, and Africa, and Russia. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, in Rhode Island. Standing by. Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY, calling CQ. CQDX. W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island, calling CQDX. CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island. Checking propagation into Europe, Eastern Europe, and Russia. Calling Russia, Eastern Europe, and Africa. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Standing by. CQDX calling CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY calling CQ. Hello, CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee calling CQDX. Standing by. CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by. CQDX calling CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQ, hello CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. In Rhode Island, checking propagation to Eastern Europe, Russia, and Africa. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, standing by.
Sugar Queen 8, Echo Fox Kilo, you're 58, I think, in Rhode Island, over.
William, thank you very much for 58. You're 4069, very good signal in Poland, and I wish you have a nice evening against feeling Turkey, yourself for your propagation. I think it's good because I'm using a couple of minutes taking from South America, from Argentina, and your signal is also good. Microphone back to Zulu Yankee SQ8, Echo 4, that's you.
Sugar Quebec 8, Echo Fox Kilo, W1ZY, very good. And we hear the South Americans too. Good South Americans coming through. We're running about a kilowatt into 2 vertical. Very noisy. It's a noisy band tonight. Sugar Quebec 8, Echo Fox Kilo,
W1 Zulu Yankee SQ8, okay. I don't have any noise at the moment here in Poland and Europe, and the propagation is quite nice, I think. My working condition is 2 Yankee, and about 500 watts at the moment. I consider 200 past here. That's my working condition. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee SQ8, ERK.
Right, well, it's working beautifully here tonight. Just a fantastic 5859 coming through, and we're very happy to know that there is good propagation coming through between our two locations. And one very loud signal, the loudest European that I'm hearing so far tonight. So my compliments to you and the two-element Yagi. Beautiful job tonight. Pavel 73s and Jindobri from Rhode Island. Sugar Quebec 8, Echo Fox Kilo, W1ZY.
W1ZY SQ8, ESI. Thank you very much, William, for this first night attack. We can tell you the fact I see on January and April this year, we see again on this and another band. I look at on your verticals on here that it is very interesting solution because you have quite stable grounding for this antenna. Good luck at the Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee SQ8.
Okay, yeah, the verticals, they must have the ground, HI. They like the water.
73 is Pavel in Dos Virginia. Sugar Quebec 8 Echo Fox Kilo W1 Z1.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
73 QRZ. CQ Russia Europe W1 Z1. Hotel Germany. Lima Zulu 4 Echo Bravo 5859, over.
Thank you. 557 for you. Echo, Lima Echo, November, Kilo, Kilo 5700, foreign element, good enough,
All right, beautiful, Elenko. And again, you're 5859. Beautiful copy into my QTH. We're running about 1 kilowatt, and the antenna is two verticals on the ocean. And you have a beautiful signal here this morning. Lima Zulu 4 Echo Bravo W1 Z1.
Zulu 4 Echo Bravo. Thank you very much. Good luck.
73 Zelenko, good morning, W1 Z1. CQDX, CQ Russia, CQ Eastern Europe, W1 Z1. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Z1, standing by. Hotel Germany 2 Lima Golf Kilowatt 5757, over. Okay, is it Hotel Golf 2 Lima Germany Kilowatt QSL? Hotel Germany 2 Kilowatt Golf, is that correct? '73 CQ W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ calling CQ Russia, CQ Eastern Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ Russia, CQ Europe, CQ Eastern Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee. Is that Radio Kilo 3 Golf Charlie Charlie?
Radio 2, Guatemala, Charlie.
Radio 2 Golf Charlie Charlie, good morning. You're 58, 5 and 8 in Rhode Island, over.
Thank you, Sir Lion. Good morning. For 59, 59. My name is...
Okay, very good. And your name again, your name?
My name is...
Okay, Vlad, very good. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Pasiba for the QSO, good morning. Have a good week. Radio 2, Golf Charlie Charlie, W1 said what? Dos Vidania, good morning. CQ. CQ, W1 said what? CQ Russia, W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ Russia, W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ Russia, W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ Eastern Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 ZY, QRT.
and it opens the band. The voice is perfect. The RF is perfect. There's no noise. There's nothing. You just flatten everything. Anyway, I don't want to fall in love with you, Bill, but you're doing a great job. W1ZY EA58ABL.
Already, I had to start the recorder on that one, Les. Jesus. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're 15 dB over, 5.9 plus 15, just incredible. Coming through. And it's sunset. We've got a break in the sky. We're starting to see some blue sky. So we're really happy over here with the sky coming out like it is. I just got the rig off of the test bench, and I've done another mod to it. I'm bypassing the microphone amplifier, the preamp or whatever it is, and going right into what looks like the balance modulator through the mic gain pot is where they do it. And they got isolation transformers and such, and so I have total control with my little processor box. I set it. I did the alignment for the ALC and for the speech processor using a different level signal than they called for. They wanted 5 millivolts, of course, into the mic connector, and I put, I think, 100 millivolts was my baseline signal. And so I'm just trying it out right now, and I can hear it on my receiver. It sounds okay, but I haven't tuned it on the SDR or not. I could get some really good distortion. I can adjust it so far that it totally distorts, so that's a good sign. Anyway, and it seems to be driving the amplifier quite nicely. And I do have that RF speech processor in right now. I could take it out, which I just did. And I think I probably, there it is without anything. And we'll pop it back in. Anyway, we're having fun with this setup, Les. You're very loud. You're like 15 dB over. EA5 Alpha Victor Lima, W1 said what?
Yeah, beautiful, Bill. Beautiful. Well, there's not a great difference with the processor and without the processor, but you've got more presence. You've got more presence when you got the processor on, and there's no distortion. There's nothing. It's just a beautiful, beautiful signal, and that's what you want for communication. You know, I don't know whether I told you this story. But some time ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, people trying to get their sideband onto hi-fi. You know, they had a thing in the United States where they was trying to get their sideband onto hi-fi. It didn't work. And there you go, Bill. Anyway, time for bed. Great to hear you. You couldn't better your signal, and you're the opening state from the US of A. And here we go. Okay. Hope you had a nice Easter. The weather in Spain, rain. The front garden is got plastic sheeting under the gravel. And we've had flooding, but it doesn't affect the house. So there we go. W1ZY, Echo Alpha 5, Alpha Victor Lima. Thanks, Bill.
Already a huge, beautiful signal coming through, Les, and we're really happy to hear you in good spirits despite the rain. And I think that, in the springtime, that's to be expected, HI. At least it's not overbearingly hot. Sometimes it gets too hot too quickly, and the trees can't wake up properly. So we're really happy that we're going through a little transition zone, at least over here. Hey, 73s, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you for the very nice word. Echo Alpha 5 Alpha Victor Lima, W1 ZY. Talk to you tomorrow.
73, Bill. Great signal. Bye-bye.
20 dB over, last 20 over.
Oh, my God. I better get a new amplifier.
20 over 9. Oh, my God. 73. Okay, I'm sorry, CQ into Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee, standing by. Okay, the station, as many stations calling, the one with the November in it?
Sierra Papa 9, Whiskey Papa November.
Sugar Papa 9, Whiskey Papa Norway, W1ZY. Good to hear you coming in. You're 59, you got a great signal. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. And I'm in Rhode Island, Radio Italy, the smallest state in the United States, on the East Coast. Sugar Papa 9, Whiskey Papa Norway, W1ZY, over.
Hello, Bill. My name is maybe your smallest state is Rhode Island, probably the smallest antenna in the world, because I just inverted the dipole and 100 watts, and if your reception is so good, it must be not my profit, but your antennas are doing great job receiving me, so I'm very happy getting all the information from your previous two contacts. You are hitting 5.9 plus 10 here, which is a different antenna. I think you were about 4.7, I was at 4.7, but completely readable, so very good signal in the moment. Crappy antenna system I have, so nice work with such a big gun with you. All the best, and the gun from Poland, LP1, ZY, SP9, WPM.
All right, Sugar Papa 9, Whiskey Papa Norway, W1ZY. Yeah, Wojciech, is your name, is it Wojciech? Would I say Wojciech, is that correct? Over.
It's Wojtek with K on the end.
Okay, Wojtek. Because, of course, there's the famous Wojciech from literature. I don't know if it's Polish or not, but very good. And you're coming through beautifully. You're 59, and there's not a problem copying you. We are doing some modifications to the rig, as you know, and we appreciate the signal report, trying different things here with the audio. Hey, 73s, and thank you for the QSO, and again, a big signal coming into Rhode Island tonight. 59, Wojtek. Sugar Papa 9, Whiskey Papa Norway, W1ZY.
The same name is just, less formal option and easier to pronounce for English speakers than the second one. But the official name I have in my purpose is Wojciech. It is H at the end, but not every English speaking is good to spelling this, so I am preferring the shorter one, so that's making it easy for you. But it is the same name, same person, there's no different name. So all the best, the message for you, W1ZY, SP9, WPM.
All right, it's a famous name of Wojciech, HI. 73s from Rhode Island, W1ZY, 73. Bye-bye. CQ Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ Europe, standing by.
Delta Kilo 3, Delta Echo.
Delta Kilo 3, Delta Echo, W1ZY, beautiful copy on you. You're coming through 59 plus about 5 on that short transmission. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Delta Kilo 3, Delta Echo, W1ZY.
Yeah, you're also coming through with a bit of QC, but 9 plus, so it's pretty nice. I think across the Atlantic here from Germany. My name is Dreamland, that's Delta Echo Tango, Lima Echo Foxtrot. Delta Kilo is W1ZY with Delta Kilo 3, Delta Echo.
Okay, Detlef, is that right? Detlef, is that correct?
Yeah, that's pretty correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're coming through nice. You're 59 plus about 5. We're running about 800 watts output and 2-phase verticals overlooking the ocean. And the rig's an old TS830, which we've just finished doing some work on. But nice afternoon, and it's getting dark. We're going into gray line, and we're very happy to hear you coming through. Now, what is your antenna and what is your power, Detlef? Delta Kilo 3, Delta Echo, W1ZY.
delta loop. It's a pretty small wire, but it's just for 7 meters, and the multiples on that are pointed basically in the direction. So that's very nice. Pretty good. Low end. The vertical delta. And equipment, I use good old American equipment. Just finished work at my M102. So the LMO that CFO had covered, so that you have to fix at the work. And I just want to fire also the 20, currently running around 700 watts roughly. Yes, W1, that's why.
All right, beautiful. And how high up is the delta loop? How high up is that? Over.
That will be COC. Can I repeat?
How high up?
How high what is? So 500, 700 watts, and the delta loop is slightly above 9 meters.
All right, beautiful. 9 meters. Doing a very nice job here into Rhode Island tonight. And it really does put in a very nice signal coming through, and we're very happy to be able to receive you so well with the beautiful propagation that we're having so far tonight. 73s, and thank you for the QSL and the nice report from Deutschland, Detlef. Delta Kilo 3, Delta Echo, W1, Z1.
Yeah, thanks for the QSL and good wayfinding tonight. Your pace Delta Kilo 3 with W1 ZY.
73s, W1 ZY, standing by.
Charlie Sugar 7, focus about the mic.
The Charlie Sugar 7, something Foxtrot, Mike.
Roger, Charlie Sugar 7, America, Florida, Mexico. Hi, Bill. We have talked for 2 times. In 2016, when I had my call sign, and 2017, we missed 2018, but we are talking about 2019. I'm looking at your PRZ.com, and
All right, beautiful. Good to hear you, Sergio, and you're 59, 5x9 into Rhode Island, and it's a very nice signal coming through. We're just enjoying some very nice propagation here apparently tonight. It's a very nice copy coming through from you, running about 800 watts into the 2 phased verticals, and we're right on the ocean, and it is gray line. We're into the night is coming. And we have low tide right now. The verticals wires are suspended above the wet marsh ground. Back to you, Charlie Sugar 7, Alpha Fox Mike, W1 ZY.
W1 ZY, Charlie Sugar 7, America, Florida, Mexico, returning. Okay? And the tide is low, so the wires are above the water. Nice experimentation you are doing. I don't know if you are doing this only now. I can see that 2018 you have already this type of antenna. By the way, you are arriving 5'9" on my location. I am using a G5RV antenna, a little bit around 10 meters high, okay? And I'm using 100 watts. Back to you.
Yeah, you're peaking 5 dB over, 5.9 plus 5, so it's a beautiful copy coming through. Very, very nice copy. And how high up is your G5RV? How high up in the air is it, Serge? Over.
I'm going to tell you a meter because we use this type of measurement. It is 10 meters high. It was also 9.10. Back to you.
All right, Roger. Well, it's working very nicely coming through at 10 meters, which is 32.8 feet. I know it quite well. I go between meters and feet all the time. I have to with a lot of different things, HI. But beautiful copy coming into Rhode Island. 5.9, peaking 5.9 plus 5 with the 100 watts. So we're very happy to hear you coming in. I will say 73s and give out some more reports. I'm making an audio recording, and I will post it up on the internet, and I have a little archive. There's a link on my QRZ page for the audio recordings. 73, Serge, and it's good to talk to you again in 2019. I believe in the other QSOs I use the same antenna, but I was in a different location, and I was in the woods, and these antennas are in I think a better location. So we test them out for a little bit. 73, Charlie Sugar 7, Alpha Fox Mike, W1 said what?
Roger, W1 said what? Charlie Sugar 7, I guess, yes. Roger, thank you for this. I will look forward to this video. Refresh. I look forward to
73 Sag, and thank you again. W1 Zulu Yankee, standing by. Unfortunately, we're getting a little high noise level here. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 ZY in Rhode Island. Calling CQ, let me turn off that processor, W1 ZY. Calling CQ into Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by. We'll look over to the west a little bit. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 ZY. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Checking out propagation into the states, looking stateside. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Standing by.
W1ZY from Alpha Delta 8, Delta Juliet, West Virginia.
Hey, good evening to you. Alpha Delta 8, Delta Japan, W1ZY. Good to hear you. You're very loud. You're 5.9 plus about 10 to 15 into Rhode Island. And my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, located in the southern, on the south coast of Rhode Island. And you're coming in really nice. Alpha Delta 8, Delta Japan, W1ZY.
Yeah, real good there, Bill. W1ZY from Alpha Delta 8, Delta Japan. Name here is Mark, and I'm located here in the southern part of West Virginia. Just running 100 watts into an antenna that's about 80 feet. Stretched out somewhere around the neighborhood of 40 on one end and about 50 or 60 on the other. So, seems like I've been working a lot of DX with it here. First, I thought the antenna wasn't going to work all that well, but it's doing so good so far. Got about 60 countries, so anyway, thank you. W1ZY from Alpha Delta 8, Delta Japan.
All right, Alpha Delta 8, Delta Japan, W1ZY. You're coming through beautifully, and that's a very high antenna, Mark, very, very high. And it's sounding very nice over here tonight. We're running about 500, 600 watts or so, and the antenna is 2 verticals. They're homemade, and we have them overlooking the ocean. We're on the waterfront here on the southern coast of Rhode Island, and the rig's a old TS-830. And nice propagation tonight. We're very happy to hear you coming through from, I think, West Virginia. And with such a beautiful signal. We're talking to Europeans for a while, but they kind of fade out here at sunset for me. So we'll figured I'd flip the antennas to the west and check out and see who's around on the bands. Alpha Delta 8, Delta Japan, W1ZY.
Actually, what the antenna is, it's called the double G5RZ.
I don't know what the conditions are now. Look like to me, I can hear you bleeding over on 150, and look like to me, you can use the bleed over for 150. So I don't know what the problem is with conditions.
You see the ladder line with about
150 been in use.
The elements hooked to it.
I've been here. I just turned my antenna directivity, old man. Over.
Well, 150 been in use for over 2 hours, and you tearing it up.
U2450D here, and that's it. Just 100 watts in a wire, I guess. But that's the antenna system there.
Very, very good. I just got a complaint. I turned the antennas to the west, Mark, and I guess 2 kc above us is in use. So I'm going to try to slide down a little bit. Would you mind sliding down a little bit with me?
No, go ahead there.
All right, we'll try to go down. I guess we'll try to go down to here. I guess that's 46 or 47 or so. That would give us about 3 kilocycles for those guys above us. Who apparently have been there for 2 hours, Mark. I hope this isn't causing anybody any interference. Over.
Okay. I didn't hear anyone, but anyway.
Yeah, I moved slid on down with you there. Anyways, that's the antenna there. I hope you copied already. If you didn't, I can give it back to you. But, yeah, it's the antenna I've had it almost about 8 months now. So, anyway, thank you there, Bill. W1ZY from Alpha Delta 8 Delta Japan.
Yeah, you're going to have to repeat it if you would. I'm interested in hearing about it, Mark. The guy that came on did one of those things where he goes on and on and on and on about your splattering and all that kind of stuff. Doesn't just try to break in. Could you repeat that to me again, Mark? Over.
Yeah, real good. Yeah, actually, it's a double G5RV. It's 204 feet long. The house is up around 80 feet, thereabout. And it's fed with 62 feet of 450 on the ladder line. And I got about 60 feet of coax run to it to meet up with the little balaments on it. And just 100 watts here running that GH2450D. And that's the system. So that's the last take time.
Yeah, well, it's working really nicely. Does that thing tune up on 10 meters, 160 meters?
It will. It's a little short as far as the length. I actually think the ladder line acts as part of the antenna when you get on that band. So I don't operate on that band that much. I have been up there on it, and it's good for short distance talking, but, you know, of course, I have a 160-meter dipole. It's fed coax. I'm getting ready to transform it into some ladder line or open wire and feed it with a balance. But, yeah, it will tune, but I mostly use it for 80, 40, and 20 meters, and then I have a little 10-meter vertical that I use for 10 to 12 meters. And but now the antenna also does do good on 15 meters as well when it's open. So I guess I keep it as like a 4-band antenna, and then I have a 160 and then a vertical for 10 and 12. So it's pretty much how the system's set up here at my shack.
Excellent. Peaking 15 dB over at the end of that transmission. And do you find it exhibiting any directivity on the higher bands?
No, not that much. Of course, you know, it's like with any antenna. It's you got some directivity, I guess, with a dipole. One leg stretched up sort of southeast, and the other one toward the northwest. So it seems like it's done good. I'm getting ready to put up another one, and I'm going to stretch it out toward the south and the north, and that way I can sort of just flip back and forth between the two. And hopefully I can get it up with the same height. So I have about 4 or 5 acres of flat land here with plenty of trees. So I'm going to try it and see if that works out that way there for me.
That sounds great. Like a great plan. And I think it's going to work really well. And you got all the land there to play around with it in. And hopefully some separation from the other antennas. To be able to get the isolation and all that kind of stuff, so they don't interfere with each other. But yeah, it's really sounding quite nice up here. It's quite loud, and you're climbing all the way up to about 15 over with 100 watts. So that's always a good sign. Very good. Hey, we'll say 73s and see who else wants to yell at me or whatever. See who else shows up. But great signal coming into Rhode Island tonight. And it looks like around this time, it usually the stateside signals, the local ones within 1,000 miles or so, kind of climb up and become colossal before the band lengthens out. So it'll be interesting to see if that happens tonight as well. 73s, and have a good week, Mark. Sounds like you have a very nice plot of land down there. Alpha Delta 8, Delta Japan, W1 said what?
Okay, 73s there, Bill. I enjoyed it, and you two are sounding great down this way, about a 15, sometimes 20 over S9 there, so great signal and great distance set up on your end as well. 73s, I'll let you see if you can get some more there, and I enjoyed the QSO. W1ZY from Alpha Delta 8, Delta Japan.
73s, thank you. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, 73. Looking out towards Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling CQ, checking propagation out to the east, standing by. Calling CQ, looking stateside, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, in Rhode Island, calling CQ. Hello, CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee, standing by.
Whiskey 4, uniform, Victor.
Kilo Zulu.
The Whiskey 4 uniform something?
Whiskey 4, uniform, Victor. Bill, how's things going? You got the 830 on?
Yes, I do, and we just did a nice little mod on it in alignment. You're loud here. I got to look at the meter, Brett, over.
Yeah, you're, as usual, loud. I listen to you every now and then, Bill. I catch you on. I hardly ever... We've talked a few times at length, but most of the time I just let you go.
Well, I hope it's not, I hope it's because there's a pileup or something going on, Britt, over, not just running away, over.
Oh, no, it's you really got a good pileup going, and you really, I'm on the 40-meter vertical here with 60 radial, ground-mounted. But, Bill, you often hear stuff that I just don't even hear.
Oh, you don't hear me?
I hear you. I'm just saying you're often working DX, and I can't hear them at all, so I just sit and listen at you work them.
Oh, my God. Thank you. It's nice to know. Well, you're peaking 15 to 20 over, Britt, coming in really nicely. And it's we're going into gray line right now. It's quite dark, but I thank God I can see the patches of blue through the cloud cover. It's broken up. It's been overcast for like 3 or 4 days. And then there's the ominous threat of lightning, which sends a shiver down my spine. We just did a mod on the 830. I went in and removed, I didn't remove, but I bypassed the microphone amplifier. And I'm injecting a externally processed signal into the balance modulator, and I got isolation transformers and pads and stuff like that. But I had to realign the ALC and the speech processor, and this is the second time I've done it. So I hope I'm testing it out right now to see if it's working out okay. It doesn't have any hum that I can hear so far, but I'm not used to how much to adjust it. I just got it off the bench about an hour ago. Big signal coming in, Britt. Whiskey 4 United Victor, W1ZY.
W1ZY from W4UV. Bill, from what I hear, it sounds absolutely fantastic, and you're peaking 20 over. Signal is fine. I'm sure it's going to stretch out about any time now and get long on us, but that thing sounds amazing, Bill.
Thank you so much, Britt. Let me turn off my the speech. The thing is, our speech processor was getting when I did it before with the wrong levels. Let me turn that off. I just turned it off. And I can hear on the monitor a little reduction, but I go on, it's on right now, and now it's off. And I can turn it back on, and I can distort. I can go all the way up here and really get it, but then it's interesting to see it going on and off without any, I can't hear it in the receiver, so that's a good sign. It means I got the levels set. And whether or not it's good audio or whatever, we don't know. But at least all the meters are looking like they should look. Excellent signal up here, Brett, and you sound very nice in my headphones. Whiskey 4 United Victor, W1ZY.
W1ZY from W4UV. Bill, when you had it on, I could tell a little bit of an improvement as far as punch in the audio, and I'm sure that's what you wanted, just a bit. But it has no distortion or anything on it, so you're getting that little extra, and the audio is great. I wish I still had the flex. I sold my flex. I could record you, but I don't have one at the moment I can do that on, Bill. I'm on an ICOM 746 Pro at the moment here. But it sounds great. I think you got it dialed in.
Thank you. I had to, the manual says, put a 5 microvolt, 1500 hertz signal in and do all this stuff. And I said, you know what, let me find out what my number should be. And I picked, it looked like it was 100 millivolts, and then did everything. I appreciate that. Hey, Britt, I'm going to flip this antenna just to see what the propagation is doing right now. Stand by. This is looking away from you, up to the northeast, looking away, and then back down at you. Over.
Yeah, you're 10 to 15 dB better when you're looking at me.
It's like a very high angle, I think. That's interesting. All right, have you done any improvement? Have you done any changes or anything? Any new goodies coming into the W4UV shack, Brett, over?
Yeah, well, at Christmas time, Bill, during the Christmas break, as a matter of fact, if you pull my QRZ up, you'll see it down at the main bottom. I built a 40-meter delta loop, and I've got it vertically polarized. Mine is higher than that picture, that drawing shows, a little bit higher than what that guy did his, but basically, I built the same exact antenna with a 75-ohm matching stud. Been playing with it some. It's at our vacation home, actually. It's not here in North Carolina. It's at the other home. And I've been playing with that and trying to spec out. I lost my Moxon 20-meter beam. I lost it to storms and ice and wind, and I'm going to probably make another 20-meter Moxon out of aluminum, much beefier than the wire Moxon that I had built. Back to you.
All right, beautiful. And this 40-meter delta loop, I see the schematic of. Is that the one? Is that what you were talking about at the vacation home?
Yeah, I put that up during Christmas. Been doing some A/B comparing to the 40-meter vertical there. That's ground mounted. The vertical tends to whip it 2 S units, sometimes 3, say into Africa or farther out into Australia. The vertical comes alive. In the States, it's a toss-up, Bill. Sometimes the vertical wins, sometimes the delta loop wins. But when you stretch out there, the vertical takes over.
All right, 20 over 9. Beautiful. I love the jumper on the delta loop. That is to tune. That's how you get your final tuning without having to horse around with all the insulators. Is that right?
Yep. Yes. A perfect match. I don't need a tuner anywhere. Anywhere on 40, I can operate, and around 70. Really around where we're at now, 7.160 range. The SWR needle don't even move.
Beautiful. Yeah, I love that delta loop. You're feeding it a quarter wave from the top down, which is where I always thought that you're supposed to do it. And get the current, everything is exactly as I would do it. I love that jumper idea. I never thought of that. You just add different lengths of wire to get the thing resonant. And the 2 verticals, the 40-meter vertical and then the 30-meter vertical, how far apart are they?
Probably about that. That's actually the one on the left in that picture is the one I'm on right now talking to you, the 40, of course. They're about 50 feet apart.
Okay, 25 over, 50 feet apart. That's interesting. You might be able to, if you wanted to play, make the 30-meter one. I guess you would use a wire or something. I see those are fiberglass poles. But it looks like you're feeding them at the base or something. But, yeah, there's a spacing on them. If you ran coax into the shack and put an LC into one leg of it, you could probably get some kind of interesting phasing going between the 2, Brett, over.
I I've thought about that, Bill, and yeah, those are aluminum verticals, both of them, and they're fed at the base. And I've got, I don't know, you probably can't see it. I got a coil at the bottom of them, but basically a choke balance out of coax. But they work great right here. I've got about a 1.1 SWR right now, no tuner at all. I don't even have a tuner here in line.
Beautiful. Well, that's very nice. And you have a little coil at the bottom to do the matching, the resonating?
No, just to keep any RF out is really all it's for. Just a choke balance, Bill, is all I've got down there. I get no feedback into the shack, and everything seems to be fine.
Yeah, especially with all those radios. I think the RF will not be seeing that coax as particularly tasty for return currents. There's a lot of other options for it, so that's beautiful. And of course, the landscaping there is they look very nice there. Put a couple flags on top if the neighbors complain, Brett, over.
W1ZY from W4UV. They've been up for years, Bill. Nobody's ever said a word, and I'm actually in a restricted development, and that's why I don't go any farther than what I've done there. Those are green, and nobody has said anything. They've been out there probably, 10 years, and I'm just going to not rock the boat, leave it as it is. All that grass you see, pretty much there's wire under all that. I did that in the winter time, and then reseeded and plugged and got it back looking pretty again. So basically the whole back, that's the backyard, Bill, is wire.
I'm loving that, and I'm sure you got a very nice XYL. You probably appreciated that you were going to really work on that lawn, get it looking good by springtime, Brett, over.
Yeah, I've got everybody happy. I don't know of any neighbor issues. I don't run more usually, Bill, than about 500 watts. That's what I'm running right now, 500, and no problems, and I just leave it alone.
There you go, 25 over. Incredible. And the 6-meter Moxon, how's that working out for you? 6 meters is really hot. Everybody's talking about 6 meters, Brett, over.
Well, the short story, Bill, is I built that Moxon probably 5 years ago, put it up, and really it was like fishing in an ocean with one fish the spring I put it up. It was so horrible, I just took it back down and put it in the storage. And last spring, I decided to get it out again. I put it up about 40 feet. And, got a rotor at the base to turn the whole pole. It's a Ron push-up. And I worked 14 countries this past summer, Bill, on that 6-meter Moxon. I got as far as Russia. And, Sporadic E is due to start here in about May. So I'm interested to see how this year goes.
Oh, geez, that sounds beautiful. I like the clean insulation. I think it looks like you're using a 4x4. It looks like cemented in. And a very nice way of getting that thing up in the air. It looks like a little hill, probably in the back of your house, I would imagine. And you gave it another shot. That was very nice of you. I mean, the antennas are like they're kind of like girlfriends. You gotta once you get them going, you gotta let them have a chance for like a few months, Brett, over.
Yeah, that's it, Bill, and it really performed well. I worked into Europe last year, got, like I said, as far as Russia with it, and I'm glad I put it back up, so I'm interested in seeing what kind of 6-meter season we have. I don't know if you've played with 6, but it worked great. It's directional, so I can turn it. And that one is at the mountain home. That's why you see some woods back there. I've got 13 acres there, Bill, and here I live in a development where you see the verticals. That's the backyard here. So basically, 2 different types of backyards, Bill. That one I can do anything I want to at, over.
Beautiful. Yeah, it looks like a nice area, too. And whose house is that behind the verticals, the red house in the picture with the verticals, Brett?
Yeah, that's a neighbor. That's my neighbor behind me, Bill.
Very nice, nice and close, and they're probably nice people. Hey, you're peaking 30 dB over on certain syllables, just fantastic propagation right now between the two locations. Hey, we'll say 73s and see who else is out there, but hell of a signal, and it was good to talk to you for longer than just a hello, goodbye, Brett. Whiskey 4 United Victor, W1 ZY.
Yeah, Bill, I always enjoy talking with you occasionally and listening to you when I do hear you work some good DX and get a bit jealous that sometimes I can't even hear them, but you've got, I've seen your website many times. You've got a lot of good stuff. You're doing a lot of good work. You got an 830 that's sounding great. So, Bill, everything is going your way. So until we talk again, take care. W4UV.
All right. Thank you so much for those kind words, Brett. I really appreciate that. All the best, and good luck on 6 meters this summer, and we will talk to you soon. Whiskey 4 United Victor, W1 ZY.
W1ZY, this is Kilo 8, Kilo Zulu.
Kilo 8, Kilo Zulu, W1ZY. Good evening from Rhode Island, and you're quite a loud signal here. We'll look at the meter on the next over. Name's Bill, and I'm waiting for QRZ to refresh because we probably talked before, and embarrassing myself. But let me pop it back over to you. No, so it looks like the first contact. Kilo 8, Kilo Zulu, W1ZY.
Okay, Bill, W1ZY, this is Kilo 8, Kilo Zulu. I was just listening to you two fellas for a few minutes. My name is Mark, Mexico Alpha Romeo Kilo. You're probably looking at my page there. I'm in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where we have the University of Michigan. Good evening to you. Very glad to meet you. You've got a booming signal in here today from Rhode Island. Boy, I don't work too many stations in Rhode Island, so it's good to talk to you. I'm running my Yaesu FT-DX 3000 tonight with the Meritron AL-ADB, probably about 800 watts or so. I usually, lately at night I've been turning on my old Swan 350. I just don't have it on tonight. I should fire that baby up. I love working 40 meters with it. I work on a lot of the old equipment. Yeah, and I need to before I hit the mic again, I need to call up your QRZ page. So, very good. How's things in Rhode Island? I did a job for 18 months. I'm an IT consultant. I did a contract job back in, about 2008 at Blue Cross of Rhode Island in Providence. And I was traveling to Providence every week. Just loved it. Go ahead, Bill.
All right, very good. K8KZ, W1ZY, very good, Mark. And glad to know that you've been in the ocean state, and I hope that you meandered down to the southern part, which is where I am, right on the ocean. And you're peaking about 25 dB over, 59 plus 25. And then there's some very rapid QSB, very short but very rapid, so the band is giving us the colossal signals before it lengthens out, at least between our two QTHs. But you're coming through very nicely. Yeah, we're running an old TS-830S, which we just got off the bench, and about, I would say about 500 watts to the two verticals, two quarter-wave verticals, homemade, in a tidal marsh right on the ocean. And we're in darkness right now. There's a little bit of light left in the sky. We've had overcast skies for many days, and we had just a little bit of clearing tonight. And apparently we're going to be having some sunshine tomorrow, hopefully. But, yeah, it sounds like you've, and I'm looking at your page, it looks like there's some nice rigs there, and some oldies there up on the shelves. Look like they've been getting a little bit of nice attention to them. So that's always good to see. And that swan looks like a mean beast. I don't know, does that have sweep tubes in it? I think I remember some of the swans did. I don't know about that one. Maybe they were Galaxies, Galaxy 500. I think that had sweep tubes in it. But I love the swans. Back out to you, Kilo 8, Kilo Zulu, W1ZY.
All right, very good, Bill. This is Kilo 8, Kilo Zulu returning. Real good. Yeah, I've got your page called up now. I see your vertical antenna is excellent. Boy, you got kind of a nice swampy area there. I wonder if you were able to just use that as a ground, as your ground plane or your counterpoint. So you probably have to run some radials, but I'm sure it's a good electrical base for those verticals. So that's real good. You got a real nice signal. Yeah, I really enjoyed Rhode Island, and as a matter of fact, a year ago, my wife and I took a vacation. We spent a week in Newport, or a few days anyway. I guess we started up in Boston and traveled down, and we stayed in Newport, and it was late. It wasn't even late in the season. It was past the season. It was in the fall. But the weather was just beautiful, and I love seafood, and we just had a heck of a time in Newport. So I wonder if you're closer to that area, Bill. But real good. Sure, the TS-830s, there was a period of time, I've been a ham for about 50 years. I'm 64. But during the 90s, I went through a phase where I was buying a rig on QTH.com. I used rig. I use it for, I don't know, a few months, and then I'd sell it, maybe almost get my money back, and then buy another rig. So I went through a bunch of rigs. I had some Yezus, and I had a TS-830 for a while. I love that rig. I mean, that's just a classically beautiful rig. And it sounds like you work on them also, Bill. I'm an electrical engineer. I've been working in software all my life, so the ham radio keeps me dabbling in this stuff. And I got into collecting those old tombstones and cathedrals about, I did that for about 5 years, and I was off the air for about 12. And a lot of the fellows in the Antique Radio Club who, that club we have here in Michigan is dedicated to restoring the old broadcast radios for the most part. A lot of more hams, and then we started talking about ham radio, and then I got excited about it again and got back in about, over a year ago. Almost 2 years ago, I'm thinking now. Because it was like a year ago in the fall. And then I bought all this new equipment. So I'm back on and enjoying it, and I still have a number of old salons that I fool around with, and then I've got my broadcast radio collection, the tombstones and cathedrals. They're still sitting there, and I still restore those, but I'm really excited about ham radio at the moment. So that's what's going on here, Bill. So maybe back over to you, and I'll let you, maybe one more, and I'll let you go ahead and work some other stations. W1ZY, this is, what about you, Bill? You've been a ham probably for a long time. W1ZY, this is K8KZ.
Hi, K8KZ, W1ZY, beautiful transmission. I think it's over 45 years. First licensed in, I think it was 1974 when I was 13. And then I got the extra at 76 a couple years later. And then they gave me this call sign. And I've been enjoying it. I've gone through periods where I was not on the air. But I always try to get some kind of a station up. It's always good to be able to have the ability to get on. And I also enjoy CW, so I find it kind of relaxing. So it's also try to always get some kind of access to the conversation, as I call it, from wherever I was, and spent a lot of time down in New York and had a lot of different antennas up on tops of buildings and sometimes strung between buildings and industrial areas in Brooklyn for a while. So always try to get on the air, but I have a TS-520 right next to this 830. I'm using it as a monitor receiver right now, and I've used that thing from the beginning since I was 16. Never got another rig. And then K2IL Steve in Florida sent me up this TS-830, which was about to trash. And they had a lot of problems with it, but we got it going again, and we're still working on it. It needs a relay, and I've bypassed that with another relay and taken the contacts over to another relay until the new one shows up. And then modded it. I got some audio mods on it and such. Which I just did this afternoon. I finished one. I had to realign the ALC and the RS speech processor. I'm not sure whether I got it right, but I got it closer than I did yesterday. So I'll do it. I'll probably do it again. And I want to recap it. I haven't recapped it yet with the little caps. I put the power supply caps in on it, but I haven't gone through the whole thing. Some people say not to do it, but I think I'll go ahead and get that done, Mark. Better sooner than later. But I like it. The 520 is a very nice radio, but this thing, man, I'm telling you, on receive, the passband thing, and the variable bandwidth and such, and the notch filter, which is also very handy, especially on CW, it's incredible. But also on sideband, and when it's trying to dig people out, really weak ones, it really helps out. Let me flip these verticals. I'm just kind of curious about the angle of propagation between us. So I'm going to flip it up to the northeast. I'm looking away from you right now. We're going up to the northeast, 60 degrees right now, Mark, and then back down at you, changing the phase. And you're correct about the surrounding area here, the marsh, which incidentally is not a swamp, is tidal. The tides come in, and the tide height varies as a function of the moon's relation to the sun, and right now we're getting some pretty high tides. I think it's a new moon. Whenever the moon disappears, I think it means it's near the sun, or it's lined up with the sun. We get some interesting, the impedance changes a little bit, but I'm really curious to see if it gets optimal propagation when the water is at a certain level. And I should not have made a long transmission because maybe the band is crapped out, Mark. It's at that time, and I'm sorry about that. Kilo 8, Kilo Zulu, W1ZY.
All right, W1ZY, this is K8KZ returning. Real good, Bill. No, solid copy. Little bit of quick QSB like you mentioned, but no problem. Well, boy, when you changed the phasing on those verticals, it made a big difference. Your S9 plus 10, sometimes plus 20. When you change the phasing on the verticals, you drop down to about an S6. S5, S6. Made a ton of difference. So, well, I'm going to have to look up phased verticals and see what's going on there. I'm not that familiar with how those work. I wonder if you get some big gain out of that when you phase them and get a certain direction going. The Swan 350s, you mentioned the sweep tubes. Absolutely, they do use the sweep tubes. And I've kind of tried to acquire a collection of replacements. So I try to be real careful with them. I learned long ago with the sweep tubes, of course. The key is you got to tune it up and tune it up quickly. You don't want to be in tune position probably for more than 10 seconds. Then get out of it and then wait a 30 seconds or a minute and do it again if you have to. But usually I can tune it up quickly, on these radios. And I guess the Galaxy 500 was very much like this design with the Swan 350s. You're absolutely right. You tune the Pi network, the controls on the output for maximum noise. And once you do that, you're real close to being tuned up. So then you flip it into tune, you peak it, and you're back out. And boy, it really takes less than 5 seconds. And I think that's the key to keeping these sweep tubes operating, because I learned long ago, if you ever see them glow red, you're in trouble. You're probably ruining the tube. Where I know on my Ameritron amplifier here, I have a little mirror by the 3-500X 500ZG tube, and I can see that starting to glow red a bit, and I understand that's actually kind of good for that tube. I don't know. Anyway, real good. I'll let you go, Bill. Thank you so much for the nice conversation. I really enjoyed it. And maybe you can mention how much gain you get when you out of those phased verticals on the next go around. So 73s, but no hurry. Back to you, Bill. W1ZY. This is K8KZ.
All right, K8KZ, W1ZY. Yeah, the sweep tubes. And that reminded me when I was in high school, I built a pair of 811 amplifier with two 811s, and I think I then ended up putting 572Bs in. They were Navy surplus tubes, and my father was a physicist, would get them coming into the physics department, and they had no use for them, so we'd bring them home. And I had a mirror set up on top of that thing. It was on the shelf above the operating position. I had a mirror position so I could look down into the cavity, Mark. And I would tune it up, and I would be really conscious about how much red I was putting on the plates. The dissipation. I would load it up and look at the output, and I could, drive it harder and get more out of it. But I would look at that red and see just a little bit of red in those plates. And with the 811s, they were thinner, if I remember right, than the 572Bs. And when they would get a red on them, they would dissipate more quickly. It seemed to me that they had less mass in the plates. So they were more delicate, and then eventually, they would burn a hole in the plate. It would. Oh my God! I had a whole box of them, so it wasn't a big deal. But I used to again look at the plates of the tube to know not to drive too much into it, just a visual check on it. And I occasionally go over to the. I'm using an SB221 here that also I got when I bought it when I was 18, and I check into it sometimes. I like to run it a little hot to get it glowing just a little bit. I just retubed it a couple years ago. Let's see, on the verticals, it's not, what you're hearing is not really a forward gain as much as it's rear rejection. And so it's very devastating type front to back, but you're just seeing a negation of the rear end. And the reason why I flip them is because it's a cone. It's like a funnel. So when the angle of arrival is at a certain angle, it'll get a big front to back. But if it's higher, if they're really high angles, then it's not so pronounced. The gain of it is about 3 dB. So I have a third position, which is I call the omni position, which is broadside. They're both in phase. And I can see about 3, maybe 5 dB difference between, that's about 3 to 5 dB down from forward, from looking at a station, if you can follow my reasoning. I don't have it tuned properly. I don't really use it that often. So it's a little bit more, it's about 5 dB, but it really should be about 3 down from the forward position. So they're not big high gain antennas, but they do have a nice wide swath on the front lobe and massive rejection on the rear. So when I point them to Europe, Mark, and I receive on them, it knocks everybody down by the amount that you heard me get knocked down, and if it's at the right angle. And it's good for receiving you, and being in this marsh here, it's got pretty low takeoff angle, which helps out. So if I call CQ to the northeast, it's got a good coverage to South Africa and all the way down to parts of South America, even though they're pointing 60 degrees north. So they're very simple to put out. You just got to be very careful with the tuning and the cutting of the cable lengths with a MFJ type device, and be very careful with that. Anyway, 73s, enjoy. I guess you're going to be breaking for dinner here in a moment. I guess it's 7:30 out there or so, I guess. And I thank you for spending the time with me tonight. I'm testing the rig out after that major amount of work over the last couple of days. Kilo 8, Kilo Zulu, W1, said what?
Okay, Bill, real good. And your signal's been great. I want to tell you, your audio is excellent. I love your audio. It sounds really, really solid. Very nice. You got the rig working really well. Very good to talk to you, Bill. It's been my pleasure. Thanks for the great QSO tonight, and we'll say 73. W1ZY. This is K8KZ.
Thank you so much, Mark, and enjoy the rest of your evening. W1 said what?
Kilo Yankee 6 William, Victor Charlie, Tango, Charlie. Kilo Yankee 6 Golf.
All right, there's like 2 or 3 stations on frequency, and everybody's like 25 to 30 over, so we're doing the colossal signal. I think it's a Kilo Yankee 6 Golf, but I'm not sure because everybody's so loud. Go ahead, over.
Yeah, W1ZY from Kilo Yankee 6 Golf. Hello, Bill. I just wanted to stop by. I heard you on the air, and we chat from time to time. How's everything been with you, over?
Everything's very good here. Everything's working. I just did some stuff on the 830 and waiting for a replacement relay. So I did like double bypass surgery. It's a four-pole relay. I got a relay in taking over a couple of the bad valves. I hope the relay comes in soon. And then I did a mod. I'm pumping in audio from a processor chip externally in a little box into the bounce modulator. I bypass the mic gain, the preamp, the microphone amplifier. And then I realign the ALC and the speech processor. They're just testing it out tonight. But everything's good, Grant, and we're happy to have a break in the clouds that we've been having for the last several days. And we saw a little bit of blue sky tonight before the sun went down. Kilo Yankee 6 Golf, by the way, you're 2025 over. Kilo Yankee 6 Golf, W1 said what?
Yeah, W1ZY from Kilo Yankee 6 Golf. You're doing about the same down here in Florida there, Bill, up 25 or so over 9. And hopefully that relay comes in for you here soon. And it sounds like you got a good project going on there, getting everything rebuilt and fixed back up to optimal. Here, we're getting ready to leave for about 5 months or so, so we'll be off the air until we get back. We're headed to active duty May 7th, over.
And which service, Grant, over?
Army, over.
And do you know where are they going to put you?
Yeah, I'll be in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Oh, yikes. I thought it'd be like something like, Germany or something.
No, I got to go for training back to Leonard Wood, and then hopefully we'll get stationed here on the East Coast, and then my luck, I'll end up in Afghanistan. Over.
Oh, no way, man. No way. Now, what the hell are they going to train you in? I mean, what are they going to train you to do?
It's just a refreshing course, and then I opted to do a Sapper leader course. So if I can complete that, it has a 40% dropout rate. But if I can do the Sapper course, I get a tab and I get to go into a Sapper unit, which will be a little bit more fun. Over.
All right, very good, very, very good. Well, I wish you the best with that. It's part of the job, I guess. But if you ever get any time or you're bored, do an internet search or like a Google search for Gene Shepard, Jeanshepard, I think. He was a radio talk guy for many years, and he was a ham radio operator. Sometimes he talks about ham radio during the 70s, 60s, 70s, and very popular on WOR in New York. And he had one program. He'd just get on the radio and talk, play the kazoo and stuff like that. But talk about Americana and growing up in, in Indiana, I think. But he had one where talking about being in the Army, and it was a really good one about being in the Army with his buddies that are all ham radio operators, and they do 50 words a minute. Then the Army told them they had to go to code school, and they tried to explain we already know Morse code, and they refused. So they were in these Morse code class, and they just basically played dumb and infuriated the teacher and such. But they're hilarious, absolutely hilarious. So maybe when you're driving out there to Missouri, if you could find that recording, you could play it on the iPhone or something in the car, because it is hilarious. What are you running down there with this huge signal tonight, Grant, over?
Yeah, Roger. You're talking about Gene Parker Shepard Jr. I know exactly who you're talking about. I've not listened to any of his broadcasts, but I'll definitely look that up. Oh, and we're running our usual, just a 7300 at 100 watts, over.
Oh, my God. And what's the antenna?
Just the G5RV Junior.
Damn, how high up is that?
About 55 feet.
Well, that's good. There you go. That's a nice height. Yeah, we're at that. I think we're at that period where we get the colossal signals before the band goes long. But yeah, incredible! I can't believe you're running 100 watts. That's amazing. Good luck with what you're doing going out there, and I hope that you find a good posting. Kilo Yankee 6 Golf, W1ZY.
Yeah, W1ZY from Kilo Yankee 6 Golf. Yeah, Bill, hopefully we do. I want to try something really, really quick, just since my signal is colossal right now. I want to shoot it down. Let me turn the power down, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm turning it down. This will be about 75 watts, 75 watts. We're going to go 50 watts here at 50 watts. Then we're going to kick it down to we're at 25 watts here, 25 watts. Let's go down 10 watts, 10 watts, 10 watts. 5 watts here, 5 watts, 5 watts.
when he's done.
All right, somebody threw their call sign in when you went down to 2 watts, and do the milliwatt one, Mark. Okay, the 500 milliwatts I can hear, and I would have to go and narrow my passband on the TS-830 and do all that gizmo stuff, but I could probably copy you on the 500 milliwatts. So you got a very effective radiator, Grant, over.
Yeah, Roger, I kicked it back up to 100, but I was just curious what I was doing with this colossal signals. I'll let you work a couple more. I just wanted to let you know that if you don't hear from me for a few months, I am A-OK. I'm just busy. W1ZY from Kilo Yankee 6 Golf 73, and have a great week.
All right, you too, and enjoy whatever is about to come your way, and make the best of it. 73's W1ZY.
W1ZY.
K3 Hotel Victor Tango.
The Hotel Tango?
Kilowatt 3 Hotel Victor Tango.
That's a really familiar call sign. K3 Hotel Victor Tango. W1ZY. Good to hear you coming in. I'm not going to repeat I'm Bill in Rhode Island, Bob, and we've had many QSOs, according to our logs here. Down to you. Let me look at the signal. K3HVT, W1ZY.
W1ZY, K3HVT. Yeah, Bill, just thought I'd stop by. I'm kind of hoarse here. I got a sinus infection. I'm not talking too clear, but yeah, you're booming in down here at 5.9 plus 20. And, of course, the audio is good, so I just wanted to pop in and say hello. We're running ICOM 7300, but we have an ALS 600 running 600 watts to a Buckmaster. So how's my signal up there in Rhode Island?
Right at the end there, Bob, you're 20 over 9, and it goes from about 10 to 20 over 9, no lower than 10. So quite a nice signal coming up here, Bob, tonight. Over.
Okay, very good. I haven't been on the air in a couple of days. I just wanted to see how the antenna's working. I'm trying to raise one antenna from 30 feet up to about 50 feet. I'm going to try to do that tomorrow if the weather's good. But I won't hold you, Bill. Just wanted to say hello and make sure the signal's still working here and the rig's still working. I had a little trouble here with the rig, with some of the displays, but I think I got it worked out. So you have a good evening. Hope you have a good Easter, and we'll catch you later. W1ZY, K3HVT.
Alrighty, and I think when you get those antennas up, you can raise it from 30 to 50 on this band. It's going to make a big difference. You're going to see it'll be like a whole new world. It's going to be awesome. 73s, and thank you for saying hello, Bob. We'll talk to you soon. K3HVT, W1ZY.
73, Bill.
Kilo, Delta, 4, Foxtrot, Victor.
Okay, hang on a second to Victor. There's a Victor Echo 3 been calling in a couple times. Go ahead, over.
Ontario, Canada. Don't want a signal report, just wanted to tell you I've been listening, enjoyed the QSO, and you sound great. Over.
Thank you so much, John, and you're about 10 to 15 dB over, a little bit of RF. But good to hear you, and I do appreciate you calling in a couple times, Sarah, and you got a very colossal signal here tonight, over.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for the tip on the RF. I'll look into it. Have a good evening with the remainder of your QSOs. Like I say, enjoy listening to everything, your stories and everything. Had fun. V3DYJ, QRZ.
All right, 20 over 9. 20 over 9, incredible. Is there a Kilo 4 station, over?
Kilo 4, Yankee Fox Radio, Bill.
Kilo 4, Yankee Fox Radio. That's not the one, but there's another one beneath you, one with a Victor. But Ed, good to hear you. You're like 25 over. We're getting some big signals up here tonight, over.
Oh, woof, woof. You're right. And man, you are bowling in. I have 12 dB of attenuation kicked in on my 7600, and you're still 20 over 9 plus. Wow, what a signal. Okay. Hey, I wanted to let you know that I worked a VK6KJ long path about an hour ago on 7128. How about that?
Beautiful. That's Bob, and I think he has a really, really high dipole or something. You're 30 over, by the way, Ed. Well, congratulations on that, and I hope you enjoyed a long QSO with him on that nice long path opening, over.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And I wanted to ask you a question. You know, I put up a quarter wave vertical. I told you about it. And then I got real smart and decided to add an 80-meter quarter wave wire from a pine tree limb down to the same feed point. And I had done this before with wire antennas, but for some reason the 80-meter quarter wave and the 40-meter quarter wave did not get along with each other, and so I had to disconnect the 40 and hook the 80 up, and it worked. And I worked VK6MX on 80 CW about an hour before I talked to Bob. So I got it working, but darn, I thought I could put both of them on the same feed point and get away with it, but no.
Well, that's part of the wacky world of RF. I don't know why. They're in each other's reactive near field, but hey, man, if fan dipoles and such, that's as well. That's true as well. Then there's a guy in England selling these DX Commanders, which is the fiberglass pole with the thing on the top and all the wires coming down for multiband vertical use. But you can't get too greedy with these verticals, Ed. Over.
Yeah, you're right about that. Well, I was real happy. I got to say, the thing worked like a champ on 80, and this I'm talking on my dipole now, which is up about 80 feet. And so, we're playing around and having fun. I heard your comments about Gene Shepard. I used to listen to him all the time, Gene Shepard. And I was an on-air performer with the CBS affiliate in Richmond for quite a few years. And I love to listen to Gene Shepard on WOR. I could learn an awful lot by listening to him. That guy was a real talent.
I used to listen to him every night when I was going to bed, and I wrote him a long handwritten note once about something I read in the back of a Rube Goldberg cartoon book, his description of going to a buffet. And one night he pulled it out and he read it, and I got so excited, man. I ran downstairs, told my parents. It was incredible. Let me flip these antennas to the opposite direction, Ed, just out of curiosity to see what the propagation is doing right now, because we're at the colossal signal phase. Stand by. We're looking away right now, Ed, up to the northeast at about 60 degrees, looking away from you, and then back down 240 southwest. Over.
Oh, it's about 20 dB of difference, really.
All right, very good. Very interesting. All righty. Gene Shepard up on archive.org. They have a lot of his stuff up there, and if I hunt around now and again to try to find him. There's some YouTube stuff, but I think archive.org has almost the whole thing, and I love listening to him. He's incredible. That Midwestern humor. 73s and huge signal, 30 over 9, K4, YFR, W1 ZY.
Okay, very good, Bill. Before you go, I wanted to ask you if you know about the Ocean House Hotel. Is that in your neighborhood?
There's the Coast Guard House, and then there's something down at Watch Hill, way down at the end of the state. But those are the only two I can think of. Over.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. That's okay. Hey, thanks again for the QSO, and go tear them up over there in Europe. They're standing in line to talk to you. W1ZY, K4, YFR. See you later.
All right, 73s.
W8 Zulu, Quebec.
All right, now there's a Fox Victor, a Kilo 4 Victor. Are you still here? I guess not. CQ, W1, ZY.
W8ZQ, W8 Zulu, Quebec, W8ZQ.
There you go. Whiskey 8, Zulu, Quebec, W1, ZY. Good signal coming in, very loud. Everybody's loud tonight. I think you're about 20 over, but I got to look at the meter. The name's Bill, and QTH is Rhode Island, right on the south shore. Right on the ocean, overlooking the ocean. Whiskey 8, Zulu, Quebec, W1, ZY.
W1ZY, W8ZQ. Okay, thanks for coming back to me. I've tried a few times. My personal call is WB8, Charlie, Tango, Charlie. This is our club call. I'm trustee of W8ZQ, Northern Panhandle Amateur Radio Club. And, Bill, I just want to let you know, this Saturday is Kite Day here in West Virginia. I will be at the Kite Festival. We are planning to have a box kite up in the air supporting a 40-meter horizontal full-wave loop with open line feed at 100 foot. So look for W8ZQ this Saturday afternoon. Back to you. The name here is Joe.
All right, Joe. We'll try to keep our ears out. I'm sure we'll be able to hear you coming through, and I think you're probably going to get spotted on the DX cluster quite proficiently. That sounds like a great thing to do, and watch out for the static buildup on those kite wires over.
Roger. I usually run an inset long wire. I use aluminum electrical fence line and a 1 mega resistor straight to ground to bleed the static off. But this will be a full-size 40-meter horizontal loop, and I'll be feeding the open line feed, and it's going to be interesting if we can pull it off.
All right, well, good luck with that out there, and you guys got a beautiful vehicle with your club there. It's incredible. 73s to you, and enjoy and go fly a kite, Joe. Whiskey 8, Zulu, Quebec, W1, set by.
That's better than what my wife tells me. 738, WB8, center tap call, W8 to ZQ.
All right, tell her what Jackie Gleason used to say. 73s, W1, set by.
Alpha Kilowatt 4, November Charlie.
Alpha Kilo 4, November Charlie, W1 set by. Good evening, my name's Bill. I'm in Rhode Island, and you're about 10 over 9, just a very lovely signal, over.
QSL, thank you very much. I've been listening to you for a while, and great signal down here in the mountains of western North Carolina. The name here is Jess, Juliet Echo Sierra.
All right, Jess, very good. Again, my name is Bill, and you're coming through very nicely from North Carolina. We're running about 500 watts, and the antenna is a pair of phase verticals in a tidal marsh, salt marsh, right on the ocean in southern Rhode Island. Back out to you, Alpha Kilo 4, November Charlie, W1, set by.
We just got a little elevation here in the mountains. We run 100 watts barefoot on a Yaesu DX3000 and a gap vertical.
And a gap Titan?
Titan DX, yes sir.
Yeah, vertical dipole, very nice antenna. I'm very impressed with those antennas. The ones that I've heard have always put out very nice signals, and no need for radios underneath them. Hey, we'll say 73s, and we're testing out the rig tonight. We did some heavy mods on it and some alignment, so we're waiting for something to pop or break or whatever. But appreciate the signal report. Alpha Kilo 4, November Charlie, W1, set Y.
Okay, no. Thank you very much. Just heard you talking and just figured I'd jump in there and see if this radio would make it up there. So 73 to you, sir, and have a great evening. Let me see. I got to find your call sign again. I lost it. AK4 and 2, we'll put you down here in the lawn. 73, sir. Good evening.
Alrighty, 73s, and good evening. K9RX, Gary, W1, set Y. Go ahead, over.
Yeah, Bill, I hope you're doing well. Just wanted to check in with you. Could you do me a favor and let me know how the audio sounds? I've done just a little bit of adjusting. Go ahead.
Sounds awesome, over.
All right, I was up on 20 meters, and I worked a 9Y4 station, and the first thing he asked me is, he says, are you using an FT450 or an IC7000? And of course, those are both known for very poor audio. The issue with this Power SDR radio is it's got Peter signal on it, which I use all the time, but unfortunately sometimes it drops out of lock and it gets really fuzzy when it does that, so hopefully that's what it was. Anyway, I don't want to keep you, Bill. I just wanted to, I know that you know pretty well what the voice sounds like, so I wanted just to get your comment on it. You sound great. You sound great here as well, Bill. Go ahead.
All right, beautiful. And, yeah, it sounds good. It's got a lot of good bass in it and a lot of articulation and such. It's a really good sounding signal. It's beyond the ability of my TS-830 to hear the full breadth of it, I think. Because I switch I open the thing up and I can hear parts of it, but I got to scan back and forth. But yeah, it sounds, every bandwidth that I can hear sounds really quite nice. I know how harrowing it can be when somebody does that, and it turns out to be correct. But yeah, 73s, and it's good hearing from you again. A long time, Gary. Our Kilo 9 Radio X-ray, W1ZY.
All right, I appreciate it, Bill. You have a good one. Catch you later. K9RX, bye-bye.
30, over.
Kilo 4, WD8, Charlie.
WD8, is it Whiskey Delta 8, Charlie?
Yes, Bill, WD8CCC. Name is Ben, BEN, QTH, West Virginia. 59 plus about 25 or 30 here. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're 30 over. Whiskey Delta 8, Charlie, 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 a huge signal into Rhode Island. And good to meet you here again. The name is Bill, as you know, and I'm in Rhode Island. And we're testing out a TS-830 after doing some mods on it, and I appreciate the nice report. Whiskey Delta 8, Charlie, 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 W1, ZY.
Okay, fine, very good, boy. Sounds good. Sounded real good down here, no problem at all. You know, I've made some changes in my EQ, and I think somebody said my signal was broad, but I don't know. I always watch it. I don't think I have any problems. Go ahead.
I have no way to see anything here. We're on the old radio. What is your name again for my log? Over.
Yeah, Ben, Bravo, Echo, November.
Very good, Ben. And what are you running down there?
Running a 9,000 contest. Running an HC5 HAL cartridge in a boom set. I'm running an old Alpha 91B, many years old. It's got the original tubes in it. With a kilowatt to an antenna called a Super Loop 80. And it's up about 80 feet near here on the mountaintop. Go ahead.
Well, certainly radiating a lot of juice tonight. Sounds fantastic. And the radio sounds are very, very nice to me up here into Matunic, Rhode Island. We'll say 73s and maybe give out some more reports, but hell of a nice signal up here. 30 over 9, incredible, Ben. Whiskey Delta 8, Charlie, 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 W1, ZY.
Okay, fine, Bill. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, you sound great down here, too. Don't change a thing. Metal radio sounds good. Them old Kenwoods and all that stuff's really good radios. I remember them. Have a good one, Bill. W1ZY, WDHCCC. Thank you.
30 over.
King Germany 4, Echo.
King George 4 Echo, amongst many others, W1 ZY. My name's Bill. I'm in southern Rhode Island. You're a huge signal, over.
Bill in southern Rhode Island. Great to meet you, Bill. My name is Walt, Whiskey Alpha, Lima Tango. And the call is Kilowatt Golf 4 Echo. A great signal from you, also good audio. I'm running a Kenwood TS590, an Americon AL572. Looks like I'm putting out around 500 watts. But anyway, I've got you W1ZY. Good copy, Bill. Thanks for picking me up.
Hey, no problems, Walt. And you're 20 dB over, 59 plus 20. Just a fantastic, oh my God. Incredible signal, sounds very nice. The Kenwood is doing a beautiful job. Kilo Golf 4 Echo, W1 ZY.
All right, Bill, I just looked down. You're 15 over also. Great signal. So a lot of people in there. I'll let you get back to some of the guys. Thanks for picking me up. Have a great night. W1ZY, KG4E73.
Good evening, CQ, W1 ZY.
November, Kilo 8, Lima.
Whiskey 0, Mike, Papa Mike.
All right, many stations, everybody's really loud. They're like 15, 20, 30 over. Oh my God. NK8L, W1 ZY. Go ahead, over.
Yeah, good evening. Chatted about a month ago there, Bill. Name's Leo. I'm in Jackson, Michigan, and turned the amplifier on. It looks like everybody's running a lot of power. Couldn't get through to you with just 100 watts. We're pushing about 500 right now. And phase vertical is Michigan, so you're slightly off the No, thank you. northeast slope there. But that is correct. We contact you, and I think we talked a little bit about phase verticals back in March, and it's not I am not sure. Phasing system I use, the Chrisman or Christman phasing system, and I'll tell you, I'm just thrilled with this. I wish I had your salt water here. I've got sandy soil and about 20 radials on each vertical, but still works, and works real good here on 40 meters. So I won't hold it too long here, Bill. We'll shoot it back to you. This is, by the way, we're running a Flex 6400M through Ameritron amplifier about 100 watts. This is NK8L. We'll be listening.
All right, November, Kilo 8 Lima, W1 ZY. Beautiful transmission. You go from S9 all the way up to about 20 over 9.
So there's a rolling QSB, but perfectly copyable throughout the transmission. And yes, the Crispin method, quite effective. I found, in my experience, it's necessary to cut the coax lines, a phasing line, and the two 84-degree lines with some sort of a device, like a analyzer or something, to get them quite accurate. And then also to try to find the front to back with using the analyzer as a little transmitter, putting it behind the antenna and then flipping it as you scan up and down the bands, trying to find the peak, and then moving it if you can find it to where you want it. Yeah, they're a lot of fun, and the sandy soil, you can elevate the radios, get it away from that lossy ground. Lots and lots of radios also will give you the efficiency that you can get easier here in the salt marsh. Although we do have, I just basically took the two verticals that I had in the woods at another location and just took the radial system and lay it down. So it wasn't too hard. It was all soldered to a ground ring, a copper tubing ground ring. Not difficult at all. Just stretch them out. I use bamboo skewers that people use for shish kebabs to anchor them through little insulators. In the beginning, at least. Hey, good to hear you. Many others, and we'll give out some reports. But good to hear you again, Leo. NK8LW1 set Y.
Okay, Bill, I'll say 73s. Yeah, there's the... You sound like a DX station now, getting all the calls. Good evening and have fun. It's NK8L clear.
All right, 73s, W1 set Y. All right, many calling. Let me just see if I can pick somebody out. CQ, W1 set Y. Alrighty, there's so many of you guys in there. Let's reach out to California. The California station, go ahead.
Roger. The California station is November Alpha 1 Alpha. 718 in W6.
All right, very good. November Alpha 1 Alpha W1ZY. You're about a 5 and 8 to 5 dB over into Rhode Island. And my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, over.
Okay, Bill. Very good. Good to you coming to about 10 years, Bill. 5 and 8, 5 and 9.
Stand by. Frequency occupied.
At about 60 feet with food in the tank. 1,600 watts. Thank you.
All right, very good. We had a South American station attempt to break in or something to that effect. Good to hear you. Could you repeat your name again? I lost it with the South American station. Over. Delta United Kilo Echo, is that right? All right, very good. You got a lot of lows in your audio dupe, so I'm trying to zero in on them with my passband tuning and such on this old TS-830. But the meter is showing 5.8 and then all the way up to 5/9 with the inverted V, I think, up 50 feet and the 1,500 watts. Doing a very nice, respectable job. So early here, it's almost 9 o'clock, and I do believe you still probably have daylight unless my internal clock is off. I think we just got our sunset a little while ago, but that might have been a few hours. Running TS-830, about 500 watts, and we have two-phase verticals in a salt marsh overlooking the ocean here in Matunic, Rhode Island on the south coast. And we're just checking out propagation out as the band goes through its nightly arrangements in terms of propagation. Back out to you, Duke. November Alpha 1 Alpha, W1 set Y.
Okay, very good, Bill. W1ZY from NA1A. I just changed the fitting to another parameter here, so this one ought to cut through the chase a bit better for you, over.
Much better, Duke, over.
What I call the war mode. The war mode there, Bill. Yeah, so this one down a bit on the bandwidth. Still roughly just about 3K wide, but cut back a bit on the low end, and the compressor picked up
Yankee Victor 5
on the radio. So
What X, mi amigo?
I'm looking at your photo on the QRZ site. Very nice. I'm trying to find embedded in the lake. I wonder why you can mount very well. So I know a guy out in Hawaii that got a similar setup, and every time I hear him on, he's always booming with the antenna embedded in the ocean water.
Yeah, lowers the takeoff angle considerably, Duke HR, and I guess that's the most important thing, even more than gain, I believe. Yeah, your adjustment of your audio with a flick of a mouse or twisting of dials is getting it much better into my passband, which is quite limited. But great to hear you coming in all the way across the country so early tonight, Duke. I'll say 73s. There's a bunch of other folks standing by, and there's a Yankee Victor 5 that is also on the frequency. You want to give him out a report. He's quite loud here. 73s from Matunic, Rhode Island, and enjoy the beautiful weather out there in California. November Alpha 1 Alpha, W1 ZY.
Good evening, and boy, we'll talk to you another time. W1ZY from NA1A.
73s, the Yankee Victor 5, go ahead.
Yankee Victor 5, Zulu, Tango, Roger.
Yankee Victor 5, is it Radio Tango, QSL?
Zulu, Tango, Zanzibar, Tokyo. You report 59 plus, very good, QSL.
QSL, gracias, Yankee Victor 5, Zulu Tango, Whiskey Uno, Zulu Yankee. Yankee Uno, Whiskey Uno, Zulu Yankee. 59 más 5. 59 más 5. Muy fuerte signo. Mi nombre es Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, QTH, Rhode Island, Radio, Italy. Yankee Victor 5, Zulu Tango, W1 Zulu Yankee, cambio.
W1, Whiskey. Okay, report 59 plus from Venezuela.
Gracias, mi amigo, y muy fuerte signo for you. What is your nombres, cambio?
My name is Daniel. Delta Alpha, Noviembre, India, Echo, Lima. Daniel, Rogers.
Roger, Daniel, beautiful signal, bueno signal, mi amigo. 73, gracias por contact, y happy week coming up. Yankee Victor 5, Zulu Tango, W1 ZY.
Okay, 73, good luck, good DX.
10 dB over. CQ W1 ZY.
Norway 3, Echo Japan.
The state side, hang on, the Papa station, go ahead.
Bravo Radio.
Is it Papa 8 Bravo Radio?
Papa Whiskey 8 Bravo Radio.
Papa Whiskey 8 Bravo Radio, W1 Zulu Yankee, 59 plus 20, 20. 59 plus 20, over.
Zulu Yankee, 73 para ti, muy fuerte tu sinal aquí en el norte de Brasil, Rondônia, ¿sabes?
QSL, gracias, 59 plus 20, you're 20 dB over.
Abraço, obrigado, vou contar.
Obrigado. The November 3 Echo Japan, W1 ZY, go ahead, over.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if I can make the trip there to Rhode Island from Pennsylvania. I'm playing with a radio here, trying to figure out the meters. And you were booming in here, you're 5959 into Enon Valley, Pennsylvania. The name's Matt, Mike Alpha Tango Tango, over.
Very good, Matt. You're 15 to 20 dB over into Rhode Island, and my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima, over.
Okay, Bill, thanks for the contact and good luck. 7-3. Norway 3, Echo Japan.
And what is the rig before you go, Matt, over?
It's ICOM 7300, and I cannot get the meter to give me signal strength. You know how you get like a 20, like you read my signal strength. It won't register, so I'm playing around with that.
Do you have the manual?
Yes, I have both manuals, and they're not fun to read, but I'm digging in right now. Over.
Yep, it's probably a little bit more complicated than running a remote fluently, so it'll take a while, over.
Roger. Well, 7-3, good luck. Make a few contacts. N3 EJ.
Alrighty, great signal nonetheless. CQ, W1, Zanzibar, Yokohama.
November 8, Alpha Lima Papa.
Is many calling the November 8?
November 8, Sierra Alpha X-ray.
Hey, N8SAX, W1ZY, you're 59 plus 15 to 20 into Rhode Island. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima, over.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Same report over here into Copley, Ohio, about 6 miles just west of Akron, the rubber city. 5-9 plus 15. You're pushing 20 when it peaks. Station sounds absolutely terrific out here, Ohio. You got lots of people calling, so I won't hold you. Thanks for coming back to the call, Bill. W1ZY NHSAX.
All right, very good, David. I appreciate that. We just did a lot of work on the TS-830, and we did an audio mod on it. And we're testing it out tonight, so I really appreciate that. Big signal coming up here. N8 Sugar Alpha X-ray, W1ZY.
The radio and the audio sounds terrific. Just working at Kenwood TS-2000 over here with an MT60 microphone, standard stuff. But boy, big signal, big audio. Good luck, have fun tonight, Bill. N8SAX.
Thank you. CQ, W1ZY. The Kilo station?
Kilo 4, Alpha Lima Papa.
Kilo 4, Alpha Lima Papa. Good evening from Rhode Island. You're about 5 and 8. My name is Bill, over.
Roger. You're just 5-9 plus 20 down here in Wilmer, Alabama. The name is Al, Alpha Lima. I'm on a ICOM 7300 with a Busmaster Buddy pole up about 35 feet. Good, Al?
Very good, Al, and you are 10 over 9 on the peaks, 5-9 plus 10, a fantastic signal, over.
Very good. Well, good to hear you this evening. You got a great signal coming down here, and you're booming here in Lower Alabama, so I really appreciate the contact, Bill. I'll say 73, so you can get the W1ZY.
All right, thank you so much, and again, what a hell of a signal you're putting in up here. What's that, 7300? All the best from Rhode Island, CQ, W1, Zanzibar, Yokohama.
Whiskey Victor 1, Quebec.
Whiskey Victor 1, Quebec. I suspect that you're probably down in Florida, HI. You're 59 plus 10 in Matunic, Rhode Island, over.
QSL, I'm over here in Mississippi. I've seen it. I got advantage. But you're 5-9 plus 30, sounding beautiful. Did the scope on you, but conditions are not favorable to play it back for you right now, over.
Well, I really appreciate that because I just did a bunch of mods on the rig, and I hope to not be too raspy. I hope the audio isn't too raspy. I'm using an RF speech processor, only take it out, which I just did. I did a bunch of alignments on it to be able to punch it in and out without too much, with no distortion. And I can, of course, turn it up really heavy, hopefully without distorting. I'll turn it back down. Yeah, you're sounding great up here. Whiskey Victor 1, Quebec, W1ZY.
W1ZI, WVUSC returning. Yeah, it's definitely working. Don't touch a thing, lock it down. And those, I think if I was reading the mail correctly, those parent trained verticals are definitely doing the job. Don't do nothing different, Bill. WV1Q out in Heidelberg, Mississippi.
All right, Al, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I hope to follow your advice. It's like telling a kid not to stick his hand in the cookie jar. 73s from Matunic, Rhode Island. Clear with you, calling CQ W1ZY.
Kilo Whiskey 4, Hotel November.
Kilo Whiskey 4, Hotel November, amongst many others. W1ZY, you're 59 plus 20 in Rhode Island, over.
Hey, roger that. You're 59 plus 10 down here in Alpha Lima. This is Kilo Whiskey 4, Hotel November.
All right, and what are you running down there, Bill, over? Or David, over?
Hey, I'm running a Yaesu 3000, pushing 100 watts with an off-center fed dipole about 30 feet high, over.
Yeah, well, we got some nice propagation between our two locations in tonight. Incredible. Thank you for the report, and all the best from Rhode Island. Kilo Whiskey 4, Hotel November, W1ZY.
Roger that, 73.
73, CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Hey, Hank, how's it going, over?
Doing good, Bill. You're 5 to 10 over S9 down here tonight, and your audio is a little more full than last night. It sounds really good.
Yes, I thank you for that. I hope it's not too raspy, but I think you've probably been listening. I did realigned it, and the ALC and the speech processor after studying the results from last night, and I caught on to how to do it, I think. So we're just testing it out right now, and I have a lot of control over my audio. I can do lots of different things to it, so we're really happy. All external to the radio. Anyway, hope to talk to you at length later tonight, Hank. You're 10 over 9. Kilo Zero, Papa Kilo Zulu at Castle Rock, W1ZY.
Hey, Castle Valley, Bill. Castle Valley. Where's the low point? Anyway, yeah, you're peaking a little over 10 over 9, so good signal here tonight. And as I said, I pretty much listened to links, and your audio seems pretty clean here, and I like it quite a bit better than last night. 73s. See you later, W1ZY, W0PKZ. Take care.
All right, 73s. We talk to you soon, W1ZY.
Whiskey 3, Sugar Papa Charlie.
Whiskey 3, Sugar Papa Charlie, W1ZY. Good evening. You're 59 plus 20 into Rhode Island, and my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, over.
QSL, well, you're about 20 over as well into the state of South Carolina, just about 20 miles southwest of Charlotte, North Carolina. Name is Steve. Sierra Tango, Echo Victor.
Hi, very good, Steve. And again, you're coming through quite nicely. We're running an old TS830, about 500 watts and 2 phased verticals in a salt marsh next to the ocean here in southern Rhode Island. Very nice signal coming through. Whiskey 3, Sugar Papa Charlie, W1ZY.
QSL, Bill. Yeah, those phased verticals are doing a fantastic job. You're just absolutely booming down here. Running a Flex 6400 into an expert 1KSA. Only putting out about 550 watts range. Run to a W5GI mystery antenna off about
All right, very good. Those are a beautiful assemblage of different components, and sounding very nice up here tonight. We are looking forward to some sunshine. The blue skies were poking through the clouds this afternoon right before sunset, so we're really happy to finally get out of where we were before with the craziness of the overcast situation. Hey, 73s, and thank you for the call. Great to hear you. Steve, Whiskey 3, Sugar Papa Charlie, W1ZY.
QSL, 73.
73s, W1ZY. 0 November, Delta Juliet. Hey, good to hear you, Jim. My name's Bill. I'm in Rhode Island. You're about a 5'8" to 5'9" plus 5. Over. All right, beautiful. And how high up is the dipole, Jim? Over. It's working quite nicely here tonight into my location. Again, you're coming through quite nicely. And again, we're just testing out some modifications on an old TS-830, which we're restoring it and so forth. But right now we're working on the audio and the ALC and the speech processor. Hey, 73's Jim, and very nice to hear you coming through into my QTH tonight with such a nice signal. Kilo Delta 5, November Delta Japan, W1 set Y. .73s, have a good week coming up. W1 set Y. Kilo 5, Charlie Kilo X-ray, I think. You're 59, over.
Roger, Bill, the K5CKX down in Waco, Texas. And as a matter of fact, I've got an 830 sitting right here beside the 570D that I'm talking on right now. I was thinking about turning it on and exercise a little bit tonight, but got an excellent signal and excellent audio coming into Central Texas tonight. Bill, back to you.
All right, well, thank you so much. I think it's Mike, and appreciate that, and it's good to know that you have one of these rigs sitting next to you, safe and sound, HI. Yeah, it's fun to play around with the thing. I'm turning up my processor level, and I'm trying to turn down some other aspects. I have a little breakout box with a speech processor that I built, and it gives me some control over the audio. I can just go crazy. A lot of latitude in it, so we're going to play around with it a little bit here as we get used to the settings. But you're coming up here really nicely, and I'm wondering what you're running down there, Mike. Kilo 5, Charlie Kilo X-ray in Waco, W1 set Y.
Okay, W1ZY, K5CKX. We're just outside a little community called China Springs, which is just on the northwest city limit side of Waco. And I'm running a 570D tonight. I picked this up from a Silent Keys widow right around Christmas time. For some reason, all of a sudden, she wanted everything out of the shop after 9 years after her husband passed away. And she gifted me this radio. And
Frequencies in use. Frequencies in use.
40 meter double.
Frequencies in use. Alrighty, we have some South Americans moving in here. Well, you're very lucky to get that thing gifted to you, Mike, and I'm sure it's very nice to get that thing back on the air in memory of the previous operator. And it's sounding very nice up here tonight into my location. And again, it's always good to hear of people taking that equipment and then getting it back up on the air again. Hey, we'll say 73s and maybe change frequencies. I think the South Americans are starting to come in here quite loudly. Kilo 5, Charlie Kilo X-ray, W1 set 1.
Okay, Bill, been a pleasure visiting with you. I'll crank up the TS-830 gas one night. Maybe we can
Have a Keystone, very good radios. I picked mine up last year in Albuquerque when we were out visiting, and just love that radio. Just using this for the line just to take a phone off around the block. W1ZY, KKS,
73's 10 over 9, W1ZY.
Oh, W1ZY, 615 Tango radio. Tango X-ray.
Many calling 6 Yankee 5 Tango radio, W1ZY. Go ahead, over.
Yeah, very good evening, Bill. Oh, you got a big signal here. Here about 2025 over S9. The name here is Donald, Delta Oscar November Alpha Lima Delta on the QTH St. Catherine, Jamaica. Just want to say good evening. I've been listening to your conversation for a while now, and just want to hop in there and say good evening, over.
All right, good to hear you, Donald, and you're 20 over 9 up here. Just a fantastic signal coming up into Rhode Island tonight. Just some really very nice propagation coming in tonight from all over the place. 6 Yankee 5 Tango radio, W1ZY.
Roger, and Bill. Yeah, the conditions have been sort of surprising for about 3 days now. On 20, the day before yesterday, it was very good in the evening hours here as well, and now 40 meters like it's wide open. Yeah, and I do hear the South Americans, man, they're strong too. All right, Bill, I'll let you call them a couple more CQ, man. Just what happened there, I say good evening, and your system out there, I was looking at your webpage, man, and it's working wonderful there, over.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time to check that that monstrosity out, Donald, over.
Yeah, Roger. All right, take care. Best of 73s, W1ZY 655 Tango Radio, 73s.
All right, 73s, and thank you again, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama.
WX4L. 0 Lima Tango X-ray.
The 0 Lima Tango X-ray?
Yes, November 0 Lima Tango X-ray. Here, 59 is the Boulder, Colorado.
Oh, incredible. It's good to hear Boulder coming in. You're 59 here into Rhode Island. And my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima. And we're just, it's very nice to hear Colorado coming through. November 0 Lima Tango X-ray from W1ZY, over.
You know, Bill, the name here is Bob, Bravo, Oscar, Bravo. If you have a great
All right, thank you, Bob, for that nice report. Again, we're taking this rig for a little test run and trying to take a look at the ALC and such, and looking for a bad capacitor. We're trying to see if we can track down a couple things. 73s and all the best from Rhode Island. November 0 Lima Tango X-ray, W1ZY. Kilo 5, Kilo Tango, Kilo 59, over.
Yes, Bill, we have talked before briefly. I don't want to keep you. I know you got a lot of callers. Just want to touch base on admiring your QRZ page. And also, you're the first call on the new amplifier, over.
Oh, very good. And what type of amplifier is it, over?
Well, I bought a little low-end Americon ALS 606. It'll put out about 600 watts. I'm pushing towards 500. Don't want to blow it up the first night, over.
Yeah, I got to watch the SWR with those with the solid state amplifiers more so than the tubers. But you're coming in quite nicely, and we're very happy to be your first contact on the amplifier. Kilo 5 Tango, Kilo Tango, W1ZY.
Yes, W1ZY, real quickly, we're coming well over 5x9 in Corpus Christi, Texas, and always admiring your songs over the radio, and appreciate it very much, and I know you got a bunch of other callers, so I'll leave it to you, over.
All right, well, we appreciate it. Yeah, we're testing out a little mod on the TS-830 tonight, and so we appreciate any call from anywhere, HI. Hey, congratulations on the new Ola. on the new amplifier, and we look forward to hearing you down the log and hearing how it works. Kilo 5, Tango Kilo, Kilo Tango Kilo, W1 ZY.
W1 ZY, Alpha Charlie Niner, uniform golf.
Yeah, W1 ZY, this is Kilo 5, Kilo Tango Kilo.
73s. I think we're going to take a slight break to get dinner going, but we'll do, I guess, one more call, W1 ZY.
W1 ZY, Bravo 4, Foxtrot Whiskey, Quebec.
Whiskey Bravo 4, Fox Whiskey, Quebec, W1 ZY. You're 59 into Rhode Island, and the name is Bill. Over.
QSL, you're 59 into the state of Tennessee, and my name is Tom, Tango Lost Mobile.
Tom, you're 10 dB over, 59 plus 10, a beautiful signal, over.
QSL, you're 15 over here, beautiful signal.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to take a break and get some dinner, 73s. Thank you, everybody. We'll keep the receiver on, W1 ZY.
Okay, thank you so much, W1 ZY, WB4S,
73s.
KCMO and then 4W. QSL, you're 5'5", and I can only give you a... I hear stuff like that, and that's one reason I like you on here, right, too. You hear people...
Not as strong as I used to be. I don't have the balance that I used to,
Victor Echo 3, Foxtrot Charlie X-ray calling CQ. Calling CQ, standing by for call. Alpha Charlie 9 Uniform Golf. Hello, how are you? This is Victor Echo 3, Foxtrot Charlie X-ray, got 5-5 on you here in Niagara Falls, Canada.
my other rig is a TS520 that I've been using for over 45 years. So we're really enjoying the receiver, how it's so much better. You can hear a lot better. Well, it's good to hear you coming through, and again, it's a hell of a signal that you're putting through. Victor Oscar 1, Juliet Radio Golf, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Yeah, okay, Bill. Anyway, buddy, nice talking to you. You're sounding real good back here. And I really love the older rigs. I got a couple of 820s here, and I got a 101ZD and the old 830. I like the older rigs there, Bill. I think you'll like them yourself because I think you use the, like you said, the 520. Anyway, Bill, nice talking to you. I heard you on there a couple of nights ago. That was last night or the night before. And I was going to break in, but I was doing something else here and I got it. But you're sounding good again tonight there, Bill. Really booming back this way. Sounding choice. Anyway, nice talking to you, Bill. And we'll say 7-3 for now. And it could be a few more stations. That station you were talking to in Russia, I heard him in there, but I got a little bit of a noise level back here, and he was right in my noise level. Anyway, W1ZY, nice talking to you, Bill, 7-3s. VO1JRG, we're going to be clear, and probably talk to you later on there, Bill.
All right, 73s, and again, a beautiful signal coming through. It's very loud here in Rhode Island. A great signal. 73s, Jim, and I hope to hear you again. I hope you call in again. Victor Oscar 1, Juliet Radio Golf, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Tango.
Victor Echo 3, Foxtrot Charlie X-ray, over.
Okay, Foxtrot. Victor Echo 3, Foxtrot Juliet Charlie, Roger. Juliet X-ray, Roger.
Alpha Charlie 2 Tango. Roger, I was just wondering, I was getting out to Rhode Island there. I'm down here in Yonkers, New York. So the name here is Paul, Pop out for Uniform Lima. Fine business, Bill. I guess you have a better antenna than I have. All I have is a random wire. Goes out of the shack here 15 feet up into the rain gutter and then 65 feet across the yard. And that's all I got.
Well, it's working quite nicely, and again, you're very loud here. You're 20 over 9. And we lived down in Brooklyn for many years. New York all over, but a lot of the time in Brooklyn. So we're really happy to hear you coming through, Paul. A beautiful signal into southern Rhode Island. Again, the name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Alpha Charlie 2 Tango, W1ZY.
Roger, Bill, take care. I tell you, it's a wonder that this thing is working. But that's all I have, all the room I have to put any antenna up. Anyway, for this frequency. For 20, I have a MA5D flight pushcraft, but that works pretty good for me. Anyway, let me say 73's all the best, and thank you for the QSO and the signal report. So take care, Bill, and hopefully we'll catch you again. The W1ZY AC2T will be listening for your final. 73's, Bill.
All right, good to hear you, Paul, and good to hear Yonkers coming in so beautifully here tonight. Incredible. 73's from Rhode Island, Alpha Charlie 2 Tango, W1ZY. 73.
73.
The Lima United station, go ahead. Lima United station again.
Lima Uniform 9 and Delta Bravo. Lima Uniform 9 and Delta Bravo.
Lima United 9 Delta Bravo. You're 59 plus about 10 into Rhode Island, and my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, over.
Okay, Roger, Willie 1, Zulu Yankee, Lima Uniform 9 Delta Bravo. Thank you, my report 59. You report 59 plus 10. 59 plus 10, very good signal, Bill. My name is Danny, Dinamarca, America, Norway, India. Roger, Bill.
Roger, Danny, and it's good to hear you coming through. My working condition is about 500 watts. I'm running about 500 watts, and my antenna is two verticals. Two verticals beaming southwest right now for you down there in Lima United Land. Beautiful signal coming up. You're 59, 5 to 10 dB over. Lima United 9 Delta Bravo, W1ZY.
Okay, Bill. Thank you for information, my friend. Congratulations for transmission. Your antenna system. My antenna is a rotary dipole. Power is 1 kilowatt. Power is 1 kilowatt. Bill, thank you for contact, my friend. 73X for you. Ciao, Bill. Willie 1, Zulu Yankee, Lima Uniform 9 Delta Bravo. Ciao, bye.
Okay, Danny, gracias por contact. Y 73 from Rhode Island. 73 Lima Union 9 Delta Bravo from W1ZY 73.
Ciao, bye.
Looking back to the east, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY. Looking into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Checking propagation out to Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQDX, standing by.
W1 Zanzibar Yankee. Bill, there was a copy on this one there, VO1JRG. Yeah, not so good as, hang on for a second there now, Bill. What about there now?
I think it's a good signal, Jim. It's about 10 over 9, over.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, this is a long wire I just put up there, Bill. I only put it up a couple of days ago. It's 150 foot there with the 4-to-1 down there, Roger.
Well, it's working quite nicely. It's coming through beautifully here into my QTH tonight. There's not a problem with it. It's the same signal as the other one, over.
Yes, boy, yeah. I wasn't expecting that, but anyway, it seems like it's working pretty good. Okay, Bill, we went over it there. Thanks a lot. 73, and we'll talk to you later.
73, W1 Zulu Yankee, calling CQ into Europe. Checking propagation into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY, Whiskey 1, Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Calling CQDX into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama in Rhode Island. Calling CQDX into Europe. W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Standing by.
Here again, going. Yes, not 4. Yes. You need my gripping on my signal. I've changed the microphone, Bill. The signal sound okay, guys. Alright then, thanks for letting me. Alright, Bill, well, I'll leave you to it. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Cheers. I don't know. I really don't know. There's something wrong with the wrist, I think. It's maybe in the rig somewhere. I'm going through the back of the rig, you see. But anyway, it's I'll have to put another rig on mine. Get it sorted out. But thanks for listening. See you later. 4 LYM there.
W1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island, calling CQ, looking into Europe from W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1 Zulu Yankee, Whiskey 1, Zanzibar, Yokohama. Trying to adjust our transmitter power. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQDX Europe. Looking Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQDX. Standing by.
Yes, the Florida 4, Florida Victor Papa, QSL.
Florida 4, Fox Victor Papa, W1ZY, you're 59 in Rhode Island, over.
My friend, you're 5 on the signal. And I have a mighty pool down in the...
All right, Fox 4, Fox Victor Papa, W1ZY, good to hear you coming through. And again, a nice signal into Rhode Island. We're running about 500 watts, and the antenna is a pair of verticals right on the ocean. And again, we appreciate the report. Great to hear you coming through. Fox 4, Fox Victor Papa, W1 Zulu Yankee, 73s.
73, my friend, and congratulations for your signal. Very strong tonight. Bye-bye, 73, good luck.
5 dB over on that transmission. 73s, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. I'm going to try to slide down. There's somebody above me, and let me just see if I can slide down just a wee bit.
W1
Zanzibar, Yokohama. Looking into Europe, calling CQ, W1ZY. Standing by. The Mexico 6 with a Juliet. Mike 6, Juliet Bravo, W1ZY. You're about a 58, a 5x8 into Rhode Island. And my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima. And again, we're located in Rhode Island. You're coming in quite nicely, and we're very happy to hear you coming through. Mike 6, Juliet Bravo from W1 Zulu Yankee.
Thank you very much for that. My first question is John.
Very good, John, from Glasgow, I think it is. And nice to hear you. We have some sort of a beacon, some crazy beacon down below frequency here, HI, that I think is a European. We're running about 500 watts into 2 verticals, and we're very happy to hear you. Mike 6, Juliet Bravo, W1ZY.
73.
All right, Hamilton, Scotland. Good to hear you. All right, 73s, and thank you for the report. I appreciate it. Mike 6, Juliet Bravo, W1ZY. 73s, John, W1ZY, calling CQ into Europe. From W1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQDX, checking out propagation into Europe from W1 Zulu Yankee, standing by. Okay, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama.
W1 Zulu Yankee, that's too much. Zanzibar, Yokohama. Try to break down those lows. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Checking propagation into Europe from W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQDX. CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. In Rhode Island. Checking propagation into Europe from W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee. Calling CQDX. CQ into Europe, Russia, Middle East. W1 Zulu Yankee. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQDX. Standing by.
Sugar Vector 1, Uniform Tango.
W1 ZY, beautiful signal. You're 59, a little bit over, into Rhode Island. Over.
Good afternoon to you. We are 592. We have the same my name is Bill. The situation here is happening. The conditions here is very poor. I using only the ICOM Pro. Now better. You are 5'9", and the noise here is about 5 points. Back to you, my dear Bill. Let me hear you.
All right, Sugar Victor 1, United Tango, W1 Zulu Yankee. You're 59, about 2 or 3 dB over, 59 plus 2 or 3 dB. Into Rhode Island. You're right over the top of the meter. And we're running about 500 watts, and we have 2 verticals right on the ocean. And we're very happy to hear you coming through, Bill. I think it's Bill. Sugar Victor 1, United Tango, W1 Zulu Yankee. Go ahead, over.
Okay, Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee, this is Sugar Victor 1, United Tango. By the way, I forgot to tell you, my that's probably my poor condition. So I'm very glad because you give me a very strong signal. It's unbelievable. The noise here, I tell you again, it's about 5 points, and you are up to 9 points, about +5, +6. So I appreciate for your action to me. I would like to thank you very much for the contact, and I hope to hear you again in the future. So Bill, back to you perhaps for the final. This is Sugar Victor 1, Uniform Tango, to Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee. Back to you, over.
All right, beautiful. Coming through, John. Sugar Victor 1, United Tango, W1 Zulu Yankee. Fantastic. Again, you're 59. It's a great signal. And we very much appreciate hearing your beautiful signal from your ground plane. Just fantastic. Not a problem. 73s, and all the best to Greece. Sugar Victor 1, United Tango, W1 Zulu Yankee. Thank you.
Bill, thank you very much. And I will tell you, I hope good times from your wishes. I hope you understand what I mean. I wish for my country.
HI, I love to come and visit. HI. 73s, Sugar Victor 1, United Tango, W1 Zulu Yankee. 73s.
Oh, this beacon is driving me crazy. CQ, W1 said what? Say again?
You're still not strong. It's a big 6KJ. Dropped back a little bit, but you're still 8.25.
That's incredible. Let me look at the meter if I can see you, Bob. Over.
Yeah, okay. WY, VK 6KJ. I just been up to Van Horn with Chuck, P9RM and Frank. Just starting to drop off. So just starting to drop off there over the 9. And you've dropped down a bit, but absolute inside copy.
Yeah, you're 58, 59. I have a large, there's some sort of a navigation beacon or some kind of a crazy thing coming out of Europe right above us, but you're coming in here very nicely. Not a problem. What is your I can calculate that. It's almost 9 o'clock in the morning for you. Is that right, Bob?
Yeah, Roger, 7 minutes to 9 in the morning.
That's incredible. I mean, I sit here at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I don't even imagine being able to hear the VKs, but that's short pass. I guess long pass a little bit different. How long can you go before you lose the propagation of stateside East Coast, Bob? Over.
You mean on the long pass?
Yeah.
Well, I've spoken to guys cleaning the check at the time. I'm normally getting off to work at this time, so it's the latest that I've worked at. Anybody really, I think, on the long path. I'd have to say, look, it'll be usually around 8 o'clock it's all gone, so it's interesting. One, having been at 210 degrees, which I was just doing some experiments with the boys up further up the bank. It's absolutely, definitely peaking at 210. I took my position on the thing, and that is dead right. So, I'm not sure quite what's going on, Bill.
Yeah, maybe there must be some charged particles or something up there that are getting us. Who knows what it is? But it's just incredible. Yeah, we're up to 9 o'clock. It's coming up at the 9 o'clock here, and you're coming through quite nicely. It's perfectly readable. I usually would hear you guys maybe in my sunset or a little bit before, maybe a little bit after. But just incredible to see it 2 hours, hour and a half, let's see, 7:30, hour and a half afterwards into darkness. So it's just fantastic. I guess there must be something about the fact that we are near the transition point for this propagation. I think in a few weeks, I guess, it'll drop off or it'll shift or something, or the static will come in or something. But yeah, just fantastic. Not a problem to hear you. Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan, W1 said what?
Yeah, okay. Well, you're actually sitting on the 7, but of course what's happening as well is the noise level. My noise floor is coming right down too. My noise floor when conditions are hot, I would be over sort of 7, and the noise, the noise is dropping off on sort of noise level, which I don't normally work just with a noise 4 or 5, simply because it's nobody around. So that is interesting for sure. Thank you for saying to me, well, if you're beaming 30 degrees, but I don't think that really works like that. So what percentage of your phase vertical, so what direction now? Where would they be aiming? Over?
6 zeros off of true north. 60 degrees off of true north, Bob, over.
Yeah, okay. Well, if I put my antenna up, I'll take okay, I'll come up to 240, which is exactly opposite of 260. Oh, that was that. Have I dropped off yet?
No, over.
So the signal hasn't dropped off?
Negative.
But you have. In that case, if I bring it back down to 210, okay, your picture comes up, over.
Oh, okay. So, where are you pointing right now?
I'm at 210 now, and you're 58, maybe just flashing the 9.
That's incredible. Yeah, I don't know. My forward lobe is very wide. It's about 140, 150 degrees. It's very, very wide, Bob, over.
Yeah, okay. Well, obviously my beam's too sharp on that. Certainly, 240 will out. Only 2 elements, so it's just a reasonable forward job, I think, over.
Yep, Roger. Over here we have a very low takeoff. That's the only advantage that I have. a big advantage. And of course, the beam is there's 3 dB forward, but it's dispersed over the whole, almost half of the compass headings, almost. So really, I don't have any directivity, which works out nicely for me. It just gives a good spread of the signal. But the big advantage is the lower angle, the very low angle, under single digits, heading off all over the place. Europe all the way down to southwest. All right. Well, can you hear that beacon? Can you hear that beep, 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 beep sound, Bob? Over.
No, I'm not. I'm here. No fear at all. Yeah. Okay. Well, see, remembering the course that I had in Western Australia, so I'm 4,000 km outside from the east coast and right on the south coast. So I would be looking pretty well. I guess well over Africa, really. Say that Africa, over.
I'm trying to tune you in. Could you say that again?
I said, remembering that I am on the south coast of Western Australia, so I'm right down the bottom, so I'm right to the south, right on the bottom of Western Australia. So a big, thing could take off across the water to, across to Africa, I guess, and then around to you, over.
Yep, I would think so. And also, there is something about being on the opposite side of the world that enhances the propagation, supposedly. I've seen a couple articles about that, Bob, over.
Yeah, I can see that right there as well. So I guess you can see we're just using the distance long past the beach. There's certainly a reasonable sort of a hop, that's for sure. Well, it's one big subject, I'd have to say, propagation and intended. I mean, I always remember seeing a joke in a magazine where a boss said to the head technician, he said, take 5 minutes out and tell the apprentice all you know about antennas. Hi.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? It's the wacky world of RF, Bob, over.
Okay, just not going to make a move, get out the jacket. I'm on holiday, so I've got a few things I've got to do, so I'll carry on and do that. I just thought I'd come back and tell you that we're certainly still welcome here, no worries about it. First again first, W1ZY, VK6KJ.
5 and 8, 58, 5 and 8, incredible. And always a pleasure to hear you. I really enjoy it when you check in like this. It just really gives me a great perspective, which is why I'm doing all these stations. It gives me a great perspective about the propagation, especially seeing the Victor Kilo path open all the way here at 9 o'clock at night. It's incredible. 73 at this time of year. 73. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow morning, I guess it would be. Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan W1ZY.
W1ZY, VK6KJ time. Thanks for, bye-bye.
73. Any more Europe?
W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Anybody?
Zulu Yankee, it's calling Echo Alpha 3 Alpha Kilo Papa, over.
Papa, W1ZY, Jean. Let me look at the meter. I didn't look, but we've been having some very interesting propagation, long path, VK. Let me look at the meter, and it's good to hear you. EA3AKP, W1ZY.
W1 Zulu Yankee, Echo Alpha 3 Alpha Kilo Papa. Good evening from this side or early morning. My name is John, as you probably remember. I'm glad to hear you. You're very strong. To 5 and 9 plus, picking up to 10 dB, a little bit of QSB. No problem at all, no worries. Your signal is excellent here, and I'm copying you today, not with my Yankee. I'm transmitting today with my second antenna, which is an inverted L, 42 meters inverted L, with a homemade tuner, L tuner at the end. So back to you, Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, one of the strongest signal on the band for me. This is Echo America 3 Alpha Kilo Papa, over.
Very, very good. Echo Alpha 3 Alpha Kilo Papa.
W1 Zulu Yankee. Hey, good evening, Sean. You are 59 all the way up to 10 deep over 59 plus 10
on the peaks on that inverted L. Over.
Hey, West L, thank you very much for the correct signal report. You're also picking 10 dB over S9, but in this last transmission, you came over 10 dB, so 5.9 plus up to 15. Like I said, not using the Yagi right now because I have the tower cranked down because it was windy, and also the antenna is tied up. But I'm using the inverted L. It's my second antenna, which, well, it works a little bit for the X, of course, not comparable to the big Yagi, but it works. You mentioned this noise that you can hear on your frequency on 164. This is a radar. This is a pulse type transmission, QSL W1ZY EA3 AKP, over.
Roger, you're peaking up to 20 over. Your signal is climbing up to 20 over, Jean. Yeah, it's I thought it might be a sea buoy, some kind of a buoy, but you think it's a radar?
Yes, you're right. It's a radar because I can see the pattern of the transmission along the 40-meter band. And this type of transmission, usually it's a radar system transmitting. So I can see on my spectrum scope that the signal is repeating along the band. So it's annoying a little bit, but you can also choose the frequency, the middle frequency where the radar is not transmitting. I'm sorry. Yes, and it's a pulse type transmission, as you know. And sometimes it's very strong here in Europe. Today it's not really strong. And also on 20 meters we have time to time these radars transmitting there. W1ZY EA3 AKP, over.
All right, very good. EA3 AKP, W1ZY, very good. All day. I was listening to it 4 hours ago. So it's really banging in here quite loud, and it is annoying. I hope it finds whatever it's looking for. I mean, I don't know what is it looking for, but maybe some military exercise or something. Oh, God. I was hoping that we were all done with that stuff, but who knows what it's looking for, but I hope it finds it and gets off of the ham bands. I didn't know they could do that on the ham bands. But yeah, your signal's really pounding in here, João, and it is almost, it's not as loud as when you put up that big antenna, but quite impressive. I was having difficulty with Europe for a long time before and after my sunset with some sort of absorption, and then it would lift up, or I would go to regions where it didn't have this, I guess it was delay or something. And big signals out of 100 watts. 100-watt stations were coming through very loud. So it was very nice propagation, but I think I had an absorption, some sort of absorption. And then Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan kept coming back and saying hello, long path, very loud, 5:10 over 9. So very nice conditions tonight, and it's also good to hear you coming through. Let me switch the antenna to the opposite direction to check the angle of radiation, the predominant angle. Stand by. This is looking away from you, off to the southwest, Jean, 123 away, and back over to you, EA3 AKP, W1ZY.
W1ZY, EA3 AKP. Well, I have seen 12 dB difference on my S meter. It's the ICOM 7610 with no preamps, and the S meter is calibrated S950 microvolts on a radial laboratory. So I tell you, you have today with these band conditions and this propagation and this range of communication, you are 12 dB of difference when you beam to the opposite side. And please let me know what type of antenna is that one. Perhaps it's some kind of vertical range. So W1ZY, EA3 AKP. Go ahead, my friend.
All right, João, EA3 AKP, W1ZY. Thank you for that report. That's about what I'm hearing on you. I think it's high angle. It would indicate or suggest a high angle path, predominantly high angle. It's two homemade quarter wave verticals. Each has 30 radios, 30 radios underneath them, and they're both in a salt marsh. They're right on the ocean, and right now the radios are going underwater. I'm in a salt marsh, and the tide comes in and it floods the radials,
and they're going underwater. They're about 2 or 3 inches underwater right now, and they'll get about, according to this tide, maybe about almost a meter within a few hours, or a couple hours. So it's just 2 homemade verticals right on the ocean here on South Rhode Island. And it varies, of course. The front to back varies. The lower the angle, the more the signal goes into the funnel. It goes into a funnel. It gets really big. But 12 dB is it's pretty high. 25 maybe degrees, I think, from what I've been able to see. I haven't tested it with a field strength meter. I can't get up that high. I need a drone. So I haven't done that. But just 2, the same verticals I was using before, but I've moved my location to one next to the ocean, and we are experimenting with them, playing with them. But again, a good signal coming in from you, and I love watching your signal while you transmit and watching it climb up the S meter. EA3AKP, W1ZY.
W1ZY, EA3AKP. Well, that's very interesting. Well, first of all, if you're most close to the ocean, well, that always helps, and if the antennas are so close to the ocean, that is for sure a very good grounding system. Excellent for your antennas and for the radiation. And I'm wondering just 2 questions about your antenna system. How is the spacing? I mean, how far is one from the other vertical antenna spacing? And then also, how do you change the angle of radiation? How do you do it? I'm going to install antenna system very similar to yours, but it will be with 3 possibilities: transmitting broadside, transmitting end fire to one side or to the other side. That will be the system basically with the quarter wave. I will check first with a quarter wave spacing, and later on a half-wave spacing. I can do it because I'm going to test it with a very good base, but it can be moved moved away. So it's some kind of test. That's it. So let me know a little bit more about your system, please. W1ZY, EA3AKP, over.
Okay, EA3AKP, W1ZY. Good questions, Joam. If you go to the QRZ page, there's more information than you could possibly want and photographs on it. I've been using the QRZ as a diary, as a blog, a lot of photographs. It's a 2-quarter wave. They're spaced a quarter wave, and I'm using the Chrisman method for changing the phase, and I do not have any capability to change the angle. But what I do know is that the front to back is dependent upon the angle of radiation. And in this installation, there's a big front to back, about 35 dB front to back, very low angle, about under 10 degrees. It gets a very big front to back. And as you go up higher and higher into the higher envelope, the front to back is not as pronounced. It's less and less as you go up higher with the angle of arrival for the signal, Joam, over.
QSL, very interesting, very interesting. And what is the spacing? Between the antennas?
1/4 wavelength.
1/4 wave. Well, excellent. I will try with a quarter wave first, and probably later on with half-wave spacing with those verticals. And also, I want to try with different, delays, between the antennas. And the first one will be 135 degrees. And probably some others. So it's some kind of fun. It's easy for me to change that because I can change the delay line very easily, and also the spacing between the antennas. So it will be a very interesting system for me just to check it out how it works. Well, that's enough. Thank you very much. I'm holding you too long today. has been a very interesting QSO and a very nice one. You're very strong. Like I said, you're the strongest signal I heard from USA coming through 140 for me with this antenna, which we never tested between you and me. Probably it's the first time. This is a very simple antenna. It's an inverted L, 42 meters long. The vertical portion, which is the most interesting portion for the axing as you know, it's about 15 meters, and the rest is horizontal, more or less, with a sloping angle a little bit lower, but it works very well. And I'm coupling the antenna with an L coupler, homemade, with vacuum viable capacitor and a coil, and also viable coil. So that's it. I'll let you continue your QSOs, your DX, and thank you very much for the, like I said, always very interesting and nice QSOs with you. W1ZY, EA3AKP, clear and going QSY after you final. Go ahead.
All right, very good, João, and this is a beautiful antenna. You can change the phase between the two verticals using the LC method. Two equal lengths of coax and an LC in one of them before you bring them together. If you would like to play with the phasing, vary the phase. I think you can skew the pattern and so forth. There is another way of changing the angle, but I'm not sure what it is. Someone was describing that to me, and I don't remember. But it was a Portuguese station was explaining that to me in detail. An old timer. Was explaining it to me, and I don't remember right now. Yeah, but these antennas, they get over the water. They have all water underneath them at high tide, about up to 1 meter, maybe a little bit more at the high tide at certain times of the month. Right now, when the moon is new and it's with the sun, then we get the big tides. And it's fun to compare the performance and look at the impedance. It changes a little bit, but not a lot. When it's just covering, when the water is just over the top of the radios, I have them 1.5 feet above the bottom of the marsh. I've elevated them about 1.5 feet above the ground. Recently, in order to try to get the skin effect, to see what happens when the water, which is very smooth, is about 1 to 3 inches. The radials are 1 to 3 inches into the water to try to see if there's a skin effect for the antenna. Anyway, there's a lot of photos and so forth on the QSI page, which I think will be interesting, amusing. I know you will laugh when you see them. My friend, talking to you for over 45 years, always a pleasure, one of my favorite stations to talk to. All the best. EA3AKP, W1ZY.
W1ZY, EA3AKP. For sure, I will take a look of your QSS.com page. I don't have the computer right now here in my shack, but I will do it later. And the system is very interesting, and of course, one of the most interesting things is to have that vertical antenna, which are the basic Marconi antennas, as you remember, with water underneath the antennas. That helps a lot because it's the other part of the antenna. Well, 73 have a very good de-axing, and thank you very much for the explanations because I love antenna testing and experimenting. So Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, this is EA3AKP, 20 dB over S9, super signal, my friend. Regards, bye-bye.
Yeah, 20 over. I was just about to say that to you, João. The same thing. 73s, hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista, un fuerte abrazo. Bye-bye.
Gracias. Looking into Europe. Any more Europeans? Any Victor Kilos?
W1 Zulu Yankee. Anybody?
I'm hearing 2 stations, but I have this radar, so I'm going to have to try to find another frequency, and we'll possibly attempt to pick it up after that. But we're going to QSY up or down a few KC, and find a quiet spot. W1ZY. That's incredible. That's one of the nicest things I've ever had anybody say to me, Robert. I really appreciate that. And I hope that you're finding it enjoyable reading, Robert. Over.
Trying to learn something new. So I actually started reading about this because I know absolutely nothing about it. I'm currently a therapist, but I've been a lawyer and banker and stuff, and so this is a new thing. But actually, listening to everything you've done this year, sitting there in the marsh, I actually picked up a couple of books, and I'm now starting to learn about how it actually works. So it was a great conversation that you had with that fellow, and I enjoyed listening to all of it. So don't want to interrupt you. It's Rob here in Fort Lauderdale, W1ZY, K2 Alpha Bravo Bravo. Good evening.
All right, that's really gratifying to hear, Robert. Did you notice a difference when I flipped the antennas down to you, Robert? Over.
Actually, I heard when you moved away. I was obviously in the back end of it, but the propagation, because I'm right here in the ocean, the propagation here is so great, I can just kind of pick you up as I think it bounces along the ocean. Over.
Yeah, it's we're pretty close, and there's a high angle component that probably doesn't have as much of a difference, possibly. But I hope that you will continue. I hope that's enjoyable reading for you. I find it fascinating. I read those things. Some of them are way over my head. They get too technical. But I do like to find stuff written about the antennas that's right at my level of comprehension, so I can understand it. But I just find it fascinating myself. And if I'm in a situation where I can't put an antenna up, then I just like to read about it, and I live vicariously by reading about it. And I love hearing other people's experiences with the different antennas when they describe it with some detail. Not just how many countries they work, but what they did and how they got around problems and such. I think it's fascinating. Hey, 73, thanks for the kind words. K2 Alpha Bravo Bravo W1ZY.
Actually, I got into this, just so you know, I'm 77, and I got into this, well, I was a ham as a kid, and then got back into it because I'm involved in the Red Cross, and they needed more operators for Puerto Rico. But more than that, a lot of people come into me and they think they can't learn anymore. So 2 years ago I thought, okay, I'll see if I can do this again. And I got back into the ham thing just to see if I could do it. And went up and got, the 3 levels of licenses in, over 60 days just to see if you can do it. So beyond everything else, and now it is just to challenge oneself and to make sure you can still do it, and you can. So there you go. Thank you very much. 73. Good evening. Bye-bye.
All righty, very good. Yes, you can, as the expression goes. When I came to this marsh here 6 months ago, I wanted to see if I could do it here because I heard all about it. Would be the final grand finale of all these radio experiments, these vertical experiments, and it was fun starting off. I remember it. I think about it sometimes. In the beginning, putting the one vertical up on the deck, and then moving the other vertical out to the marsh, and then moving the other one out, doing all the testing, and it was a lot of fun, especially gluing the cable straps onto the PVC tubes for the guys. So that was a fun part. I enjoyed that. Was a good one. I couldn't figure out what to do, and I said, well, let me just try this. Hey, 73s, and thank you so much. We'll talk again if you're not too busy reading, Robert. Kilo 2 Alpha Bravo Bravo W1ZY.
73.
Looking back into Europe, W1ZY, calling CQ, checking out the propagation into Europe, W1ZY. Looking into Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY.
W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Calling CQ into Europe. CQDX Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 Zulu Yankee. Calling CQ Europe. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Looking into Europe. Calling CQ. Standing by. The Ontario kilowatt?
Yes, Radio Lima 3, Russia London 3, Ontario kilowatt. Over.
Radio Lima 3, Oscar Kilo. W1 Zulu Yankee. You're 59, 5 and 9. Beautiful signal. My name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima Lima. Beautiful signal. Radio Lima 3, Oscar Kilo, W1 Zulu Yankee. Over.
Over. W1 Zulu Yankee, Radio Lima 3, Ontario kilowatt. Good afternoon. Airport 5757. My name Victor.
QSL Victor, thank you for the 57. You are 59. A beautiful signal into Rhode Island. Radio Italy, Rhode Island, my QTH. And we're running about 500 watts. The antenna is 2 verticals. And again, beautiful copy. Radio Lima 3, Oscar Kilo, W1 Zulu Yankee. Over.
Over. My QTH, Voronezh. 800 kilometers sound from Moscow, capital call, please.
100 kilometers south of Moscow. Voronezh. Beautiful sounding. 73s, and thank you for the QSO. Pasiba for the QSO. And beautiful signal. Radio Lima 3, Oscar Kilo, W1 Zulu Yankee. 73.
73, Bill.
Good evening, Bill, my friend. There's no problem. And United Romeo 5, Victoria, Florida, San Diego, over.
United Radio 5, Victor Fox Sugar, W1ZY 59 plus 5. So far, beautiful signal, Saturday, over.
Roger, Bill, and no problem. And 59 plus 15 dBm, this is moment. Mind for your signal. Good evening, Bill. Thank you, and QSO, thank you, contact. Bye-bye, good evening.
All right, you are the big signal. You are the big signal tonight, Saturday, 59 plus 5. Beautiful. 73s, dos vidania.
Bye-bye, Bill. Thank you.
Beautiful Alinko. CQ, W1ZY. Who is that? I think it's a Radio Kilo 3. Radio Kilo 3. No copy, unfortunately. W1 Zulu Yankee standing by. Is there a United Victor 4? A United Victor 4? No copy. W1ZY calling CQ.
Victor Echo 1 Papa Kilo.
No copy on the Russians. W1 Zulu Yankee, Victor Echo 1 Papa Kilo. W1ZY, good to hear you coming in. You're 59, and we'll take another look at the meter. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, over.
Well, good evening, Bill. Couldn't let you go calling without at least saying hi. 59 plus 25 here in Halifax. Name is Pat, Papa Alpha Tango. Kyoto.
Roger, Pat. Incredible. Yeah, you're 10 over 9 here. Beautiful copy. And we're just checking out the propagation here after returning home from the laundromat. We put the clothes into the dryer and ran back home. And then went back after Gray Line came in. But really nice conditions. There's some powerful signals coming in from Russia and then also into Europe. But I guess everyone's asleep naturally, which is to be expected. But just fantastic propagation. We're running an old TS-830, about 500 watts. So we have 2 verticals that are phased. We're in a salt marsh here right on the coast, southern coast of Rhode Island. VE1 Papa Kilo, W1ZY.
W1ZY from VE1PK. Hey, a great signal still coming in there, Bill. I've actually looked at your vertical antenna setup there on Kewar's Edge, and it's quite interesting read. Very interesting setup you've got there. I'm just running an Icon 7300, 100 watts out of a multiband vertical on the fence in the backyard. It's only about 10 feet to the bottom of the antenna before it goes another 27 feet tall. Running a Comet CHA 250 multiband vertical. It's got a 14-to-1 bowen at the bottom of the antenna. Mostly designed for those of us who can't really put up anything extravagant or overly visible. So it blends in really nice with the fence post in the backyard. Anyway, I heard you calling, thought I'd at least say hi, say good evening, and I'll let you get back to shouting over the pole over my head, so to speak. Say 7-3, VE1PK.
All right, very good, Pat. And the antenna's working very nicely here. It's great for this particular skip. Coming in quite nicely, and there's not a problem at all hearing you without any question, rather loud. 73, see you up there. I hope it's getting warm, and we'll hopefully hear you again soon. Victor Echo 1, Papa Kilo, W1ZY.
Who's that? Victor Echo 3, Hotel Lima, Mexico, just in case, name here is Young. Yeah, how you doing?
Go ahead.
Is that Young?
Roger.
I remember I've had many contacts, a few contacts with you. VE3HLM, W1ZY, you're about 30 over 9 into Rhode Island. Very, very loud this evening, over.
Yeah, Roger, Bill, you're also very strong in here. I heard you also last night about the same strength. Was amazed, how well you can receive all the European as well as the Australian. I can barely copy them, but what a difference. I'm not sure whether it's the location or the antenna, or maybe both combination, I suspect. Anyway, I had a few questions about the conditions that you're running. Is that the salt water or the brackish water? Over.
It's salt water. It's a tidal marsh, Young. So it comes in twice a day and swamps it, and then it recedes out through a channel that goes out to the ocean. Over.
Yeah, Roger. Is there any differences in performance between the tide in and out?
That is a good question, and right now I have elevated the radials about 1.5 or 2 feet to try to get them to all submerge at the same time when the water comes up. I wanted to see if the 1 to 3 inches, get them submerged at 1 to 3 inches to see if there's a difference. I have 2 examples so far that I recorded of very odd conditions. One was at Gray Line at the high tide, and the other one was Gray Line for a New Zealand station in the evening with some big signal reports. But I don't have any indication that there is, although I'm trying to find out. Over.
Yeah, well, anyway, the salt water, I guess even if the water is not there, but the the base would be highly conductive, I suspect. So, yeah, I often wondered about what I can make the good grounding system on my location in here, but I guess you have natural conditions working for you. What's your next plan? Do you by any chance planning to put 4 square forward?
Negative. We're just trying this, I call it the skin effect experiment, to see about the water level. What happens if you can get the return currents or the far field completely linked to the return currents, the near field. But that's the big thing that I'm trying right now, and I have to wait for the moments when the tide comes in. On my QRZ page, I have the live chart for the tides, so even I can check at night. I can't really tell. I can look out the window and I can say, I think about right now it's probably coming in. It might even be high tide right now. But no 4 square or anything else. I wouldn't want to narrow the lobes and get nulls in the coverage. The 2 verticals provide the good coverage. The big advantage is the low angle. The takeoff angle is very low. It's in the single digits. So that's the big advantage to the location. It's not the antennas, Young, I don't think. VE3HLM W1ZY.
Yeah, okay. I guess you're more focused on the getting the base fat established, which is a very good plan, in my opinion. I guess in your situation, the takeoff angle would be almost down to 0 degrees without suffering a great deal of attenuation. Yeah, I guess it's quite contrasting. In my situation, when I approach to something like 5-degree angle, I'm going to lose about 10 dB compared to about 45-degree takeoff angle. So you definitely would have a big edge about your vertical antenna, I suppose. But I guess your beam pattern will be somewhat broad, I suppose. So you might have a very sharp null point, but I guess that's a typical 2-element vertical characteristic, right?
Yep, for the way that I have it set up, 2 quarter wave verticals spaced a quarter wave, and phased 90 degrees. It will give the big dramatic cutoff in the back, and then spread that energy 3 dB across the forward lobe, which is basically a half a circle. I think it's 150 degrees. It's very broad, maybe 140 degrees. And I'm just particularly interested in, I've been collecting information about these phase verticals, as you might remember from a couple years ago. I had these antennas set up in the woods, and then I got an opportunity to use this location. So I've just been collecting data and making recordings and such, because I would like to put it into a book about the phase verticals. So I have 2 installations, one with the elevated counterpoise documented, and then this one, which is the ultimate environment for the verticals. But you're right. I think that one engineer told me, I think it was a model, or he just told me from his professional experience that the takeoff is about 5 to 7 degrees. And so that, I guess, would mean that half the energy is below that. And then we hit the pseudo-Brewster angle, which I don't know what it is on 40. It might be 1 degree or 1/10 of a degree or something. But the salt marsh here extends all the way to the ocean, which is about 0.4 miles to my south and 2 miles to my east. So it's all the southern coast of Rhode Island is all marshes and tidal flushing marshes. Young. So I think it's a very good location for this experiment, and we just want to see how they perform, and particularly trying to find out if the impedance changes with the water. As it gets deeper and deeper, the radials go down. I've had them down as far as 3.5 feet under the salt water, and then above the salt water, and then as they enter. I think the skin effect, I think Rudy Severance wrote a paper saying the skin effect is about 1 to 3 inches. So right now I have, I'm trying to get all of the radials level and at the same height, so that when the water comes in, they all go under at the same time, and to see if that makes a difference. And then also experiment with the capacitive coupling to salt water. So other people using verticals for contests, let's say, they have a choice between putting the radials in the water or putting the vertical above the water and putting the capacitively coupled, especially when there's waves. There's no waves here when the water comes in, so I have an advantage, but I think that it would be, I want to find out if it is good to have it capacitively coupled rather than touching or deep inside the water, deep under the water. These are all like the classic questions. I have a lot of documentation, more than anyone would ever want, up on QRZ page. I've been doing it for about 6 months. We did some interesting experiments in the beginning. We had 4 ground rods and then a radial system on one vertical, and we switched them back and forth with a relay. And the local station said that made no difference, but the DX stations on the same frequency at the same time said it was 1 to 3 S units, suggesting the lower elevation envelope of the vertical was dependent upon a radial system, whereas the higher part of the envelope was the same with the ground rods. Other interesting things like that. You could get me, I could talk for, I apologize for the long transmission, but it's, I've been interested in this stuff, young, as you can understand. VE3HLM W1 said what?
WA3RWP.
Okay, young QSB, the band changed. I talked it out. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Maybe we talk again in the middle of the day sometime. 73's VE3HLM W1 said what?
W1ZY Whiskey Alpha 3 Romeo Whiskey Papa.
Whiskey Alpha 3 Radio Whiskey Papa W1 Zulu Yankee. Very loud here into Rhode Island. Go ahead, over.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening to you. Name here is Wally, and I'm located in Williamsburg, Virginia. You also have a very, very nice signal here. You're 5 and 9 plus about 5. Just happened to tune across your very nice signal and was just listening the last maybe 4 or 5 minutes, but I was listening long enough that you can answer a question for me. I'm living in a situation where you would never put yourself into, I'm sure. We have an HOA here, and so there are antenna restrictions. And I was trying to get your input on the ground radios. I'm using an antenna by a company named 05 Antennas, and it is short because it had to be short for HOA restrictions. So it's only 27 feet tall. So it's not even a quarter wave like on 40 or anything else. But my question is the ground radio system. I know that the more ground radios I can put out, the better. But the question is, the way my property is set up, I will not be able to put a perfect like a circle of ground radios around the base B antenna. So have you had any experience or information as to what will be the effect if I could just put a semicircle worth
radios up. And do you have any opinions on whether the radio should be a quarter wavelength on particular frequencies or bands of interest? Or should it be, for example, in my case, the antenna is only 27 feet long. So should it be 27-foot radios or what? So just curious. W1ZY, and if you keep your name also, I appreciate it. WA3RWP.
Okay, WA3RWP, W1ZY. Hello, Wally. I think that when you put the ground radios onto the ground or in the ground, that they are not tuned. They're not like counterpoise wires anymore. So the longer the better, because you'll collect more of the return currents. But on some of the studies that people have done, and they're saying with a certain amount of wire, a certain investment of wire, is it better to put a lot of short ones or a lot of long, or a few long ones, and so forth. They point out that as the radios go away from the vertical, they get further and further apart naturally. They're like the spokes of a wheel, so they get less coverage. So there's a point where, with practical considerations, if you put out long ones, it's good to put out a lot of long ones. But basically, in my own opinion, you want to saturate the base of the antenna with as many radios as you can get out, no matter how long they are. You want to, that's where a lot of the return currents are very close to the bottom of the antenna. And it's a controversial thing to say because a lot of manufacturers and studies say that doesn't matter if you have a lot of long ones out, which is probably true, but if you're limited in what you can do, if you have a vertical and you think you can only get out nice long ones for a semicircle because the antenna is like 5 feet away from a fence and you can't put any radios in that area, I would say put a bunch of radios in that area anyway. Or, ultimately, some people put down chicken wire or a mesh, some kind of a screen or a mesh. The objective of the ground radios is to simply put to complete the circuit. The energy comes off the radiator, and then it's got to make its way back to the shield of the coax, essentially. And immediately surrounding the antenna in the near field, which is about a quarter to a half wavelength, the ground radio wires, all they do is collect that current and bring it back. And if they aren't able to do it 100% efficiently, then you start losing radiated power. It starts going away as heat. It's like putting a resistor in the return path. Not all of it gets back to the coax. So it reduces the amount of energy that you transmit out to the far field, which is where the pattern gets formed. So you want to put out as many radios as you can. You don't care about the resonance of them. It's nice to get a quarter wavelength or longer if you can. But if they're buried in the ground or on the ground, just put out as many as you can fit into your yard, I think, Wally, over.
Okay, and you've answered a good question for me. You gave the story about a fence being close, but yes, it's not necessarily a fence, but it's my house that would lead me in one direction, so I will keep that idea in mind because I don't have anywhere near the distance to run long wires for radios, but as you've mentioned, put out as many as I can, even if they are short in that direction anyway, so that's something I'll have to do. Do you agree with using, I'm thinking about using insulated, I have some, right now I have on about, I have down 15 wires right now, and the wires are about 30, between 25 and 33 feet long right now, and I have about 15 wires down now, so I have room for more. And of course, like I said, they're down right now in a semicircle because of the fact the other direction, or the other half of that circle, would be running the wires towards the house, and then that distance is much shorter. So I thought that I would not run those since they didn't have the length, anywhere near the length that I thought I would need. But based on what you just said, it still would help
He was there short to complete the other half of the circles. And could you give me the name again, please? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, my name is Bill Bravo, India Lima Lima, and the area immediately around the bottom of the vertical is like the filet mignon. That's where there's a lot of current down there that you want to grab, Wally, over.
I like that. That's the first time I heard that description of filet mignon with radio. I'm going to remember that, Bill. Go ahead.
Yep, definitely. If you can fit them in, grab it. Might as well get it. There's no reason to not... If you imagine, like, the ultimate vertical, which is like the vertical, it's got 120, quarter wave radials, like the engineering book says. And then you then imagine looking down on the antenna and only looking 8 feet out or 10 feet out around it. And you have 120 radials that are 8 or 10 feet long, no matter whatever the distance is that you're looking. That's a lot of saturation. That's a lot of radio coverage. And that's collecting a lot of current. And then imagine in your mind saying, well, I'm going to take half those radials, even though they extend, they're 120 quarter wave radials, but I'm going to take out half of them because I can only get them out 8 feet. That's a lot of area where there's a lot of return currents that want to go back to the coax that you're not covering. So just because you can't put them way out, it's not like a dipole. If they're on the ground, it's not like a dipole. You want to grab all the current around the base of the antenna. And I did an experiment here where I put a vertical out in the marsh and I had 4 ground rods, and it has really good conductivity because the water floods them. It completely floods the marsh up to 4 feet. But we did that. We put the ground rods out, and then we also put a radio field of 30 quarter wave radials. And then I put a relay at the bottom of the antenna, Wally, and I switched back and forth between the ground rods and the radials. And the DX station said it made a huge difference, and the local stateside station said there was no difference when it went between the two. And I think that what that suggested is that the radio field is important for developing the lower angle envelope of the vertical in the far field, in the surrounding terrain. Whereas the ground rods, it looked to me at least, with a very nice conductive ground, was sufficient to develop a nice upper envelope. The higher angles were fully developed, but the lower angles were suffering. So I think that if you only put them in a semicircle, you might get some really good lower angle. You might get better low angle development than in the area where you don't have them as long. Wally, over.
Okay, yeah, Bill. As you described that test that you did, I thought the same thing. That area where I have the ground radios now would probably give me better the DX capabilities or low angle radiation in that direction where the ground radios are currently installed. And in my case, the semicircle of ground radios is towards the water. There's a small pond that goes past my property, and so the radios that are currently down are all in that direction. They all lead towards the water. I've even contemplated one time, although I have not done that, to see what would happen if I was to actually let some of those radios droop into the water. But again, as I said, there is an HOA here, and so the last thing I wanted to have is for the folks to be cutting the grass out there in the area which is not my property, and then coming across my radio system. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, that would not be good for your overall propagation if they discovered that was the case, Wally. So not a good idea. And again, if it's a pond, if it's not a saltwater pond, if it's not very big, it's not going to make much difference. The only thing that you're going to be able to do with the radios, the only objective is to get the efficiency, to get the vertex to radiate efficiently. You put 100 watts in, you get 100 watts out for 100% efficiency. And that comes down to how much of the energy that comes off the vertical makes its way back to the shield, essentially. And then after that, in the area on 40 meters, on the area that surrounds the antenna, extending out many, many wavelengths, that determines what actually ends up developing in terms of the elevation, the elevation angles, and the low pattern, the low elevation response, and so forth. So you can't do anything too much about that. But the only thing that you can do with the radials is to try to collect that current. Most of it is close to the vertical. So there's no advantage to like tying the end of some radials to a fence or dipping them into the saltwater canal or anything like that. And it's not going to lower your takeoff angle. It's all that's determined by all that terrain outside in the outlying area. But all you're trying to do is get as efficient a radiator as possible to deliver that energy out to that far field. So if you put 100 watts in, you don't want to end up with like 25 out. That's like a waste. And if you do it properly with a quarter wave vertical, the way it works out is that you can tell because when you look at the feed point impedance with a antenna analyzer without a long piece of coax, like right at the base, it'll approach 36 ohms. And when you hit 36 ohms, that means that you have you've achieved you've eliminated your ground losses, essentially, and the antenna will be theoretically 100% efficient. But that's difficult to achieve. You could do it with a lot of radials, but they need to go out, in all directions and so forth. But if you don't have that, then you want to get as close to that as possible. The reason why I mention that because some people will put up a vertical, they'll put out like 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 radials, and they'll say I got a 1-to-1 SWR, which means for a quarter wave vertical that it's 50 ohms, and that's about 14 ohms of loss. So you can do a calculation to determine what the efficiency is. So if you're putting up a quarter wave vertical, you put out the radials on the ground, and you get a 1.3-to-1 SWR. That's an indication that you're doing a good thing. You want to try to target that. That'll tell you that you're getting to the right feed point impedance that naturally occurs when you've eliminated all the ground losses. But I don't think putting salt on the ground or freshwater lakes or anything like that, I don't think that really has too much of a effect on the performance of the vertical. All you want to do is collect all that current and get it back to the coax, essentially, Wally. It's pretty simple. It's not like grounding something like an electrical entrance or anything. It's a different type of thing. Whiskey, my computer just... Whiskey Alpha 3 Radio Whiskey Papa W1 ZY.
Yeah, W1ZY. Excuse me. It's WA3RWP. Okay, Bill, I appreciate the information. I've taken down a few notes. One thing that you said of interest was that if I made a measurement at the base of the antenna, I'm actually looking for something like 36 ohms, which is like half of what I would have expected. It was around 70 ohms or so is what's supposed to be the impedance of a half wave dipole. So I guess a quarter wave would be 36 ohms. That's where you're getting that from?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay. Very good. So I will keep that in mind. I have an antenna analyzer, and I will be taking that with me and making some antenna measurements, some additional ones, which are long overdue. As I mentioned at the beginning of the contact, the antenna I'm using is a 05 antenna, and it's appropriately named. It's a model HOA 27, Hotel Oscar Alpha 27, designed for people like me with HOA regulations and restrictions. And it is only 27 feet tall. But they recommend that you run it with at least 100. They recommend you run it with 100 to 110 feet of coax. Of course, that makes me believe that the coax is what makes the thing quote unquote work. Because the antenna is definitely not resonant, even for 27 feet. It still isn't the best SWR I can measure. Here is something like around 1.7 or so, 1.8 to 1. But of course, that's not within any of the amateur bands. Bill, go ahead.
Oh, okay. And this is a by the way, I love the 05 guys. I love those guys. I have admired some of the antennas that they've put out, including their shortened vertical dipoles. Are pretty awesome. Those guys are awesome. Is this a multi-band antenna, Wally?
Yeah, it is. It's 40 through 10 meters. 40 through 10. It is HOA 27 is the model number. And it's multi-band. There are no traps or anything on it. It has what they call their balun at the base of the antenna. Go ahead.
Okay, they're loading that. All right, and when you measure, when you take your analyzer, the point where you want to read the feed point impedance is where the antenna is resonant, where the reactance goes down to 0. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Yeah, you want to. The reactance is telling you where the antenna is resonant, where it's resonating, and that's a function of its length. And other things, the radials will tune it to a certain frequency. But yeah, where you watch the reactive component, forget the feed point impedance, just watch the reactive component and it'll go down. It may not go down to 0, but it will reach a minimum point. And that's the point of resonance, and that's the point that you want to look at what the feed point impedance is. To get to where the antenna is resonating is where you're really interested in knowing what the feed point impedance is, Wally, over.
Okay, let me make sure I understand that, Bill. So in other words, this analyzer that I have, it will give you, R plus or minus the imaginary component. So the reactance, I thought I was looking for was that it was like no reactance, that it was acting as a pure resistive load. But what you're saying is I should be looking on my analyzer for where the reactance is at its lowest point, and then see what the what the resistance of that point is, and that would tell me where the antenna is actually resonant.
That's correct, and that's exactly what you said. In other words, you just in my mind, you just reworded what you had, what you thought to be true. In other words, when the reactance goes down to 0, that's the perfect case, just as you know, as you indicated. But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes there's a component left. So you have to, when you sweep the antenna, you turn the frequency dial on the analyzer, or if it plots it, it's even better. It'll plot it. It'll sweep it and give you a graph. I only have the MFJ one, so I have to turn the dial and watch the reactive component until I can find it getting to minimum, and then I go back and forth on the resonance knob until I get it right down to the minimum point. Sometimes it's 0. Sometimes it's 3 ohms, 2 ohms. If I do a good job. And then I look at the feed point impedance because I want to know what's the feed point impedance at resonance, which is a 0 reactance, or in the real world, sometimes it's 2 or 3 ohms, Wally, over.
Okay, good. So I will keep that in mind, and I have the Comet antenna analyzer, the CA500, and it will allow me to do a plot. In addition to, I can do a point-by-point test too, but that was one of the things that drew me to it, is that it will allow me to sweep the antenna, and it'll give me a nice plot of it. So, as you indicate, I'll look for that point where the reactance, it reaches its lower point, and at that point I'll see what the ohmic resistance is at that point, and therefore where the resonant frequency for that antenna is. This is WA3RWP.
All right, sounds good. And I do hope to I hope you send me an email and tell me what happens, over.
Okay, is your email on QRZ.com?
Yes, it is, and it's also my call sign, W1ZY at yahoo.com.
Okay, I'm writing that down as well as I speak. Okay, I've got you. And I never did get, are you in Boston? I was going to combine the word Boston and Massachusetts, say Massachusetts. But are you near Boston? Did I hear that correct earlier on?
I'm in southern Rhode Island, right on the coast, about 70 miles south of Boston.
Okay, I've got that down. And, I'll let you know how that all works out. And, this has been a challenge for me. the antenna situation, that is. We moved here about 5 years ago now, after living in Maryland. And in Maryland, I had a tower, and I had a tri-bander, and all kinds of goodies up on a crank-up 55-foot tower. And actually, I thought my HF days were over. I was finished with it. There was a very bad hurricane that was scheduled to come through there in Maryland, and so I lowered the antenna down, the tower down, and there it stayed for the next 7 years. And I never did raise it back up again, and you couldn't even, at least I could not even get to the radio, to the controls, to the knobs or anything else, because there was so much other junk that had collected in front of the radio in the shack. And so when we were looking for a place in which to move for retirement, I wasn't, in the past, every location I looked for a home was always with radio in mind. No overhead power lines, no noisy areas, absolutely no antenna restrictions. But being that I had been off HF for at that point about 8 or 10 years before we started looking for a house here, well, anywhere at that point, I hadn't really decided where we would move. The antenna restrictions never came to my mind. Oh, I did ask, just out of curiosity, from the realtor, were there any antenna restrictions, and she told me that yes, there were, but I said, okay. It didn't bother me at that point. But sure enough, after being here for about a year or so, I got involved with a local radio club, and then I got involved with a contest, an HF contest with the radio club, and that's when the interest was rekindled. And
we're running about 500 watts to the 2 verticals from Succotash Salt Marsh, and we just finished doing some work here this afternoon and turned the radio on, and we're checking out what's happening. But good to hear you coming through in the good fashion. You're 58 on peak, so no problem to copy you. I hope you can hear me. I can turn up my processing a little bit. Maybe that helps out. Who knows? But good to hear you. 2 Echo 0, November Lima Yankee, W1 said what?
Okay, my friend,
All right, very good, Brad. Good to hear you coming through again, and thank you for the 5-9 plus 20. Quite surprising. Again, it's pretty early here. It's 5 in the afternoon, so really appreciate the nice report. 73s from Rhode Island, and we hope to hear you again, maybe under better conditions in less QR Mexico on your side. 2 Echo 0, November Lima Yankee, W1 Zulu Yankee, 73. Thank you for the contact. W1 said Y, standing by. Is that you, Mike, WA4 Delta?
Yes, Bill. If you want to talk later, that's fine.
Yeah, I could do that because when we get into our conversations, I was thinking about you a couple of days ago, but how are you? Over?
I'm good. I've got my live stream up, and I wanted to show it to you.
Oh, all right. We can do that. Let me, I got the browser open. Let me open the tab. And where do I go to your call sign and then on QRZ and then click to it?
No, go to WA4D.radio.
All right, WA4D.radio, RADIO. And let's see okay, there it is. I'm going there. Syncing, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is the, yeah, I called you. Yeah, you're the Sri Lanka guy that wrote 2001. Okay, where do I go on it? I'm on your beautiful, it's a great website. Well, where do I go?
No, just click on the thing at the top that says WA4D live stream now.
All right, I'm an idiot. Okay, hang on.
I saw that handsome picture you put up on your webpage.
Okay,
100% Photoshop. No, I was at a wedding, and I was surrounded by beautiful women. I was photographing it, so that's why I look so happy. Yeah, there you are. I see your back, but now I don't see it anymore. I guess you cut me off, but I saw you there. I saw your back, over.
Oh, yeah. It's feeding. I'm looking at the feed coming back.
I just refreshed, stand by. Nope, it's not letting me at it. Let me try again. Maybe it's my transmitting to the west. Let me flip to the east. Okay, now I'm not beaming myself. Let me try to refresh again, because sometimes the computer doesn't like it when it see intense RF field. There we go. Yeah, I see your back, and let me punch up some audio so I can hear. Yeah, I hear you. You just coughed or something there, Mike, over?
Hold on. Yeah, that's about 10 seconds of latency, Bill.
It's still feeding. I'm looking at
Yeah, it's about 10. It's a little bit longer. I just heard you talking. Yeah, nice picture, high quality. It's coming in quite nicely. Got some electrical tape and such, but you might want to put the camera so we can see your face, over.
Yeah, here we go. I've got another camera. Watch this.
It's going to take about 30 seconds.
There it is.
Stand by. It's frozen on me, but we're waiting for it to change.
What's the speed up there?
It's a good speed, but right now it's not taking the speed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. I was going to dazzle you with my lower third. I put my name and call sign up.
Oh, that would be really cool. Let me try to change my quality. Well, let me see if it'll let me do it. It's 480p. That's the lowest I can go, but it's kind of frozen. But yeah, I'm sure you're going to have a really nice looking little live stream when you get that sucker going.
That's at 720.
Yeah, I know. It looks like a good image, an incredibly good image. And do you use that table to photograph things, Mike? Do you have like two copy stand lights or something?
The other side. You know what? That table. Yeah, sure I do. But mostly it's to turn around and work right behind me.
That's a great spot. I'm going to try to refresh while I'm beaming east. There we go. I got your face now. Yeah, I see your lower thirds now.
Okay, and then there's. I made something for the vast majority of hams that aren't intellectuals like yourself, Bill. And here's what I made them. It's called the Women of Ham Radio. Oh, that's right. It's behind. Time.
Yep, I try to read your lips right now.
Oh.
I know, it's kind of women in bikinis that have licenses, right?
I ran across this the other day.
I think I've seen that, but I haven't seen the really sexed up one.
Oh, no. That's I wouldn't do that. It's just these summers.
Oh, there you go. Now I'm starting to see it. Hey, thanks for giving me that feed. I like the one with the pole sitting on the roof. That's a good one.
Number 5, I think.
This is good. Where'd you get these pictures?
Offline. I just typed in radio women.
Oh, yeah. CB Action.
Yeah, that's number 5. I like her, too.
Looks like Farrah Fawcett.
And then I put in a few things, like if I'm talking to somebody, I can show them. I just popped an icon 730 up there. And I just, you're on that beautiful 830. I'm going to send you the most beautiful Kenwood 830 site I've ever seen. He's got the original brochures, all of it. It's a British guy. I'll send it to you.
I appreciate it. And these pictures, like 73 magazine with the topless girl, is that actually from a? That's not from a cover. Somebody mocked that up, right?
No, Wayne Green did that back in the day.
Because he didn't use any advertising. It just had, 73 and then the girl. I guess that's all he needed, huh?
I don't think they did a lot of cover marketing back then.
It's amazing. ARRL is like an ad for advertisers. Review this product, and then there's this product, and it's just like, oh my God. Hey, did you hear the new thing that the ARRL is doing? I'm kind of really upset about it. They petitioned the FCC to allow technicians to get HF privileges.
Yeah. That was about 10 years ago, Bill.
And now, but it's on 40 meters. They want to give them part of 40 and all this stuff. And the thing is because they say that's an incentive to upgrade. I thought not having HF privileges was the incentive.
Oh, is that current? Did you read that?
Yeah, man, they're doing it, and the FCC is going to have comments opening up here.
Oh.
Yeah, they want to give them phone privileges on the upper end of 40, and they're saying it's because it's incentive. But all it does is increase, the products. The people are going to be buying more HF stuff from their advertisers, and maybe they'll get some more subscriptions.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, look, I'll let you go. Thank you for stopping. I'm going to turn around here and show you how I changed the lighting.
All right, I'm beaming back at you. I'm seeing a 7300 right now. I guess that's your station chart.
Did you see me turned around, Bill?
I'm seeing you do it now. You're changing the lighting, and there you go. Hey, it's a nice lighting, too. Obviously, it's very diffused, and it looks good. You could do a newscast.
It's silly. Why buy all those expensive lights? These were $69 a piece on Amazon.
Oh, my God. Beautiful. I would love to see a ham radio thing like what you're doing, the streaming. It just has a guy like he's at an anchor desk, and maybe a control or something that the camera can't see down in front of him, so he just looks right into the camera and does his QSOs.
There you go. I'm going to try to do something like that. But you know what? I did download a bunch of content. You can't just sit there and BS your way through it.
Yeah, it's good. It's going to be good. I can't wait to see what you do with that, especially when you get on the air calling CQ with the filters. That you put on drives people crazy. Hey, 73s, and we're pointing west right now. We've got the 830 rolling. We've got an audio processor. I built a second processor box, and then we have a little bit of RF speech processing. Let me turn it off. This is now my own audio. I'm not pushing it too hard. And then we put in our little speech processor from the 730, and I hope it doesn't dirty it up too much. Whiskey Alpha 4 Delta, W1 7Y.
Punch necessary to do that DX. And thank you very much for your time. You're the first person that's seen this, and I appreciate it, and I'll listen out.
All right, very good. And you can, of course, go into your archives and pull out some video that you have. I know you have some pretty cool video and cut some nice little packages for us here for QSOs. Alrighty, 73's Mike, Whiskey Alpha 4 Delta, W1 ZY.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Have fun now. I'll be listening. W1 ZY, WA4D.
W1 ZY looking out into Europe, W1 ZY calling CQDX, checking out propagation to Europe, standing by. CQDX looking into Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee. W1ZY in Rhode Island, calling CQ. Hello, CQ. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by. CQ, calling CQ. W1 Zulu Yankee. Ending United.
Very good afternoon, evening. The Bills is Oscar Echo 5, Sugar Mike United, Oscar Echo 5, Sierra Mike Uniform. Nice to meet you. Conditions are not so good in the morning. Clear copy your signal. Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee, Oscar Echo 5, Sugar Mike United.
Oscar Echo 5, Sugar Mike United, W1ZY. Beautiful to hear you. You're 5858, a beautiful signal. No QSB. My name is Bill, of course, as you know. I think you said it. And we're located in Rhode Island. It's a very nice day here today. Overcast and chilly, but no rain, and we're very happy. OE5, Sugar Mike United, W1ZY.
Roger, dear Bill. Thank you very much. My signal report. Your 59 plus 5. Some sometimes nearly 59 plus 10. No problem on radio 5 signal. We have had also today a very nice spring day. Sunny, pretty sunshine, and temperatures up to 20 degrees centigrade. Dear Bill, name is Hans, Hotel Alpha November Sierra, and the QDH Salzburg. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee Oscar Echo 5 Sugar Mike Uniform.
All right, Oscar Echo 5 Sugar Mike United, W1ZY, beautiful transmission. Again, you're 58, very solid. Hans, and no QSB. So we're very happy to have such a beautiful copy on you. And Salzburg, beautiful place. I've been there many times. And very orderly and clean city, one of the cleanest cities I've seen in Europe. Over here we're running about 500 watts to the two-phase verticals, and we're in Succotash Salt Marsh. Right here in the southern coast of Rhode Island, right on the shore, and propagation seems pretty good. There's some. You're coming through nicely. I think that this frequency might have some QR Mexico on it in Europe, possibly, but you're coming through quite nicely. Oscar Echo 5 Sugar Mike United, W1ZY. Go ahead, Hans.
Roger, dear Bill. Very nice copy. No problem. Working on this side, nearly 200 watts. 200 watts antenna is a window antenna. Feeding point 11 meters over ground. The conditions on this side, dear Bill. Okay, a loud and clear signal here in Europe. Okay, you know Salzburg. I never was in the USA. I never was in the USA. Dear, but my wife, also my daughter, have visited New York. Okay, but I never was in the USA. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee Oscar Echo 5 Sugar Mike Uniform.
All right, very good, and good to know that you're happy about not coming over here. Some people, it's not their cup of tea, so to speak. And of course, I can imagine your daughter and your wife enjoyed themselves in New York, probably doing a lot of shopping, which is a very common occurrence. HI, not trying to make a sexist comment, even though I just did. All righty, good to hear you, and we'll put out a few more calls and see what's happening. It's 5:15 in the afternoon, so it's a little bit early. So my compliments on making it through 59 at this point with the 200 watts. Beautiful signal. And your station is working very nicely, Hans. There's no problems to copy. Oscar Echo 5, Sugar Mexico United, W1ZY.
Yes, thank you very much. Your nice report, okay. This is a Yankee Fox Tango 1200, and the microphone is 2.5. Oh, that's fine. 2.5 pipe.
Stand by.
Microphone amplifier, a homemade microphone amplifier. That's conditions on the audio side, dear Bill. Thank you.
All right, well, that's working quite nicely. I also have a homemade microphone amplifier processor. I have another one in a TS520. I built it into the TS520. I liked it so much that I made a second one in a little box for this TS830, which I just finished repairing. And I can adjust things. I can go like this and overmodulate and do some fun stuff with it. But we always like to build things, Hans. It's always interesting to do the building. 73s, vielen Dank für dieses Verbindung, mein Freund. Und deine Station, es geht sehr gut hier in Rhode Island. Very strong signal. Oscar Echo 5, Sugar Mike United, W1ZY.
Ja, danke schön, Bill, danke schön. Auch für für das nette QSO. Herzliche 73. And for the rest of the Sunday, my best regards to you and yours. And hope to meet you again soon. What a pleasure. Bye-bye.
73s, and thank you for the contact. W1ZY calling CQ Europe, standing by.
Oscar Echo 8 Alpha November Kilo. Oscar Echo 8 Alpha November Kilo.
Oscar Echo 8 to Alpha Norway Kilo, W1ZY. Good afternoon to you from Rhode Island. Many contacts with you, Ray. You're 59 into my QTH tonight. A beautiful copy, over.
Roger. Very good afternoon. Thank you for coming back. You're 5 and 7. 557. I didn't copy your name. I think you have contact. I have contact with you in the next time. Thank you for the 5 and 9. Beautiful signal here. Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee, Oscar Echo 8 Alpha, Lane Kilo. Go ahead.
All right, Oscar Echo 8 Alpha Norway Kilo, W1ZY. My name is Bill, Bravo India Lima Lima, Bravo India Lima Lima, and my QTH is Rhode Island, Radio Italy, Rhode Island, and you're coming through very nicely here tonight or this afternoon. We're running about 500 watts, and the antenna is 2 verticals, homemade, beaming northeast. Oscar Echo 8 Alpha Norway Kilo, W1ZY, over.
I remember on the next contact, we have been with you vertical, 2 element vertical, beautiful. I'm running the 2 element horizontal, by 2 element horizontal, at 760 watts series with the Kenwood TS990. Thank you for the short contact. I think many stations calling you. You have a outstanding signal here in Europe. This is Whiskey 1, Solo Yankee, Oye Yankee. Back to you, over.
All right, very good, Ray. Good to hear you coming through. And again, my compliments on your coming through. It's a little bit, it's about 5:15. Very early in the opening, I think. I think this is an early opening. So we're happy to hear you coming through so beautifully. 73s, and thank you for the contact, for letting me know there's propagation. Oscar Echo 8 Alpha Norway Kilo, W1ZY, good evening. 73s, W1ZY, calling CQ Europe. The Papa Delta Bravo.
It is Ocean Kilowatt, Oscar Kilo 1, Papa Delta Bravo.
Very good, and there's also an IK6 standing by, OK1, Papa Delta Bravo, W1ZY. Good to hear you. I think it's Pavel. We've had a few contacts. You're 5859, 5859 into Rhode Island, and my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima Lima. Oscar Kilo 1, Papa Delta Bravo, W1ZY.
W1ZY, Oscar Kilo 1, Papa Delta Bravo. Hello, nice again, contact between us. Your reporting at the moment, 570 rated up and down, yeah, and good readable. Over.
All right, very good. And are you still using the long wire? I have in my notes you were using a long wire. Is that right?
Okay. My equipment is ST5000, and at the moment I am running with about 150 watts long wire, over.
All right, well, that's coming through beautifully, 5859 into my QTH. Beautiful to hear you coming through. We're running 500 watts, and we have 2 verticals, 2 homemade verticals beaming northeast on an overcast Sunday afternoon. Still light out. We have another at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half of light. So we're well into the afternoon, so we're very happy to hear you coming through so early. 73s and ahoy from Rhode Island, Pavel. Oscar Kilo 1, Papa Delta Bravo, W1ZY.
W1ZY from Oscar Kilo 1, Papa Delta Bravo for final. Thank you for short QSO.
only 5 degrees centigrade, relatively cold. Thank you once more for this contact. I wish you all the best. Have a nice evening or morning. I'm not sure now. And bye-bye, 73.
All right, 73s, and thank you, Pavel, W1ZY, standing by for Italy Kilo 6, if you're still there, over.
Please answer the question.
All right, Frank, good to hear you. You're 57, 58, 5758, a beautiful copy. What is your power? Are you 10 watts, Frank? Are you running 10 watts tonight? Over. All right, very good, Frank. 50 watts, you're really hitting it there this afternoon. Incredible, 50 watts. All righty, good to hear you coming through, and you've got a beautiful signal coming through, Frank, with the 50 watts. You're 5758, and it's very early. It's in the afternoon here, so we're really happy to hear you coming through. 73 is from Rhode Island, and we will hopefully hear you again. Italy Kilo 6, Charlie United Golf, W1 Zulu Yankee, 73s. Francesco, thank you for the kind words. Grazie, I appreciate it. Very gratifying to hear that. 73s, W1ZY, 73. Is there a Golf 4 station? I think it's a Golf 4 Victor Sugar Japan, is that right? All right, very good to hear you again, Ken. Golf 4 Victor Sugar Japan, W1ZY. You're about at 57. I think it's a little early for the opening. But a 5x7, certainly have heard you with much larger signals than that. Overcast afternoon here, Ken. It's a little, obviously chilly outside. It's above freezing, but overcast and on a not a gray afternoon, but an overcast afternoon. George 4, Victor Sugar Japan, W1 said what?
W1 said what? Here, local time, really not spending time out here tonight. Plenty of good conditions as well there,
Oh, beautiful. How would you judge the conditions tonight, Ken? How are the conditions for you tonight? Over. Okay, very good. I know there's a huge pile-up down the band. I think it might be Uganda, which is why I came up here. But there were a lot of Europeans calling. I think it was Uganda. I'm not sure. But that was about an hour ago. All right, 73s, and again, I've heard you much, much louder than you are right now, so maybe in a while, although you probably want to go to bed, hopefully maybe the band will open up even more. George 4, Victor, Sugar, Japan, W1, said what?
Yeah, your signal seems like when I work through, Bill. Still using 400 watts here, Bill.
73s, Ken, and have a good week coming up. W1 said what? QRZ, the station calling again. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull it out. W1 said why, calling CQ Europe, calling CQ, standing by. CQDX, looking at Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, Whiskey 1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, calling and standing by. CQDX, calling CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by. I've got a Victor X-ray. Italy Tango 9, Charlie Victor X-ray, W1 said why, good to hear you, you're 5758, 5758 into Rhode Island, and my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima Lima, the name is Bill, and a good signal coming through. Italy Tango 9, Charlie Victor X-ray, W1 Zulu Yankee, over.
Italy Tango 9, Charlie Victor. Mini diaper. Okay, Billy, about to yours.
All right, very good. And I think your name is your name Adam? What is your name? Over. All right, very good, Adam. With the mini dipole, making it through, again, you're 5'7", sometimes 5'8". So good copy on you this afternoon. It's very early for the propagation, so we're very happy to hear you coming through. We're running about 500 watts, and the antenna is two verticals, two homemade verticals beaming to the northeast. 73s from Rhode Island. Grazie for the QSO. Italy Tango 9, Charlie Victor X-ray, W1 said what?
Thank you very much for this nice contact. 73, and good luck. Italy Tango 9, Charlie Victor X-ray, W1 Zulu.
All right, 5 and 8 on that transmission. Beautiful signal, Adam. 73s, W1ZY, calling CQ.
Oh, wow. Very good. Thank you for your report. Thank you very much. Goodbye, Billy.
All right, Adam, 5 and 8, good, beautiful signal. 73s, talk to you tomorrow. W1 said what? Bye-bye. CQDX, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 said why on Vox, trying out Vox, calling CQ, standing by. CQDX calling CQ, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by. Checking propagation out to the northeast, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1 ZY calling CQ, standing by. CQDX calling CQ, CQ Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island calling CQ, hello, CQDX. W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. W1ZY in Rhode Island calling CQDX, standing by.
Kilo November, Kilo 2 Hotel, Kilo November.
Something ending November.
Roger,
Roger, this is Italy, Kilo 2, Hotel, Kilo November, IK2, Honolulu, Kilo Nancy, 5
Italy Kilo 2, Hotel Kilo Norway, W1ZY. Good to hear you coming through. You're 58, 5 and 8 in Rhode Island. Radio Italy, the smallest state in the United States. And my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. Italy Kilo 2, Hotel Kilo Norway, W1ZY.
Okay, Roger, Roger. Italy Kilo 2, Hotel Kilo November 2. Thank you for 5 by 8, so your signal is 5 by 9 in this moment. And my name is Ivano, Italy Victor America November Oscar. Repeat, my name is Ivano, Italy Victor America November Oscar. And my work condition this moment is a vertical antenna for this band. And my transceiver is all the transceiver at Tango 107 years. And the power is a 100 power antenna. Italy Kilo 2, Hotel Kilo November 2 for Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee over.
All right, very good. Ivano, IK2, Hotel Kilo Norway, W1ZY. You're peaking 59. You're peaking 5 and 9, Ivanos, and beautiful signal coming through with the vertical and the 100 watts. Very early here. It's almost 5. It's about 5:30 in the afternoon on an overcast day, and you're coming through quite nicely. So my compliments to you. Very light outside, of course. We have another hour of light. We're running about 500 watts, running 500 watts and 2 verticals, beaming northeast. And good to hear you coming through. Nice to hear the propagation opening up a little bit here. Italy Kilo 2, Hotel Kilo Norway, W1ZY, over.
Okay, Roger, Roger, no problem. IK2, Hotel Kilo November 2 for Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee. Thank you for your information. Good setup, your 2 vertical and 500 in your channel. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for contact, Bill, for little contact. And good day. Bye-bye from North Italy. Good night. Ciao, ciao, Bill. Thank you very much for contact. Bye.
Okay, Ivano, 59, 5 and 9, your report. 73s, ciao, W1ZY.
Ciao, Bill. Thank you.
Grazie. CQ, W1 Zulu Yankee. CQ, calling CQ, going on Vox, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, standing by. The Echo Delta. Oh, good to hear you, and stand by stateside. I do hear the stateside station, M0LED, W1ZY. Good to hear you coming through. You're 5 and 8 today, Lee. It's good to hear you, over. Roger, your signal is building up to 59. And good to hear the vertical making it through. Again, I think, Lee, it's a little early here. It's about 5:30. Overcast day. We got another hour of sunlight. So I think you're making it through as the band opens up here. Hey, thank you for the call, and I hope you have a good week coming up. M0LED, W1ZY.
Okay, Bill, yes, very pleased to you, and look forward to the next time.
73s. Is there a stateside station standing by? Is there a stateside station standing by? Yeah, it's Whiskey Alpha 4 Echo, W1ZY. Good afternoon from Rhode Island. You're 59 plus about 10 dB, very loud, over.
Okay, thank you. You're pretty much the same here. You really nice audio, clean, and a good 10 to 15 over. And I just put this antenna up, so homemade versus V out in the backyard, or dipole, I mean. And really, you've got the first contact on the thing, see if it was working or not. So, name here's Mark, Mike Alpha Romeo Kilo, and QTH Bridgewater, Virginia. Go ahead.
All right, very good, Mark. Did you just get back inside from putting up the dipole?
No, I hung it up here yesterday, but I haven't done anything with it till now.
All right. Well, I know what that feels like when you sit down after doing antenna work and checking out what's happening. Hey, you're peaking 15 dB over here into Rhode Island, and a beautiful sounding signal. We're running an old TS-830 and about 500 watts into a pair of verticals, homemade out of aluminum tubing. And we're in Secatash Salt Marsh right on the coast in southern Rhode Island. And a great signal coming up here. And let me know what did you do to get the dipole up? How do you have it hung up, Mark? I'm always interested in that stuff. WA4 Echo, W1 said what?
I turned her up over 100 to see if it do anything.
It's just one leg hung off at my tower. I have a 40-foot tower in the backyard and set up.
80 feet or a 75-meter double bazooka on it. And I'm on a very restricted size-wise, restricted lot, and I don't have any room to do anything. So I've got the inverted B 75 with double bazooka. And one leg of this 40 that I made, this old dipole, I tied to the tower and run it over to a pole in the backyard that I bolted onto the clothesline. It's only up about 10 feet, or 20, yeah, about 10, 15 feet about all it is on the one leg. Now the other leg's up for about 40 feet in there, so it's really not flat top. It's hanging in inverted, half of an inverted V, so to speak. Rig here, ICOM 7300, and right now I'm boosting 100 at you. A while ago I was under about 70. Go ahead.
All right, beautiful. Well, that's a 7300 is a beautiful rig. The receiver's got lots of really good stuff in it for pulling people out. And I think the dipole's working pretty well. I mean, you've got a good signal up here. There's no QSB. And during this time of day, it's a decent signal coming through. If you put power on, you'd be starting to get up into that 20, 25 over range. So I think that thing's, you did quite well given the limitations of your of the lot that you're at. Good to hear you coming in, and we were just trying to check out the propagation of Europe, and it sounds a little moderate this afternoon, although it might be a little bit too early to pass judgment. WA4 Echo, W1 said what?
Okay, W1 said what, WA4E. Yeah, well, you sure got, you're full quiet, and you're lucky in the room here with me, so you're doing great. I have a Maritron over here, it's an AL80B, it's the 1K version. And it's not on. I don't have it loaded on 40. It's probably over on the 75. So I know that's where it's at. But it's not on. But I don't know. If you get out and be heard and have a decent signal, you don't really need to run a whole bunch of power. But unless you're doing things, that require it. But a lot of times you're stateside, just running around here back and forth across a couple of states. You're getting 10, 15. S-unit signal reports, it don't make a whole lot of sense to run 1,000, 1,500 watts. Push it up a couple, but it don't make a lot of sense. But now I'll turn her on in the heartbeat if I'm trying to get someplace and can't make my contacts or whatever. But boy, like I say, you sure sound good coming from your way. Excuse me, and I really do like the 7300. I have an FD1000 that I bought a few back in 1997 when I retired from law enforcement. And I bought that thing for myself, and I still got it sitting over here, and I use that on everything above 40 with the beam up on top of the tower, for 15, 20, 10. It's the Big Mosley Pro 57B, I think they call it. And it works real good, but I tell you, that was true. I think I like this 7300 better. I know it's got a better receiver in it, and I can seem to filter out noise better with this. But I tell you, for the money, I don't think you can beat a 7300.
I agree with you. I think that they came up with a really good radio, and they priced it properly. And when they first came out with it, man, everybody was grabbing that. And the hand mic that comes with it, Mark, is I've heard it. A lot of guys using the hand mic on it, and it's just fantastic. Let me turn off this processing. It's a fantastic hand mic. It's a beautiful combination for it. I think, at least. I've heard some of these people with a hand mic. It's just beautiful. I think you got a good keeper there with that. That dipole's working quite nicely. Hey, I would like to let me turn this processing back on. I would like to switch the antenna back over to the east. I'm wondering if you could tell me if there's a difference to try to give me an idea of the angle of propagation. Let me flip this thing. This is looking now up to the northeast. It's phased up to the northeast right now. Mark 1, 2, 3 to the northeast. And now I turn it back down towards you. Is that making much difference for you down there this afternoon?
Yeah, it's going from about an F9 to about an F10, 15 when you come back towards me here. So
Yeah, big difference.
Okay, interesting. That's a terrific thing. You're in Virginia, right?
Sure here, because I took it out of the box and put it on in front of the radio, and everybody said, leave it alone.
It made a huge difference in central North Carolina, before KLS.
All right, very good. Yeah, it's interesting. Usually it doesn't make too much of a difference. Hey, and you're in Virginia, is that right, Mark?
Yeah, I'm down here where they call Shenandoah Valley area. If you've heard of James Madison University, they're just about 7 miles north of me in a city there called Harrisonburg, Virginia. Bridgewater's just a little town about 7,000 to 8,000 people to the south of Harrisonburg. And we have Interstate 81 run north and south right through the area here, through the valley. So. And then, Stanton, south of me, that's where the Statler brothers were from, if you ever followed in country music. And we got Charlottesville about 65 to the east, and Richmond's about 100 and something to the east, and about 130 up into D.C., kind of that direction. So I'm right down in here in the valley, right in the middle where they have the Skyline Drive. A lot of people come through and tour, tourists come through in the fall and summer and stuff like that. So go ahead, WA4E.
All right, WA4E, W1ZY. That's also a historically significant place, too, I do believe. So it sounds like a beautiful area down there, getting out into the middle of the country out there. All right, hey, 73s, and you're sounding great up here, and that dipole is a success story, I think, Mark. I think that thing's going to work very nicely for you. Whiskey Alpha 4 Echo W1ZY.
Okay, well, you take care. W1ZY, WA4E. Maybe we hook up again somewhere. You know, when it comes to ham radio, it's a small world. But anyway, good hearing you. I just heard you call CQ there, and I thought, well, there's my chance to see if this dipole's going to work or not. So, appreciate the signal report. 73 to you. You have a good evening and good luck on your contest. Or your contacts, not contest. Contacts. WA4E, clear with you.
All right, and thank you for giving me the call. I appreciate it, Mark. 73s from southern Rhode Island, WA4 Echo, W1ZY.
W1ZY from K2KX.
Is that Kilo 2 Kilo X-ray Kilo?
That's Roger. Looks like Bill. Name here is Ken, Kilo Echo November. And we're in central North Carolina, right?
All right, very good, Ken. Good to hear you. Kilo 2 Kilo X-ray Kilo W1ZY. Ken, you're about 59 plus about 5 to 10 up here in Matunic, Rhode Island, which is a small spot on the southern coast. And you got the name correct as Bill, Bravo India Lima Lima. We're running an old TS830, about 500 watts into 2 verticals, and just checking out the propagation here this afternoon. K2KXK W1ZY.
Yeah, real fine, Bill. W1ZY, K2KXK. Well, you're certainly doing a great job. And I've heard you on before and looked up your QRZ page to see all the interesting antenna work you're doing. And it certainly does seem to be effective. You're about 10 over 9 here in central North Carolina. We're only running about 80 watts barefoot on the Flex 6300. You were doing such a good job in here. I figured your antenna was due to work for both of us. So I didn't turn the amp on. And that's going into an off-center fed dipole up around 40 feet. Planning a new antenna for 40, a vertical delta loop. And since the weather was so nice today, we went out and measured all the wire and cut it and put the insulators in the right spot and put the 72 ohm coax on it that we're going to use as a transformer. And it was laying on the ground and it was very flat. Now it was 2 to 1 SWR, but all the way from one end of 40 to the other. So I think it'll work out when we get it on the air. It was actually literally in a horizontal position laying in the driveway. So I just wanted to see not so much what the ultimate SWR was, but how flat it was across the 40-meter range. And then I went a little further and just to prove it, and it was SWR was increasing north and south of of 40 meters. So hopefully that's a good indication. Won't know till we get it up in the trees. Back to you, W1ZY, K2KXK.
K2KXK, W1ZY. Yeah, sounds like she wants to resonate there. I think that's going to work quite nicely for you when you get it up in the air, Ken. Are you going to put it vertically or horizontally oriented?
Yeah, we're going to put it vertically, set in one of the bottom corners. You know, as you probably know far better than I do, most antenna constructions are compromised. Ideally, I'd have it with the base elevated as high as I could get it, and then the apex pointed down. But that's not practical. And also, from my reading, the best place to feed it, if you want it really vertically polarized, is about a third wavelength up one side. But again, from a practical standpoint, it would be very difficult for me in my planned installation to support the feed line adequately. So compromise would be to feed it at a bottom corner where I've got an insulator and fix the feed line to one of the support ropes in that corner. I don't know if you've had any experience with the Delta Loop. I haven't. This will be the first one that I've used, but thought I'd vertically polarize it to get the low radiation angle. W1ZW, K2KXK.
All right, the K2KXK, W1ZY. Sounds like with a vertical orientation, that's good. I'm glad to hear you doing that. I know a lot of people use a horizontal configuration, but the vertical one is interesting to me because of as you point out, the lower angle that it will be radiating. In my experiences with those, I always fed them. I put them as a diamond with the base at the low part, and then the apex at the top, and fed them about 1/4 wavelength from the top to try to get a quarter wavelength of to run them that way, basically. And then I saw somebody, it's like it was on the internet, they had a really clever way of tuning the thing, which was at the bottom in the corner where you're going to feed. They had something, it was I think it was, I can't remember what it was, like a stub or something that they put in the bottom. So instead of having to take the thing down and shorten it and do all this stuff to tune it, they were using different lengths of wire or something. I forgot exactly what they were doing. They had like an insulator and then a stub coming down, and they would short the stub out to do the final tuning, the final tweaking of it, which I thought was a pretty good idea. Over here, the major project here on these two verticals is that I've got this 2x2 lumber, 8-foot long 2x2s, and I've mounted these little PVC insulators on them using metal electrical conduit hangers. Because I'm going to go out and change the base supports on the two verticals so I can tilt them over to tune them, and also with the lightning thing coming in, we're going to try to make them so that they're easy to set up and then bring down. And the only other problem would be there's three guys, there's two tiers of three guys of parachute cord, and one of them is going to have to have like eye hooks or pulleys or something on the stake. In order to have them let themselves out when you're tilting it over. But it should work. I have it in my, I've written it down at least, so we'll see if it works. But I got the things already. It's just a little bit too windy today to go out and do it. But I'm looking forward to maybe hearing how that Delta Loop works out for you, Ken. It sounds like a really good project, and it sounds like it wants to resonate. Lying there on the ground like that, it looks like it's going to work quite nicely. Did good work on that one. Kilo 2, Kilo X-ray Kilo, W1ZY.
Yeah, very good, Bill. W1ZY, K2KXK. Yeah, I'm hoping that was an indication. You know, you never know until you really get it up where it's going to be and see what it really does. But my rig expert antenna analyzer as I said, showed it pretty flat within the 300 or 400 kc range that I initially tried it, and then I expanded it to about 800 kc, and I could see the low and the high points of that range going up in SWR. So hopefully it will resonate. I'm feeding it with a quarter wave of 72 ohm coax, and that's probably if the impedance is not close to 50 ohms here by the time I get it in the shack, that's where I'll start my adjustment, trimming that. I think if anything, it's going to be long. I was amazed when I first did the calculations and I ordered the wire and the 72 ohm coax. I just made an assumption about what the velocity factor of that coax would be, relative to, I figured it would be similar to RG213 or something like that, somewhere in the 70, 75 range. But when I got it and actually looked at the specs, well, I should have done that before I ordered it, it was in the 90s. And of course, the sub is a function of the velocity factor and the frequency. Fortunately, I had ordered exactly 30 feet, and that's exactly what it comes out to, something like 29 and change, given the real velocity factor. So, lucked out there, and don't have much to trim off it if it doesn't work. Go ahead.
Yep, understood. I've done that myself. The velocity factor on that stuff is, I always have to look it up. I don't have them memorized. But yeah, you got lucky on that one. That would have, you would have incurred a little bit more delays. I certainly wouldn't put a connector on it and then lengthen it with a barrel connector. Because I just recently learned that the fewer connectors are better. I had a lot of barrel connectors in the phasing line and on this antenna to help to tune it. And when I cleared it up, a lot of problems went away when I just replaced it with the right length. Once I found what the length needed to be. And then got good coax connectors with the adapters. Usually I would skimp on that. I would just solder the braid to the connector. But I learned my lesson on that one too. So we're converted to using the right connectors and such, good quality ones too, because you can lose get some losses in those connectors. But yeah, that's great. So I'm hoping. I think that thing's going to be quiet. In my experiences, I had one down in Brooklyn once, and in the back lot, a very small place. And it was quiet. It picked up the DX signals quite nicely, and it was very quiet. And I also had to. It was a setup just like I said, with the base at the bottom and then the apex at the top. But I didn't have enough room, Ken, so I had to double the wires up and have them come down parallel to each other in the middle of it, just to get it to tune. It tuned okay, but it was really quiet. So I really like the closed loop antennas. They have lower signal levels, but the noise is a lot lower. At least the ones that I've been have worked with. But it sounds like you got a good project down there, and you got some good weather to get it almost all done. Kilo 2, Kilo X-ray, Kilo W1 ZY.
Yeah, real good, Bill. W1ZY, K2KXK. Yeah, I agree with you. I only use the silver connectors. Not only the pin, but the body as well. And they're a little more money, but I feel a little more comfortable with it. And there'll just be one barrel connector in there because plus the rest of the coax line, which is about another 100 feet, is RG213. So I need to put those two together. But I'm taking down, half of it fell down, a G5RV that's going to be replaced by the Delta Loop, and that's a brand new coax, RG213. So I think I'll be okay there. And yeah, like I said, I've never used a closed loop antenna. That's what I understand, is they should be fairly quiet. And I'm in a pretty good situation here out in the country. Don't have a lot of man-made noise. In terms of getting it up in the air, I don't know. Yeah, probably look to do it sometime this week, because I'm going to get a friend or two over to help. The property here is very heavily wooded, which is great for being able to hang antennas, but it is very, very annoying to try to do that by yourself. Yes, Q excellent. Because you can't see anything. So I have a air launcher that I built, and I launch 2-ounce egg sinkers, and usually quite accurate with it. But by yourself, it's hard to see where the sinker is when it comes down. Usually it's not over just the tree if you wanted it. So it's good to have somebody there that can help them bob it. And then just walking through all the underbrush and trying to get lines pulled up to snag on everything. So it's really good to have a helper to help free the lines as we're going up. We'll get put the arm on one of our buddies here during the week and hopefully get it up. So with that, I'm going to say 73. The wife just got home from a day out, and we'll see what she's up to. She might have some stuff in the car that needs help getting in. So I've really enjoyed it. I'll definitely look forward to working you, hopefully on that loop, and we maybe even can do some comparisons between the center fed dipole and the loop there. So you have a great rest of the day and a good week coming up, and we'll look for you again. Certainly won't have any trouble finding you with that great signal. And maybe we'll even throw the kilowatt on next time. So back to you one more time there, Bill, and I certainly enjoyed it. It's been my pleasure. W1ZW, K2KXK.
All right, K2KXK, W1ZY. Great. Sounds like that thing's going to go up this week. It'll be very nice to hear what happens. And the comparative will be very interesting, especially on the DX stations, Ken, to see how it plays off against your reference antenna, which will be that off-center fed dipole. All right, 73s, and go help the wife. I'm sure the car is loaded. I know what that's about. And the sooner the better. 73s, and we'll talk to you soon. K2KXK, W1ZY.
73s, Bill. W1ZY, K2KXK.
Looking out into Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama, Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1ZY. Looking out into Europe, calling CQ. Checking propagation out into Europe, W1ZY, standing by.
Again.
Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, W1 Zulu Yankee in Rhode Island, calling CQ Europe, standing by.
Sierra Victor 2 Juliet Alpha Oscar.
Sugar Victor 2 Juliet Alpha Oscar, W1ZY. Beautiful signal, you're 59. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. A beautiful signal coming in. Sugar Victor, I just wrote it down, I can't find it. Sugar Victor 9, go ahead, W1ZY.
Okay, I'm turning now my antenna to your direction. My call is Sierra Victor 2 Juliet Alpha Oscar. My name is Andreas from Greece. Okay, I hear you very well. You're 5 9 plus here. 5 by 9 plus, over.
Yeah, very good, Andreas. You're 10 dB over, 5 9 plus 10. A very loud signal, Andreas, into Rhode Island. And my name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima. 5 9 plus 10, Andreas, over.
QSL, excellent. Copy you. Thank you for QSO on 40 meter. I see my logo. It's the first QSO with you. So nice to meet you, and I hope to see you again in another band.
Okay, how is the weather? How is the weather, Andreas? So what is your temperature? Over.
Okay, now here is night, about 12 o'clock. The temperature out is about 7 Celsius. 7 Celsius, and the day is a sunny day, about 25 Celsius, very nice. How about the weather in your country, over?
In my area, it's still cold. It's about maybe 4 to 5 degrees Celsius right now, 4 or 5 Celsius, very cold, and we have overcast, but it's still winter. We still have a little bit of snow on the ground, Andreas, HI. But the beautiful Eastern Mediterranean and beautiful Greek islands and with the beautiful temperatures I think about right now, and it sounds very nice to me, your country and your beautiful temperatures at night, Andreas. Big signal, 59 plus 10. 73s, Sugar Victor 2, Juliet Alpha Oscar, W1, said what?
QSL, okay, nice to meet you. For your information, my working condition here is a 2-element antenna, 2-element Yankee antenna from Cusca in 20 meters high, looking in your direction, and my power is about 500 watts here with an ICOM 7700. 73, good luck.
All right, well, that's working beautiful. How many watts are you running, Andreas?
500 watts, 500 watts, over.
All right, beautiful, incredible. My compliments on the station. It's a beautiful signal. 73s, and we talk to you soon. Thank you for the contact. Sugar Victor 2, Juliet Alpha Oscar, W1, said what? Bye-bye.
Hello, Will. Good evening from Germany. Delta Fox 2, Victor Papa. Good evening here.
Delta Fox 2, Victor Papa, W1ZY. Thank you for the call, and let me check your signal out. The band has been trying to open up, but it looks like it's starting to get good, Manfred, over.
Yeah, Roger, but okay. Thank you, Manfred here, and remember, I have a contact with you, I think, yesterday, and during the weather from Germany. I have it today here, 20 degrees and blue sky, and the beautiful weather here, and I think the springtime coming here, Will, okay? You remember and me, okay? Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee, Delta Florida 2, Victor Papa, over.
All right, DF2 VP, W1 said why. Beautiful. Sounds like good weather. 20 degrees is a beautiful temperature. You're 10 dB over, very loud, and it's good to hear the band opening up, Manfred, over.
Yeah, Roger. You're 20 over all the way. Okay, I looking here for and yesterday for your pictures and the cures that come from your antennas. Oh boy, nice pictures and the QRZ.com, and I looking, and I think that is okay when you have a so big signal in Germany, Roger.
Okay, yeah, a good location for the verticals, the ultimate location, Manfred, over.
Yeah, Roger, you have a good location, I say that. Okay, I have another good location for the verticals. When I have a time, I will also look into the springtime coming, and I will also testing a vertical at 10. At this moment here is my rotary dipole open, 24 meters and 500 watts all the way. And I have a 2-element home at Yaki and the second tower, and the problem is with the rotary, it is only 5 meters up over the ground. Okay, when the weather is better, and looking what's the problem with the rotary. Well, okay, thank you for the coming in. I say good evening and good night from here, and I see you later, all the way. Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee, Delta Fox 2, Victor Papa, over.
All right, well, you have a good location over there that you're coming in quite nice with the rotary dipole, and I look forward to hearing the results of your experiments with the verticals later when it gets even warmer than the 20 degrees, Manfred HI. 73s from Succotash Saltmarsh in southern Rhode Island. Delta Fox 2, Victor Papa, W1 said what?
Yeah, Roger, thank you. When the springtime coming, and I run a little bit experiment, and I'm really bit testing with the verticals. Bye-bye, World, 73's greetings.
10 over 9. CQ, W1 said what?
20 over. 1 Charlie Mike Delta.
Victor Echo 1 Charlie Mike Delta, W1 said why? Go ahead, Corey.
Beautiful copy on you there, Bill. You're only 10 dB lower than yesterday. You're only 30 over here today, but still very beautiful to yourself.
All righty. Yeah, we're down a little bit today, Corey. You're 10 over, just but a beautiful signal coming through, and I hope you still got the snow on the roof up there, over.
No, we can see the grass now, Bill. There might be a little bit in the woods, buddy, but the yard's all clear, and I don't see much around locally in town there, but it's probably a bit in the woods yet, I guess.
All righty. Well, it's good to know you guys are warming up. It's still kind of nippy down here. The snow is gone from the coast, but when you go inland into the woods, there's pockets of snow still, Corey. Hey, 73s, and thank you for the report. Just amazing. It blows my mind. The signal reports coming into your QTH. Again, it must be the first skip, the landing zone. VE1, Charlie Mike Delta, W1 said what?
I can tell you there, the time of letting down the band there, I says, well, geez, there's the odd straddler here and the odd straddler there, but Bill got them all.
Oh, geez.
Florida. Yeah, but anyway, it's all good, buddy. You guys take care down there. 73s, Bill. We'll talk to you after there. VE1CMD.
All righty, 73s, and thanks again. We'll talk to you soon. W1 Zulu Yankee calling CQ Europe. Standing by. All right, we have many stations, and everybody's loud. The Germany, and we'll pick up the pace. The Germany, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Bill. W1 Zulu Yankee, Germany 0, Mexico, Germany. The name is Steve, the city of Gloucester. I think we've worked before, Bill, over.
Very good, Steve. You held that one contact before. You're 59, right on the button here into southern Rhode Island, and great to hear you coming through. We're making an audio recording. Go ahead, over.
We're all 59 over here, and Victor Echo 1 was on the frequency. You take 5 and 7 with me here, Bill, over.
All right, I'm sure Corey will be interested in hearing that, Steve, over.
Roger. Anyway, I won't hold it. You've got plenty of faces to the show. Hey, this thing from the States into the UK at the moment with me, Bill, anyway, over.
All right, I appreciate it. We're running 500 watts and 2 homemade verticals. Beaming, we're in a very nice location here in Succotash Salt Marsh on the southern coast of Rhode Island. Hey, 73s, Golf 0, Mike Golf, W1 said what?
Yeah, 73s, Bill, all the best. Catch you again.
73 CQ, W1 said what? Okay, many calling. The Echo Bravo 3, Lima Alpha, I think, 59.
Okay, hello, Bill. Nice to meet you. Yankee from Echo Bravo 1. Lima Alpha, get before contact with you in 40 meters. Big signal 59 plus 20, 59 plus 20. USO, my name is Danny Delta, Alpha, November, India, over.
All right, Danny, yeah, you're peaking 59, a beautiful signal coming into Rhode Island this afternoon, over.
Okay, Central 59, using many sample equipment is dipole window antenna and 500 watts. Thank you, Bill, from Nice for all the backs, and thank you for calling. Bye-bye.
73 is a great signal, Danny. All the best. CQ, W1 said what? The Delta Lima Victor X-ray?
Yeah, okay, Delta Lima 8, Victoria X-ray. Hello to Bill. I had to go onto the double bazooka instead of the on the vertical. You are 5'9 plus 5 decibel into Hamburg. Name is Wolf, Whiskey Oscar Lima Fox. Back to you, DLHVX listening.
All right, Delta Lima 8, Victor X-ray, W1 said why? You're 59 plus about 5 on peaks, Wolf. 59 plus 5 on peaks into Rhode Island. A beautiful signal, over.
Yeah, QSL is fine. I just was looking for you to see how you are getting through the mud as the conditions change. The SFI was going down again, and the band is really noisy. So I was amazed to hear you coming through. At first I've been on my full-size ground image vertical, so I switched over and getting you much clearer. Well, I told you, best regards from Hamburg, and we are keeping into contact to pass you some information on your activity.
is on your signal into Europe. 73 is from Wolf, DL8VX.
All right, I appreciate it, Wolf. It's good to know that you have the ears over there. I appreciate that greatly. You're coming in very nicely here. 73's clear with you, W1ZY, calling CQ Europe.
Sugar Victor 1, Quebec, Florida.
Sugar Victor 1, Quebec, Fox, you're 5 dB over in Rhode Island, over.
Yeah, Roger, you're 5 miles 20, very good signal. Today we had the QSO some days before. And thank you, and wish you a nice Sunday evening. All the best to you. 73, thank you.
Okay, Mike, we were talking to another station in Greece, Sugar Victor 2, Juliet Alpha Oscar, and he said it was about 20 degrees there in the evening, so beautiful night temperatures in Greece, apparently. 73's Mike, clear with you, CQ, W1ZY.
Delta Lima 6, Kilo India.
Delta Lima 6 radio.
Delta Lima 6, Kilo India,
All right, very good, Stefan. You're 5859 into Rhode Island, and it's good to hear you coming through. It sounds like the band is opening up. Delta Lima 6 Kilo India, W1ZY.
Yeah, Roger. W1ZY here from Delta Lima 6 Kilo India. Yeah, conditions here, it's only 100 watts. And the antenna is it's a wire, it's a G, it's a Golf 5 radio Victor, 60 meters long and 30 meters in the height, Roger.
Roger. Well, it's working beautifully. You're 59 on the peaks, and we're making an audio recording that we post up on the internet, but just a fantastic propagation, a really good signal coming through, Stefan, over.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, also the picking up here 59 over here. It's very clear modulation. Yeah, so it's ICOM 75603, and I'm very satisfied with this kind of with this transceiver. All right.
Oh, beautiful. That's a great transceiver. Over here we're using a TS830, which I just finished repairing, and we have some audio modifications to it. About 500 watts, and then the antenna is 2 verticals, I think you know. But yeah, great signal coming through. It's very nice to hear the good propagation. Delta Lima 6 Kilo India, W1ZY.
Yeah, Roger. I hear you last week that tried to contact you with a magnetic loop antenna. It's another cottage here in the town, and but was not possible. So maybe in the summertime, but the conditions will be better. So I will contact you with a magnetic loop antenna, Roger.
I look forward to that. I had a contact yesterday with a magnetic loop antenna. It was quite good. It was amazing. So we look forward to that when you maybe tomorrow, Stefan, over.
Yeah, Roger, I will try there. Okay, it's a baby loop from Italy. It's a very good antenna. I'm very satisfied with it. Okay. Thank you for the contact, and I think wish you a good time and many weeks. Here from Delta Lima 6 India. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the contact, Stefan. And again, a beautiful signal, 59. 73's, W1ZY, calling CQ Europe. I hear a Bravo Foxtrot. Oscar Echo 8 Fox Bravo Fox, you're 5758 into Rhode Island, over.
This is Oscar Echo 8 Fox Bravo Fox. My name is Harry, Hotel Alpha Romeo. I am located in Austria. Over.
Okay, Harry, good to hear you. Your signal is getting stronger. You're 5859 into Rhode Island. And my name is Bill. Bravo, India, Lima, over.
Roger, Bill. You are here with 5 and a very, very big plus. 20 over 9, over.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. Thank you for the call. We'll put out some more calls, but you're coming through here quite nicely, Harry. You're 59 into southern Rhode Island, and it's overcast. We still have light here. So it's amazing to be able to copy you so early here. The band seems to be opening up a little bit. Oscar Echo 8 Fox Bravo Fox, W1ZY.
Only inverted speed with 100 watts.
watch, over.
Yeah, 59 Harriet, just a beautiful signal, over.
Thank you very much. I wish you a very nice evening. 73.
Okay, 73, vielen Dank für diese Verbindung. This is W1ZY calling CQ Europe, standing by.
Golf 1 Sierra Delta Kilo.
Golf 1 Sugar Delta Kilo, W1ZY. Great to get a look at your signal on the S meter to tell how the propagation is this afternoon, Sid HI. I heard you on earlier, must have been an hour or two ago. I forgot who you were talking to, but I heard you're working Europeans. George 1 Sugar Delta Kilo, W1ZY.
Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, Golf 1 Sierra Delta Kilo. Very good afternoon to you. Good evening from this side, Bill. A lovely signal from you. 5 at 9. Lovely signal, good modulation. And you're about the strongest USA signal that I could safely say is here on the 40-meter band. I'll come in so you can tuck me in bed, Bill, because the old eyes are closing. I was earlier on there, a bit further up, 193 I was, 7.193. Most of Europeans, I had New Zealand come in, one station from New Zealand, but it wasn't an easy copy. The noise level was a bit high, but it was a good signal to me, Bill, but it got a bit late for me because I normally get up early, but today I got up a bit later than normal, which was about 6 o'clock in the morning. And I think I missed a lot of fun because there was a good opening on 40 meters worldwide, I think. South America I was able to work, a couple of Australians and New Zealand, and I didn't hear you, I don't think, this morning because I didn't hear too many USA stations, but anyway, that's all right. Propagation was this morning. And back to you, W1ZY, G1SDK, back to you, Bill.
All right, very good, Sid. You're peaking 5 dB over. Yeah, I went to sleep last night. I'm missing the European mornings and hitting the hay to get an early start here on different projects. Yeah, you're 5 and 9 plus 5, Sid, just beautiful. And we wish you a good night. And it sounds like you had a very productive session here on 40. I heard you get a couple hours ago. George 1 Sugar Delta Kilo, W1ZY. It must have been 2 hours ago, Sid, over.
Yeah, Roger. It was me on the top end of the band, and how good was you hearing me? That is the question I asked, over.
I'm sorry, there's somebody breaking in. Well, basically, I was tuning around to see if there was propagation to Europe, and you were the only one I could hear. You were about a 57, over.
Oh, okay, you can call me a 5 and 7. It was at least 2.5, 3 hours ago now, Bill. Maybe 3 hours ago, yeah. Okay, then. Well, thanks very much for the contact. Thank you for the information. That's really interesting, which means there was a bit of propagation to stateside then. But I didn't copy any USA stations when I was calling out. There was none, or if they came back to me, I didn't know. Thank you very much, Phil. Have a good afternoon, evening, and best 73. Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, you want to keep clear. 73, bye-bye.
Alrighty, and we are going into sunset right now. 73's George 1 Sugar Delta Kilo, W1ZY, and DF2 Victor Papa. You try to break in, Manfred, over.
Yeah, Roger. Okay, good evening here from Germany. Great signal. 20 over decibel here. 20 over 9. Away. Kilo Whiskey 1 Charlie Yankee. Delta Fox to wake the Papa, over.
No, it's Whiskey 1 Zulu Yankee, Manfred, Bill, over.
I'm sorry. Whiskey 1. Zulu Yankee. I'll take your contact. Sorry.
Not a problem. CQ Europe, W1ZY. Italy, Whiskey 0, Charlie Juliet Echo, you're 59, over. Okay, well, thank you for the 59. 73, CQ, W1ZY. The United Delta, 7 United Delta.
Denmark, AM7 United Delta, and a Klaus near Heidelberg. Really good signal from the States here.
Only 500 watts and a simple dipole in the wrong direction, obviously.
Oh, well, yeah, you're 59 here, Klaus. My name is Bill. I'm in Rhode Island, running 500 watts to a pair of verticals. Over.
Oh, okay, Bill. Yeah, excellent. Copy as normal. 40 meter no my band by the German football game has just won against the Netherlands 3-1. That's the first of the victory since 1 year for the German footballers. Okay, Bill, enjoy the rest of the day. Until the next time, danke.
Bitte, 73, CQ, W1 said what?
Echo Alpha 1, India X-ray radio.
Echo Alpha 1, India X-ray radio, and many others calling. W1 said why. You're 59 in Rhode Island. Over.
Over. 59 my time. Thank you very much.
Gracias por contacto. CQ, W1 said what? Radio Kilo 7, Bravo Lima Echo, is that correct? You're 58, over.
Negative, Radio Kilo 6, Boston United, Russian Kilo 6, Brazil United, over.
Right, Radio Kilo 6, Bravo United, you're 5 and 9, Alex, over.
5957, George Becker, 5957. Here, my name is Alex, America, London, Texas, Estate. Over, Bill.
All right, Alex, good to hear you. And again, you're 59 on peaks, 58 QSB, but a very good signal coming through. Thank you for the contact. Radio Kilo 6 Bravo United, W1 said what? Dos Vidania, Paka, CQ, W1 said what? Victor Kilo 6 Kilo Japan, W1 said why? Beautiful signal, 59, or maybe a little bit over. Just fantastic. We're right at sunset, Bob, over.
Yeah, okay, Bill, very good. You're 59 also, sounding good here. Trust all is well with you, over.
All is well. We're doing, we're preparing to build tilt-over supports for the verticals for the upcoming lightning season, Bob, over.
Yeah, roger. Yeah, okay, very good. In fact, we've just done that here, built a tilt-over for a friend of mine, putting an ultra beam on it. So it's always good fun and a great hobby, Bill, over.
Yep, it requires all of one's skills, Bob, HI. Beautiful signal here. This late afternoon, just booming in, over.
Yeah, okay. Well, just coming up to what do we got? Just 6:20. I guess we're 12 hours. I guess we're 12 hours difference, Bill, over.
Yep, it's 6:20 over here, Bob. It's just incredible, over.
Yeah, right. Your long pass has been fantastic here for the last couple of weeks. Anyway, great to hear you. Anyway, let you carry on, doing a good job, and look forward to chatting again sometime. Nice signal, Bill. W1ZY, VK 6KJ.
All right. Can you hear the Europeans, Bob, over?
No, I don't hear them, Bill. As they get a bit stronger a little bit later on, there's a bit of a window there, but nothing like you. It's on sort of long parts of the States has been really good, but not so much the Europeans, okay?
All righty, very good. That's very interesting to know that. All right, 73s, and again, we're making an audio recording. We post it on the internet, and if you would like, you can hunt your way through the recording. 73s, VK6 Kilo Japan, long path, W1 set one.
Roger. So is that on QRZ? That's on QRZ, is it, Bill?
It's on something called SoundForge, I think it's called, or something, but there's a link on the top of my page to that archive, over.
Roger. Okay, I'll have a listen. Thanks for that. Anyway, all the best, and let's talk again. W1ZY, thank you, VK6KJ.
Thank you, and you're welcome. CQ Europe, or VK's W1ZY.
9 Alpha 2 Hotel Canada.
Okay, many calling. 9 Alpha 2 Hotel Charlie, you're 59 plus 5 into Rhode Island. Good to hear you, over.
Okay, good to see you, Bill, again. 9 Alpha 2 Hotel Charlie, Milan from Croatia. You are 59 also. Thank you for good report and all the best. Many Europeans call you. 73, to hear you again. Bye.
Okay, good to hear you, and Milan, and I am now getting on, I fixed my keyer, so now I'm on CW2. I'm enjoying some CW as well as I think that you do too. 73s, CQ, W1 said what?
Alpha Echo Alpha or Alpha Echo Echo?
No, Delta Lima 4 Kilo Alpha Echo. Here 4KAE, yourself?
Roger. Delta Kilo 4 Kilo Alpha Echo. You're 59, a little bit over into Rhode Island, over.
Same, can give you same back. You are also 5 by 9, sometimes up to 10 over 9, very loud today. I've heard you many times, and we have had QSO before some weeks ago. My name is also Willie. Willie is the name here. The fine copy, you have a very useful pure record side. Okay?
Thank you, Willie. I appreciate knowing that that you are looking at it, and it's very nice to hear that, very gratifying. You're peaking up to 10 dB over, Willie, over.
Yes, in this moment very loud, no? 10 over in this moment. Yes, I've read a lot about your antennas, very interesting.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate, and it's great to hear that. 73s, and we talk longer later. All the best. Delta Lima 4 Kilo Alpha Echo W1 set what?
73 and good DX and good luck with your antenna experience.
Thank you so much. CQ W1 set what? Oscar November 6, I think it's Zulu Victor, you're 59 plus 5 in Rhode Island, over. All right, thank you for that big report coming in. And I believe, Paul, and you're 59 here into Rhode Island, just a big signal coming through. And we hope you're enjoying good propagation and nice warm weather in Belgium. Oscar Nancy 8, Bravo Victor, W1 Z1.
Yes, okay, very fine. Bill, it is about now 23 and in the evening, and we have about 10 degrees centigrade. I am sorry, Bill, for my bad speech, but I have some problem with my throat, with my speech. So, the 73, and you are very lovely, very strong, and very beautiful. God bless you. Bye-bye, Bill. The 73 from Belgium. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Maybe we'll have a conversation on the CW, Paul, to be a little bit easier. I appreciate you taking the effort, and thank you for the comments on the audio. We have been working on that as well. 73s, CQ, W1, ZY, looking in Europe. The Oscar Echo. Is that United Fox 2, Oscar Echo? Is there a United Foxtrot 2 Oscar Echo? The Oscar Echo, go ahead. Who is the Oscar Echo? Okay. Yeah, I want to pick up the Tango Foxtrot 3. Go ahead, over.
Tango Florida 3, Echo Echo. 69 plus
All right, very good to hear from Reykjavik. You are 58, 5 and 8 in Rhode Island. My name is Bill, over.
Okay, Bill, yeah, I'm 100 watts into a vertical antenna, so we can't get things to the sky light. So coming back to myself, a lot of stations calling me 73. Bye-bye.
All right, you're peaking up, you're peaking up to 59 with that setup. All the best to Reykjavik, 73s, CQ, W1, ZY, looking Europe.
Lima Alpha 7,
LIC Quebec, what was the last letter?
Quebec India Alpha.
Oh, LIC Quebec Alpha, you Femogni in Rhode Island, jag heter Bill, over.
skal du have Bill, call is Lima Alpha 7, Quebec India Alpha, LRC, Alpha
Okay, there's some sort of like the ALC is getting hit. It's taking the letters out. It's Quebec, and I missed the last two letters. Over.
Quebec,
Quebec Lima Alpha. Quebec Foxtrot Alpha. Is that right?
Queen Italy America.
There we go. Queen Italy America. All right, go ahead. Over.
Yeah, Roger. The name here is Peter. Peter is the name, and you are beautiful 5 and 9 signals into Stavanger on the southwest coast of Norway.
All right, Stavanger. Know it well, actually. I lived in Norway. Jeg bodde i Oslo, when jeg var 16 år, og I lånte og snakket litt på norsk. You're 59, you're peaking 5 dB, 5 dB over. Just a beautiful Norwegian signal, over.
Roger. Tusind tak skal du have. Tusind tak for situationen, og god med de gode forholdene her.
Tak for hele pratet. Ha det bra. CQ Europe, W1 said what?
Go 1 India, Baker, Sugar Bill.
George 1 India, Bravo Sugar. Wayne, good to hear you. You're about a 58 to 9 on the beginning. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. You're 5 and 9 plus 10, as usual, and you've got lots of stations calling you. It's been a lovely day here today, Bill. The sun's been out. I managed to cut the lawn and do everything else. It's absolutely lovely day. Superb day. Wonder what it's like out there, Bill. W1 dead boy. Hopefully you still get me okay. Golf 1 India, Baker, Sugar Bill.
Yeah, we're good to hear that, Wayne. That sounds beautiful for you guys. Basically going into spring at this point. Looks like those temperatures are here to stay. Over here it's about 3 degrees above freezing. It's an overcast day, and it's not too windy. It's a little breezy, but it's nothing bad. But still quite cold. The songbirds have arrived, and they're huddled around the bird feeder. And so we are waiting for the temperatures to warm up, but we don't have any expectations. There's been no hints of any of that occurring here in the near future. George 1, India, Bravo, Sugar, W1 said what?
Like to have a quick when you are sure still get through to you. But yeah, it's been lovely here today. Really superb. Hopefully you pick something. W1 London, Golf 1 India Baker, Sugar Bill.
All right, 73s, and maybe we talk to you tomorrow. All the best to CQ Europe, W1 said why. Delta Delta 2, Quebec Lima, you're 57, over. All right, you're up to a 58, Joachim. Good to hear you. My name is Bill. Ich heiße Bill und mein guter Hoch, es ist Rhode Island Radio, Italy. Delta Delta 2, Quebec Lima, W1 said what?
Yes, okay, Bill. I'm working with a Jesu Fox Tango 817 and the Papa Alpha on a 40 and 80 meter dipole, 10 meter over the garden. That's the working conditions here. Right back to you.
Beautiful. 5 und 9. You're 59, 5 and 9 on that transmission. Over here, an old TS830, Joachim, and about 500 watts. We have 2 homemade verticals phased to the northeast. And overcast day, still light out. And we will get sunset here probably in about 15 minutes. Delta Delta 2, Quebec Lima, W1 said what?
Yes. Many thanks for the QSO. And as I said, on QSO.com you can see more about me.
Okay, 73, vielen Dank für diese Verbindung, Joachim. 73s, CQ Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee.
Delta Florida 8 X-Ray Radio.
Delta Florida 8 X-Ray Radio, W1 Zulu Epsilon zurück. Guten Abend, Sie sind 509 plus 10. Ich heiße Bill, Bravo India Lima Lima. Und Kute Hoch, es ist Rhode Island Radio, Italy. Delta Delta Fox 8 X-ray Radio, W1ZY.
Roger, Roger, Bill. 100%ig OK, du bist auf 59 plus 10, hier direkt an der holländischen Grenze. Ich heiße Bert, Bravo Echo, Radio Tango, QSL.
QSL Bert, Sie sind 59 plus 15 dB, just outstanding signal. We're running 500 watts to two phased verticals. A beautiful signal coming in, Joachim, over.
Roger, Roger, Bill. My working condition, ICOM 7600 and also 500 watts. And my antenna is a lazy delta loop for 40 meters. Bill, that's my working condition. Temperatures here in the moment, 4.5 degrees Celsius plus here. Is a little bit over the plus. And my best 73 to you, to Rhode Island, and I hope to work you again in the next time, Bill. All the best, ciao.
Okay, thank you. A beautiful rig, and we have the same temperatures, about 2 or 3 above freezing, Joachim. 73, Klein Sieb Sieg, CQ Europe, W1ZY. The Alpha Quebec something, Alpha Quebec Tango. Papa Alpha 3 Alpha Quebec Tango Stroke Portable. You are 57. Thank you for the 59. My name is Bill. I'm in Rhode Island. Over. And what is your name again? Your name, over. Echo Radio India India Tango. All right, Gary, I think, very good. Thank you for repeating that. Your QSB takes you into the noise, but on maximum you are 5 and 7, S7. Good to hear a portable operation. Again, we're approaching sunset here in southern Rhode Island, running 500 watts to 2 verticals beaming northeast. 73s, Papa Alpha 3, Alpha Quebec Tango, Stroke Portable, W1ZY. Okay, 100 watts to an NFED is making it across the Atlantic, Jerry, HI. 73s, clear with you, CQ, W1ZY. Radio India. Negative copy, CQ, W1ZY, looking Europe. Delta Kilo, United Japan. Delta Kilo 1, Alpha United Papa, you're 5758 in Rhode Island, over.
My name is Udo, Uniform Delta Oscar. The report is okay. Sehr interessant. Deine Anschauung
Okay, Udo, vielen Dank. And Sie sind 58 Alpha Maximal. And ich bedanke dich for looking at the QRZ page. I appreciate knowing people are looking at that. Okay, 73, vielen Dank. And we'll see how the band goes. Delta Kilo 1, Alpha United Papa, W1ZY.
Delta Kilo 1, Alpha United Papa, 73,
Flying CQ Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee. Everybody in the noise, CQ, W1 Z1. Sugar Papa 6, is it Alpha Delta Tango? Sugar Papa 6 Tango India Ocean, you're 4x6, 4x6, over. Foxtrot 1 Tango India Oscar, you're 4x6, over. Thank you, Bruno. Good to hear you coming through, and hopefully we talk to you in better conditions, but you did make it into the log. Fox 1 Tango India Oscar, W1 Z1. .73's hard to copy, W1 ZY, calling CQ Europe, standing by. The Golf 3 Yankee something Zulu.
Golf 3 Yankee Papa Zulu. Golf 3 Yankee Zanzibar.
Golf 3 Yankee Papa Zulu, you're 5758 in Rhode Island, over. Very good, John. Great radio operator. I appreciate it. What's your antenna and your power, John, over?
100 watts, 7300, and a top band doublet. Over.
Beautiful. You peaked up to 59 there, John. Just terrific. Over here, old TS 830, 500 watts, and 2 verticals. And it's good to hear you coming through, John. The band might be changing here for me as I head into sunset. George 3, Yankee Papa Zulu, W1 ZY.
Yeah, beautiful signal. Over the line. It's building up all the time. I'll leave you to the pile-up. 7-3, and many thanks from G3YTZ.
All right, 5973's John, W1 ZY, calling CQ Europe. The radio kilo. Victor Kilowatt. Victor Kilo 6 Whiskey Charlie, W1 ZY, bussing his way through the pileup. You're about a 5758, John, 5758, elbowing your way through the Europeans, over. Negative, by the way, you're 58. No, and the noise is not a problem. It's the Europeans are very low. They're very low signal levels, John, over. All right, good to hear you always, John, making your way through these pile-ups, and we're making an audio recording right now for the last hour, and you can, I'll post it on the internet. There's a link on my QRZ page, and you can dig around if you're interested in hearing yourself. 73's, always a pleasure. Victor Kilo 6 Whiskey Charlie, W1 ZY. All right, good morning. CQ, W1 ZY. CQ, everybody in the noise, W1 ZY. X-ray Tango. X-ray Tango. Is there a Sugar Papa X-ray Tango? CQ, W1 ZY. Is it Sugar Papa 3 Alpha Tango Bravo?
Yes, Alpha Tango Bravo. 5-9 platform for you.
All right, Max, you are 58 to 5 and 8, a very nice signal into Rhode Island, over.
Yes, thank you so much.
About 1 month ago, but today I use a typo. Last time I used a vertical delta. Not always the same. 100 typo.
All right, well, it's working very nicely. You're almost S9. You're almost S9, Max. Over here, 500 watts, 2 verticals, and we are at sunset. Sugar Papa 3, Alpha Tango Bravo, W1, set Y.
Okay. Thank you very much for nice report. William, 73 and 58.
Dziękuję, dzień dobry. CQ, W1, set Y. CQ, looking Europe, W1 Zanzibar, Yokohama. Something ending Kilo. CQ, W1 ZY. CQ Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee. Echo India 4, India Bravo. You're 58, over.
Yeah, good evening, Bill. The name is Nick, Norway India Charlie Kilo. Good signal tonight, 5 and 9 plus, Bill. Go ahead.
You're peaking 5 over 9, Nick, just QSB, but you just climbed right up to 5 over.
Yeah, good conditions. 5 9 plus 5 to 10 here. Actually, Bill, very good signal tonight. A lot of stations from Europe calling you there, so I'll let you go work a few more. All the best from Ireland, Bill. It was good to hear you in there. WNZY from Echo India 4, India Bravo. Thank you, Bill.
All right, way up there, 5 over. 73s, thank you, Nick. CQ, W1 ZY. CQ Europe, W1 Zulu Yankee. The station was Victor. You have a lot of RF in your audio. Go ahead again. CQ, W1 Zulu Yankee. Delta Fox 3 United Mike, you're 57, over. All right, thank you for the report. Looks like the band is going down here for a moment, hopefully. 73's Delta Fox 3 United Mike, W1 ZY. Thank you, Frank.
Okay, that's been a QSOs before. Okay, 73, have a nice evening over there.
5 and 8, 73, CQ, W1 ZY. Delta Lima 4, Radio Alpha Quebec, you're 59, over.
Yes, thank you. Also 59 here in the southern part of Canada. My name is Stefan. Stefan is my name, and I'm located just west of Munich.
All right, very good, Stefan. Good to hear you coming through. Again, you're 59. My name is Bill, Bravo, India, Lima, Lima, and I'm located in Rhode Island, the smallest state in the U.S., up here in New England. Running 500 watts to a pair of phased verticals. Delta Lima 4, Radio Alpha Quebec, W1 ZY.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, vertical. So very great. Please, Bill, can you repeat your point, please?
Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee, V1 Zulu Epsilon.
Okay, thank you, Whiskey 1, Zulu Yankee. Yes, okay. I'm using here is 2000, and my antenna is a loop antenna, about 10 meters high, 86 meters long, output power 400 watts. No problem.
All right, very good. And you are 59 on the peaks. Just a beautiful copy coming through. A lot of the Europeans are going down into the noise, but a few come up like your signal, so selective attenuation or something. Hey, 73s, vielen Dank für diese Verbindung. Delta Lima 4, Radio Alpha Quebec, W1 ZY.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a nice Sunday, rest of the Sunday. Here, local time is near midnight. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
73s, W1 ZY. W1 ZY is going to check the soup on the stove. I'll be back in a minute.